We were both keeping secrets. The only difference was that mine was about to destroy us. This is The Lies We Shared, a twist-filled mystery thriller about a marriage built on deception, an anonymous message that threatens to expose the truth, and two people who slowly realize they have been lying to each other all along. Nathan is staring at his phone again. He doesn't notice me watching him from the kitchen as I slide his favorite lasagna from the oven. The smell fills the house. The table is set. Everything looks exactly like the life we always dreamed of. Perfect, comfortable, safe. Then his phone lights up. He tilts the screen away before I can see it. A tiny movement, almost nothing. But marriages don't fall apart because of grand betrayals. They begin with little things. A message hidden, a question answered too quickly, a smile that doesn't quite reach the eyes. He asks how work was. I answer without hesitation. Every word is a lie. I never went to the office today. I was somewhere I should never have been. Before I can think of another excuse, my own phone vibrates. An email. No name, no subject. Just 6 words that make my blood turn to ice. I know what you did. I'm going to tell. I lock the screen before Nathan notices. He smiles across the table as though nothing has changed. I smile back, because whatever secret he's hiding, mine is worse. And if the truth comes out, it won't just destroy our marriage. It will prove that neither of us ever really knew the person sitting across the table. Prologue. More people should have been standing beside her grave, friends and family mourning her death, witnesses to the end of her life. The roaring in my ears drowned out every expectation I had for a burial service. I closed my eyes. I wanted to quiet the rush of white noise that filled my head so I could hear comforting words, the minister painting beautiful images of a world beyond this one. I needed to experience quiet music, soft voices, and human warmth under a welcoming sky. A strong breeze blew across the opening in the ground, stinging the backs of my hands and wrists, driving icy needles into my skin. The cold turned my hands stiff. The chill creeping through my body filled me with dread, as thoughts of my own death crept through my mind, becoming real for the first time in my life. Facing the reality of it, experiencing that unbearable cold deep inside my bones, made me want to run as far and fast as I could. Memories of her life flashed through my mind. People were supposed to die when they were old, not when they were teenagers. 16 years old. Sweet 16. My mom said that's what they'd called it when she was a teenager. She wasn't very sweet. Honestly, she wasn't sweet at all. No one would argue with that. Still, she didn't belong at the bottom of that deep hole. When I'd first seen her lifeless face earlier, she looked like she was sleeping. Had I noticed any sweetness there? Trying not to see death in her soft, pale lips, the gentle curve of her nose, her perfectly shaped eyebrows over her closed eyes, I remembered the laughing girl I'd known when I was younger. My throat grew so tight I could hardly breathe. Maybe it was only my childhood memories causing me to think she looked as if she was lost in pleasant dreams. The past few years, I'd seen only cruelty on her face, heard it in her voice, but she hadn't always been that way. What makes some kids turn so mean? Now, she was just a cold body, and all I felt was that breeze, turning to a sharp wind, and my icy fingers. Everything about this was wrong. It wasn't at all how things were supposed to be. I wasn't completely alone, but I might as well have been. The comforting words, the music, the human warmth were all in my imagination, except for a single pair of terrified eyes staring at me in the moonlight. I was alone. I was the one who had to curl my useless fingers around the wood handle of the shovel and heave clumps of soil back into the hole I'd dug myself. I didn't know how I would find the will to cover her face with thick, soft dirt, some of it hiding sharp stones. The hole was deeper than I'd thought I was capable of digging, but it had to be deep, so deep that no one would ever find her. 1. Avery. Now I was trying so hard to be a perfect wife for Nathan. The first thing on my mind when I unlocked the front door was a suggestion from Dr. Hess during one of our marriage counseling sessions. She'd suggested that every time I prepared dinner, I should remember the very first time I'd made dinner for Nathan, recalling as many sensory and emotional details as I could. Before cooking, I was to note them in my journal. Then, I should relive them while I prepared the meal. The second thing on my mind was that this had been another grueling day under the microscope at work. I wouldn't think about the second right now. It was a warm spring evening, and thanks to the success of our therapist's practical suggestions, I wasn't sure I needed to bother with the journal anymore. I was looking forward to preparing dinner for the two of us. The bliss I'd always felt in taking disparate food items, changing their shape with my sleek, perfectly sharpened knives, enhancing their flavor with spices, and their texture and temperature on my induction cooktop, was becoming more deeply rooted every day. Watching Nathan respond to the aroma and then the taste flooding me with pleasure as it had in the past, those feelings had been dead for too long. Despite what I'd worried about for months, through countless sleepless nights, our marriage was finally healing. I'd never fallen out of love with Nathan after he betrayed me. That's why it hurt so badly. I loved that man desperately, madly, as ecstatically as I'd loved him since I was 15 years old. At the same time, I'd wanted to rake my nails across his face for what he'd done to me, to us, for leaving me feeling as if I were hanging from the face of a sheer cliff by the tips of my fingers, my legs swinging free in space. I was making a vegetarian lasagna. I pulled eggplant, broccoli, and mushrooms out of the fridge. I started the water boiling for the pasta and oiled the pan. When the eggplant was peeled, the other vegetables washed and chopped, the cheese grated, and the cooked noodles waiting in the colander, I washed my hands. It was the 17th of the month. Because our wedding anniversary was on the 17th of September, Nathan and I allowed ourselves to enjoy a bottle of wine on that day every month. I poured myself a small glass of white wine and walked toward our home office just past the kitchen. I'd left work early to escape my coworkers' caustic comments. This time, Alicia had informed me my press release headlines were lackluster. I needed to do a quick check of my email to be sure there wasn't anything that needed taking care of before tomorrow morning. Settling in front of the desktop computer, I took another sip of wine and placed the glass beside the keyboard, then logged into my work email. There were only a few non-essential messages, nothing that couldn't wait until the next day. I picked up my wine glass, about to close the browser, when I saw an alert for a new message in the account connected to the university Nathan and I had graduated from. I rarely checked the account, as my college friends and I communicated through WhatsApp now. Once a month, there was a newsletter from the Alumni Association, but I tended to let those pile up, skimming them quickly every few months. When a 5-year reunion was coming up, there was a flurry of activity, and that was about it. I sipped my wine and used my free hand to open the account. The name on the new message, standing out in bold against the older emails, hit me like a hard slap on my cheek. That name was one I'd hoped I would never see again. Whatever lay inside that message was a voice I thought had disappeared from my life forever. I pressed the glass to my skin, hoping to cool the heat from the blood that had rushed to the surface. For half a second, I felt as if I'd stopped breathing. With a shaking hand, I clicked on the email. The words assaulted me like knives. The wine glass slid from my hand, hit the side of the desk, and fell to the floor, shattering into countless invisible shards. 2. Avery. Now. The email said nothing about the 14 years that had passed since I'd last spoken to Kelsey Ward. There wasn't a word of greeting or any questions about how I was doing. She didn't chastise me for failing to invite her to our wedding. My life is in the gutter and I need money. You have it, and you owe me. I want $25,000, or I'll tell the police what happened when we were in high school. I know I'll go to prison, but I'm willing to accept that because I'm out of options. Don't breathe a word of this to Nathan, or I'll also go to the police. Leave the cash in an envelope inside a plastic tub at Evergreen Park, under the bleachers by the baseball field at 6 a.m. next Tuesday. I'll be watching you, so don't think you can bring cops or try any other games. Your former friend, Kelsey. She didn't need to point out that she was my former friend. The fact we were no longer friends had been clear for over a decade, emphasized by the words written above. Without hesitating, I deleted the message. Then I clicked to the trash and emptied it. Responding to the email would tell her I was afraid. Of course, I was afraid. I was terrified, but if she knew that for a fact, she would win. She thought my fear would make me pay, but she had nothing to tell the police about me. Nothing. There was also the small, actually not so small, and equally terrifying fact that I didn't have $25,000 to give her. I didn't have $5,000 or even $1,000 to give her. It wasn't as if she could see my hand shaking. It wasn't as if she could hear the thudding inside my chest that sounded like someone was beating a sledgehammer against my bones, making it impossible to hear my own thoughts. Ignoring her threat was the best thing to do. Kelsey had no reason and no information at all that she could use to blackmail me. She was bluffing. If I wasn't so scared of what she might do, I would laugh. Grabbing a few tissues out of the box in the top drawer, I mopped up the small amount of wine that had remained in my glass when it broke. I closed the browser window and locked the computer screen. I stood and picked up the larger pieces of glass, then stepped carefully around the remaining shards. After I'd plucked all the glass out of the carpet, run a cloth over the desk to pick up stray slivers, and vacuumed, I returned to the lasagna. The methodical task of layering noodles, veggies, and cheese kept my thoughts from spinning out of control. As the layers in the lasagna pan grew, so did my regret over deleting the email. Kelsey had had a tough childhood, and I had no doubt she'd grown fiercer during the years we'd been out of touch. She was determined to get money from me, and deleting an email wouldn't change that. She'd made it clear she didn't have any fear for her own situation. She'd sounded almost happy to put herself in prison. Maybe she was homeless now, and the thought of a bed in a comparatively safe place with 3 meals a day and regular showers sounded good to her. As I slid the casserole dish into the oven, my wrists felt weak. I was afraid I might drop the pan, or my still trembling hands might cause my forearm to graze the oven rack, searing my skin to remind me of Kelsey forever. I slammed the door closed harder than I'd intended. I could count on one hand the number of times I'd been this scared. I wanted to go back in time to the moments before I'd seen that email. It made me wonder how I'd lived my life the past 10, 12, 14 years without thinking constantly about Kelsey Ward. How had someone I'd once considered my best friend become a person who could shatter my peace of mind so completely? When I heard the garage door open and Nathan's BMW pulling into his space beside my car, I was glad for the chance to pour wine into a fresh glass, as well as some for Nathan, so we could enjoy a pre-dinner toast. Holding both glasses firmly by their stems, I waited for Nathan to remove his shoes near the front door, place his laptop bag on the hall table, and come into the kitchen. My fingers shook slightly, so I tightened my grip, telling myself to take calm, deep breaths. I focused my gaze on the wine trembling against the sides of the glass. A moment later, he was standing in front of me, that narrow face I couldn't glance at without feeling my heart melt. His light brown hair had a slight wave that he kept off his face, giving him an open, approachable appearance. His brown eyes sloped down gently, which made him look kind and concerned, even when he was doing something as unimportant as clearing our dinner plates off the table. He was slender, his muscles distinct. He was tall enough that when he kissed me gently on the lips, he had to bend down, and I had to tip my head up. After kissing me, he took a step back. I handed the glass to him, but the moment my hand moved away from my body, my whole arm began shaking violently. "Are you okay?" I nodded. "Your hand is shaking. Did something happen at work?" "No, everything's fine." My voice betrayed me, trembling almost as badly as my hand had. "You don't sound fine," he said. I laughed softly. "I'm fine, really. Cheers to the 17th. We touched our glasses together. I took a small sip, lifted my chin to brush my lips across his, and placed my glass on the counter. He eyed me over the top of his glass. "You look upset." "I'm not." "Okay." He placed his glass beside mine and started toward the doorway. "Where are you going? Dinner's almost ready." "I just wanted to check out the preview for that show we talked about. Why can't you watch on your phone?" "It's a thriller. I want to see all the—" "Later. I'm ready to take the lasagna out now." I didn't want him in there before I had a chance to check more carefully for any glass I might have missed, especially since he'd taken his socks off when he left his shoes at the front door. Glass always flew farther than expected, and I'd only vacuumed the desk area. 2 minutes. With that, he was out the door. As I'd feared, I heard him cry out a moment later. "Avery, get the tweezers and the first aid kit." "What happened?" I started toward the kitchen doorway. "I'm bleeding. There's glass in my foot. Why is there glass in here?" A few minutes later, as I knelt before him, gently removing the sliver of glass from his foot, he asked again why there was an almost invisible splinter of glass on the carpet. While he'd waited for me to get the first aid kit, he'd seen 2 more. I told him about the wine glass. "How did that happen?" I covered the cut with a Band-Aid and closed the first aid kit. "It was an accident." "You just dropped a wine glass? For no reason?" "I bumped it on the desk or something. I don't know. It happened fast." "Something's going on with you. What is it?" "Nothing. Stop asking me." He stood and began limping toward the kitchen, so he didn't put pressure on the cut. "The foundation of our counseling agreement is total transparency." "I know what the foundation of our counseling is. You don't have to remind me." "Transparency with everything. It feels like there's something you're not telling me." "You're reading into things. Please don't ask me again." In less than 30 minutes, a single email from someone I hadn't thought about in years had put my marriage in danger again. I felt a sob pushing against my lungs, but I held it down. After months of weekly marriage counseling and the tender rebuilding of our relationship, here we were, hurtling toward another breaking point. During a special session with our therapist, each of us had vowed we would never lie to the other again, but this time, I was the one telling lies. 3. Avery. Now, every Wednesday, the 4 of us on the PR team went out to lunch. We took turns paying the bill. This should have worked out evenly over time, but thanks to Alicia, it didn't. Alicia liked to order a pricier meal and linger for dessert when it wasn't her turn to pay. Making an issue of it was difficult because she'd turned it into an art form by being subtly inconsistent about it. Occasionally, she ordered a dish of sherbet when she was paying. Sometimes she added a small side when she was the host, but when she wasn't, she went all out. Adding up the costs and showing her how she came out ahead over time felt petty. It was petty. The rest of us occasionally caught the glance of one of the others, looking away quickly with a silent exhale of irritation. Today, it was my turn to pay the bill. Alicia, of course, took her time with the menu. She ordered a glass of the most expensive Pinot Noir, ignored the specials, and chose swordfish for her entree, finishing off with a fancy chocolate dessert to accompany the iced lattes we were all having. It wasn't as if any of us were hurting for money. We earned respectable salaries and were all part of a dual-income couple. It wasn't quite the same for me, but that wasn't something I wanted to talk about with my coworkers. With anyone at all. I'd picked my way through my lunch, paying little attention to the conversation, already exhausted after a morning of obsessively checking my college email account. Would Kelsey contact me again? Maybe she thought her threat was clear enough that all she needed to do now was wait for the time and place where she'd ordered me to deliver $25,000 to her. When I'd first met Kelsey, she was a meek, frightened, bullied girl who literally hid from the other kids, spending recess breaks in a bathroom stall and eating her lunch under the bleachers beside the sports field. I'd spent years encouraging her, praising her, helping her slowly emerge from her shell. It wasn't that she was some kind of charity project for me. I honestly liked her. She was my best friend. It made me want to cry, watching her slink around in the corners of our high school, afraid of her own shadow. Did she still have the confidence I'd helped her develop? Maybe it had grown beyond anything I would recognize. Now, as I sipped my coffee, it felt as if the caffeine was going straight to my bloodstream. I'd hardly slept. Memories of high school and the words of Kelsey's email tormented me half the night. As a result, I'd consumed 2 mugs of coffee at home and 2 more from the machine in the office. Memories continued to flicker through my mind as I glanced around the patio where we were seated. I turned my attention to the sidewalk on my right, where Silicon Valley tech workers talking on their phones and texting strolled back to their offices after lunches and errands at the specialty shops that lined the street. As I gazed at the passers-by, my hand involuntarily tightened on my glass. I stared in disbelief. A woman was hurrying past, her head down, gripping an oversized purse close to her hip. She glanced toward our table, but her face was hidden behind a cloud of wavy dark hair. It was the one distinctive attribute that made Kelsey stand out, if she hadn't cut it. Her long, wavy curls, always out of control, but always lush and vibrant without any effort on her part. It was her. I was absolutely sure of it. If she threatened me at work, in front of everyone, my reputation would be destroyed. 4. Avery. Now I shoved my chair away from the table. Without giving an explanation to my coworkers, I grabbed my purse strap off my chair and hurried through the restaurant out to the street. The woman I'd seen was no longer there. I began walking quickly in the direction she'd been headed. Weaving through the pedestrians, I scanned the middle distance ahead of me, looking for those distinctive dark curls. After several long strides, I saw them, swaying in the breeze, dancing across the woman's shoulders as she moved through the crowd at a rapid pace. I began walking faster, then broke into a slow jog. I was forced to keep slowing and moving from side to side. As I bumped into people in my effort to push forward, a few grunted or told me to watch where I was going. I could still see her up ahead, but she moved like a snake. It seemed as if all the pedestrians blocking me gave way to her like soft grass. I'd never catch her. That mass of curls was growing indistinct, disappearing in the waves of bobbing heads. Then a space opened up between us. As if she sensed me with some long-forgotten connection between the two of us, Kelsey stopped and turned. She held up her hand, her fingers curled in the shape of a gun, and pointed at me. She turned back and disappeared around the corner. When I reached the same corner, she was gone. I stood near the edge of the sidewalk, trying to calm my breath after what she'd done with her hand. How had she known I was eating lunch at that restaurant? Had she followed me from the office? How much did she know about my life now? After I steadied myself, I returned to the restaurant. My coworkers were gone, and the table where we'd been seated was cleared of our dishes. I pulled out my phone, starting a text to my closest work friend, Rosa. Then I thought better of it. I'd see her at the office and apologize for running out on them, and the bill. It would be my turn the next time. I hadn't been seated in my cubicle for more than 5 minutes before Alicia appeared, standing too close. "You're not sticking me with the bill. I expect you to Venmo me the cash, today." "I'll grab it the next time. We rotate anyway, so it doesn't matter." "It's your turn," she said. "I need to get this done." I turned back to my computer, opened the PR plan I was working on, and began filling out the template for the event we were organizing on behalf of a well-known fitness chain. "Venmo will take you 2 seconds. Alicia said. Alicia took every opportunity she could to point out my mistakes and missteps, and this was no exception. It hadn't even been a mistake. Yes, it was rude to rush off without an explanation, but paying the bill always worked out. As soon as I finished the messaging document, I would text the rest of them and apologize. I wasn't sure if Alicia wanted to drive me out of the group, if she saw me as some kind of threat to her own position, if she thought she would be in a more powerful role if I wasn't there, or if she just didn't like me. Whatever it was, she was constantly watching for a chance to point out the smallest slip-up. It was exhausting. It also kept me on edge all the time. Several times she'd reported me to our manager for minor errors. Nothing had come of it, but it made me feel like I was constantly looking over my shoulder. "I need you to pay me back," she said, "and I need you to leave me alone so I can get this finished. I'll pick up the check the next time. You're being ridiculous." She splayed her hand across my computer screen. "Alicia, I need to get this done." She dragged her hand away slowly, leaving a smear from the lotion she'd recently applied. Peering at the screen, trying to read my work through the smear of oil and skin cells, I raced my way through the document. There was no time to proofread it. I attached it to an email and sent it to my manager. I leaned back in my chair and ran my fingers through my hair, lifting it away from my face. Before I could get out of my chair, headed again toward the coffee machine, a return email from my manager popped up. I clicked it open. "Next time, please proofread before sending. I need this in 15 minutes. With a hard knot in my stomach, I opened the document and saw, in the very first line, I'd left the name of another client in the template. Following that, the entire 5-page document contained so many errors, it looked as if I hadn't bothered to give any attention at all to what our client needed. My face was hot with shame as I hurried to correct my mistakes, finding it difficult to think through each detail with my mental clock ticking. It was 17 minutes before I finished. When I clicked send, I glanced across the open floor plan space to see Camilla step through her office doorway, looking directly at me. I locked the screen and left my cubicle, walking quickly past the row of windows. Just as I reached the end of the hall near the elevator, I saw a woman on the sidewalk below looking up at the building. She wore large sunglasses and had the same dark curly hair. Racing to the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator, I ran to the first floor, almost tripping as my heels caught on the steps. When I reached the street, the woman was gone. Was I seeing Kelsey, or was my panic making me imagine it? I looked up at the window near my cubicle and saw Alicia staring down at me, a tiny smile on her face. 5. Avery. Now, as I was leaving work, Shara texted, "Hey, time for wine? My treat." Never had I needed a glass of wine with my best friend like I did in that moment. I couldn't tell her a single thing that had happened, outside of Alicia's growing harassment, but unloading that would help distract me from Kelsey's threatening email. It also gave me another hour before I had to look Nathan in the eye and feel the ache of knowing I was breaking my vow and lying to his face. I texted back, "Always." Nathan replied to my text that I'd be late with a thumbs up, a heart, a wine glass, and a kiss. This made me more miserable. I thought about everything he'd done to open up to me during our marriage counseling sessions. He'd been painfully honest about his mistakes and failures. He was telling me the truth about every part of his life, and I was now setting fire to the fragile trust we were supposed to be nurturing. The wine bar was crowded. All the windows were open, and pop music played at a moderate volume, subduing the voices so they sounded almost melodic. Shara was already there, waving at me from a low-slung chair beside a potted palm. I made my way through the room and slid into the chair across from her. She'd already ordered 2 glasses of white wine. "I didn't get any apps." She sipped her wine. "I only have time for 1 glass, and I promised Kevin I'd pick up sushi on the way home." We settled back in our chairs, and she began rattling off the details of her day teaching 4th grade. She loved to talk, and I loved to listen. We'd been friends since the moment we met at an art and wine festival, glasses in hand, bonding over beaded bracelets. Both of us walked away with 2 new bracelets and the other's number stored in our phones. She talked about the kids in her classroom, each and every one of whom she adored. She talked about school politics, neighborhood squabbles, and the do-it-yourself remodeling project she and her husband were attempting in their guest bathroom. When she asked what was new with me, I recounted the problems with Alicia, telling a tiny white lie that I'd rushed away from lunch early because of an urgent text from my manager. Shara's empathy for my stress and frustration soothed me even more than the glass of wine. I relaxed deeper into the comforting chair. Her animated face and her dark brown eyes calmed my thoughts about Kelsey, even though I couldn't breathe a word about her threat. Kelsey's was a name that would barely register in Shara's memory from the stories I'd told her. "How's the counseling going?" she asked. I'd told her Nathan and I were seeing a therapist. I hadn't told her the details of why we'd chosen to do that, and she hadn't asked. It was one of the things I loved about Shara. Even though we shared lots of secrets and intimate details of our lives with each other, she never pried when I withheld information. I was the same with her. We each let the other offer what they wanted and left unspoken topics alone. "Only a few more sessions," I said. "Do you feel like you two are on solid ground?" "Absolutely." "Everything feels the same as it used to?" "Actually, the goal is that we both grow and change. If we do, things can be better than they were, and I think we're headed in that direction." As I spoke the words, I felt as if a knife was being driven into my stomach. The lie was so huge. It was a warm evening, so after a small serving of leftover lasagna and the green salad Nathan had made to go with it, I went into the backyard to pull a few weeds. At times, gardening was almost an addiction for me. The tiniest weed would catch my eye, and I'd leave my comfortable patio chair to pluck it out of the soil, then become obsessed, following a trail of delicate sprouts, ridding the garden of every intruder, as if I were protecting our home itself from invaders. Even though our budget was squeezing a life out of us and we couldn't buy new plants or bulbs in the spring, gardening filled my soul. Weeding, pruning, watering, I loved all of it. There was always something to show for my work. Being outdoors and getting my hands dirty, nurturing living things, put me in a different place. It settled my thoughts and my heart. While I pulled weeds, I listened to the wrens, still singing their hearts out, having adjusted to my presence within minutes of my arrival. I sat back on my heels and watched them flit from tree to tree as they got in their last flurry of activity before dusk. As I resumed my weeding, the neighbor's cat caught the corner of my eye. She was slinking along the fence, her gray fur close to invisible in the gathering shadows. Without warning, she pounced on a wren perched on the edge of the concrete bath under the lemon tree. The bird flapped wildly as the cat batted the helpless creature with both front paws. I shot up, stumbling backwards before I could right myself. I stood and lunged toward the bird bath, almost falling onto it. The bird chirped with a frantic, terrified sound I'd never heard from a wren. I swatted at the cat, who ignored me as if my hands were as insubstantial as the bird's wings. I lunged again and grabbed the cat by her back legs, pulling her off the bird bath. She snarled and twisted in my hands, then flipped around, jumped down, and darted under the jasmine that climbed the arched trellis. The bird flew to the peak of our roof. It sat there for a few minutes, its feathers disheveled. Finally, it sang for a moment before disappearing into the night sky. When it was gone, I touched my eyes. They were damp with tears, not just for the bird and a second chance at life. In the past 24 hours, I'd torn apart everything Nathan and I had worked toward. My lies were multiplying faster than I could keep track of. I was lying to my best friend, assuring her that Nathan and I were headed toward a marriage that was better than ever. And I'd lied to her about what had happened at work. Worst of all, I was lying to my husband. I was hoping with every bone in my body that Kelsey was going to leave me alone. She hadn't emailed me again. Maybe I'd imagined the woman with dark, curly hair was her. I had no idea what Kelsey looked like now. She hadn't gone to any of our high school reunions. It was my fear making me think that person passing by the restaurant, standing outside my office building, was someone I'd known 15 years ago. More than anyone else, I was lying to myself. I was believing Kelsey would leave me alone. I was hoping that when she didn't receive a response to her threatening email, she'd simply go away. I knew better than anyone that Kelsey was never one to just go away. Avery. Now sleep was impossible. When I'd first fallen into bed, I thought I would sink into oblivion after the stress of the day and the lack of sleep the night before. Instead, my eyes opened wider. Nathan's deep, steady breathing grated on me as if someone were sawing a log with a dull blade. I turned from one side to the other, shifting my legs around each other, repositioning my pillow, adjusting my head as I tried to relax my neck muscles. The more comfortable I made my body, the more awake I felt. I turned onto my back, staring into the darkness at the faint shape of our ceiling fan. I crossed my ankles. I uncrossed them. I bent my knees. I straightened my legs. Finally, I tossed off the covers and got out of bed. I walked down the hallway to the kitchen and filled a glass with water, taking a few sips, hoping to soften the racing sensation in my heart. Instead, I almost choked on the water as it went down my throat, taking the glass with me, knowing I was making a mistake, but unable to resist the burning, craving need to know if Kelsey had returned with another, more terrifying threat. I went into the office and sat in front of the computer. I'd never put my college email account onto my phone. I rarely used it, so it hadn't seemed important. Maybe I should. Or maybe that would make things worse, causing me to check it constantly, increasing my anxiety. I took another sip of water and opened my email. Immediately, I wished for a glass of wine, maybe a shot of whiskey. There were 3 new messages from Kelsey, sent 5 minutes apart during the past hour. The first 2 messages contained a single phrase. 12:20 a.m. You haven't confirmed you'll be dropping the cash where you were told to. 12:25 a.m. I need that money next week. You need to confirm you'll be there. The final message was an image. I knew what it was from the thumbnail, but I still clicked to see it enlarged, as if I needed to tell myself my fear was not imagined. Filling the screen was a photograph of a handgun. 7. Avery. Now staring at the ominous photograph, I heard a cry come out of my throat. It was so loud I slapped my hand over my mouth, afraid that I might have woken Nathan. Thinking about how she'd remained silent and out of sight for so many years, planning her next move, made me feel as if she'd been watching me every day since the moment we walked out of each other's lives. That she knew everything about me, about Nathan, even our most shameful secret, and she'd waited until this very moment because she knew this was when she could cause the greatest pain and the worst damage. There was no way she could know everything about us and our lives, but most people who were regular users of the internet could find out quite a lot. It was a simple search, maybe 2 or 3, to discover someone's employer, their home address, the date, and even the purchase price of their home. Everyone in the world knew if you'd paid over the asking price for your house. From there, they could easily calculate your down payment and probably draw conclusions about your income. I could no longer see the image on the screen. My cheeks were slick with tears. I felt them dripping onto the backs of my hands. She wanted me to confirm that I was leaving bundles of cash in a public park, but that was impossible. If I failed to show up, if the money wasn't there, what would she do? Finally, my tears subsided. I took a few sips of water. Just as I was about to close my email, another message arrived. If you think you can keep ignoring me, just remember I have nothing to lose. You have everything to lose. I replied with a simple message that I hoped would offer me some protection if my emails were exposed to other eyes. Maybe. I don't understand your messages. She responded immediately. Yes, you do. I closed the browser. When I returned to bed, I lay awake until close to dawn, gripped by a fear that made it impossible to think clearly. Despite my exhaustion when the alarm went off, I dragged myself out of bed, packed my bag, and went to the gym. I did one circuit on the weight machines. As I was starting a second, I glanced at the large picture window, sensing something at the corner of my vision. A woman was standing there, inches from the glass. She wore dark sunglasses. Her hands were cupped over the sides to block the glare as she peered inside the gym. Although her hair was pulled back and twisted into a knot at the top of her head, I still recognized the distinctive dark waves. I turned my back toward the window. It could be anyone. Because Kelsey was consuming my thoughts, I was imagining that I saw her everywhere. There wasn't a moment of the day or night when I wasn't thinking about her, events from our past bubbling up like unwanted water from a clogged pipe. Every time I thought about what she might do when she realized I hadn't left the money where she'd told me to, my body began shaking, as if I'd stepped inside a walk-in freezer. My bones felt as if they'd turned to ice. Nathan was constantly asking me what was wrong, looking hurt and almost scared when I lied, insisting that nothing was bothering me. With my bones feeling so cold and brittle, I didn't think I could lift even 5 pounds of weight. I wiped down the machine I'd been using and went to the treadmills. I took a few sips of water, then stepped onto one of the machines. I adjusted the settings for a medium pace with a slight incline and began jogging. I glanced toward the floor-to-ceiling windows that lined the front of the building, a feature I didn't appreciate under normal circumstances because it made me feel like a fish in an aquarium. But clearly, the owners of the gym believed it attracted new customers when passers-by saw people working out. Perhaps they thought non-members were inspired and motivated by watching others move and sweat. The woman who had been gazing through the window with such intensity was gone. I looked around the gym to see if she'd come inside, but I didn't notice anyone who resembled her. I took a few quick sips of water and increased the speed of the treadmill, hoping the exertion would clear my mind and wipe out my fear of what Kelsey would do to me, to Nathan, to our lives. After I'd been running for 15 minutes, a woman I knew from a yoga class climbed onto the treadmill next to me. We greeted each other and she began jogging. "You're working hard today," Kate said. "No more than usual," I said. She laughed. "Your sweat says otherwise." I grimaced, then reduced the speed on my machine. "That's more like it," she said. "Now we can talk." I wasn't in the mood to talk, but maybe if she started chatting and I could simply listen, it would distract me. I asked her if she was still taking yoga classes. She was. Of course, she wanted to know why I had dropped out. I shrugged and mumbled something about working longer hours. I asked about the classes and the other attendees. Soon she was talking in a steady flow, and I was able to keep up my jogging, offering occasional murmurs in response. I told her about work, and she talked about her summer vacation plans, a road trip to the Pacific Northwest. We were quiet for several minutes. Then, whether it was my lack of sleep or days of relentless stress, I found myself blurting out a question that I knew I shouldn't, even as the words were forming on my tongue. "I have a friend who needs some extra cash. Any ideas on how she would go about getting it, especially if she doesn't want her husband to know?" I laughed. "She's not cheating on him or anything like that. I don't really know all the details. She just needs some spending money." Kate seemed to take it in stride. She didn't turn to gawk at me or express shock at what I'd asked. She looked up at the ceiling, considering my question, slowing her pace. "I don't know. There are a few ways, not that I know much about making cash outside of going to work at a regular job," she laughed, tossing her long ponytail over her shoulder. "She could start an online trading account maybe, make small trades and try to get something going with that. There are probably hundreds of YouTube videos about it. She could try online gambling." She laughed again. "I've never done it, but it seems easy enough if you know what you're doing. Or if you don't get carried away." She glanced over her shoulder. "I guess you need money to get those things started. It depends how badly she needs it. You've heard about women who strip or do erotic dances on those adult websites, right? Men pay to watch them in a private show or something?" She laughed. I don't know. I really have no idea how you would get cash without your partner knowing. And my suggestions make that obvious, she giggled. You'd probably get a better answer from a chatbot. I felt sick. I hated her suggestions. None of them were something I would even think about doing, except maybe the online trading. But she was right. I needed money to do that. I wasn't sure why she'd even mentioned it. Maybe she just wanted to sound helpful. To be honest, if she wants to get money without her husband knowing about it, maybe she needs marriage counseling more than money, Kate said. Maybe she does. I hoped my casual tone and my dismissive words would end the conversation. I was deeply sorry I'd asked. I changed the subject to workout routines. She seemed relieved. All through my workday, I tried, and failed, to focus on what I was doing. My thoughts swirled around Kelsey and her threats. I couldn't believe she was willing to risk prison for herself. It seemed like a horrible thing to do, even if you were destitute. It was the ultimate in giving up. Once she was there, no hope for any improvement in her life remained. From there, my thoughts tripped over to her insistence that I couldn't tell Nathan she was trying to blackmail me, trying to twist everything around to make it seem like I'd done something terrible, when all I'd done was offer to help her out. How would she know if I told Nathan? There was no way, but I was so scared of how unpredictable she was, I couldn't take that chance. And I wasn't sure I could trust Nathan not to confront her if I did tell him. That would make things worse. But not telling him was eating at everything we'd been working on for the past year. Telling each other all of our thoughts and feelings, even when they were uncomfortable, even when we knew they might provoke a negative reaction in the other person. According to Dr. Hess, avoiding sensitive topics was what caused many marriages to die. Over the years, couples stopped talking about the things they knew might initiate a disagreement. Minor resentments and hurts mushroomed into major problems. Small secrets had a way of transforming themselves into enormous betrayals, given enough time. Predicting another person's reaction, trying to avoid a conversation that had been rehashed 10 or 20 times already, created a superficial relationship where nothing was ever fully discussed, nothing ever resolved at its roots. Soon, a marriage was simply a partnership of home management, social convenience, and eventually, parenting. I would never be able to get the money Kelsey demanded, and I had no idea how far she was willing to go once she realized I couldn't pay her. 8. Avery. Now driving home from work, I called Shara. When she answered, I heard pots and pans rattling in the background. "Can you talk for a minute?" I asked. "Sure, just making dinner, so I'm putting you on speaker." "Are you alone?" "Ooh, what's the big secret?" "It's not a big secret. I just wanted to know if you're alone." "Of course I am," she laughed. "Dinner is a solo task at my house, you know that." I heard more rattling, then the change in background noise as she propped up her phone. "There, what's up?" This might sound strange. I tried to laugh, but my voice trembled, making it sound as if I was extremely uncomfortable with what I was about to say, which, of course, I was. I also knew she would pick up on my discomfort. "It's a random question, nothing important. I was just wondering if you have any ideas about how I could get some cash without Nathan finding out." "Seriously? Why do you need cash? And why can't you tell Nathan?" Because I should have been prepared for those questions, but all I could think about was Kelsey and her threat. My mind was barely functioning because that enormous, unachievable amount of money filled every corner, screaming at me every moment of the day. Shara was such a good friend. I'd thought she'd be so intrigued by the question, eager to help me. She'd start pouring out ideas like she always did when I asked her advice for something, hypothetical or real. I hadn't expected her to grill me about what I was up to. "Why are you trying to get money without telling Nathan? That's the exact opposite of what you told me you've been going to marriage counseling for all year long. You're supposed to talk to each other, not start, 'Don't yell at me.'" "I'm not yelling. I don't yell." "You raised your voice." "Okay, I didn't realize that. I'm just shocked. I can't believe you're asking me how to do something behind his back. And why do you even want money that he doesn't know about? How much money are we talking about? I braked too hard for a light that was yellow, then suddenly red, which I'd almost missed. I gasped softly, scared by my lack of attention to what I was doing. "Are you okay?" Shara asked. "Yes, I said I'm fine." "Why did you gasp?" "I'm fine." I closed my eyes, then opened them wide, disturbed that I'd closed them for even a moment while I was behind the wheel, even though the light had only been red for a few seconds. I'm thinking of planning an exotic vacation for his birthday. If I put anything on our charge cards, he'll see it," she laughed. "It's not like you can go booking a vacation with cash. Besides, I thought he was turning 32 at his next birthday." "He is. Why would you do a splashy vacation for 32? Save it for 35. "I didn't do anything for 30. You had a surprise party. How can you forget that? Are you sure you're okay, Avery? You seem really out of it." The light turned green, and I stepped too hard on the gas. I shouldn't have asked her. She wasn't going to help me, and even if she had ideas, they would be the same as Kate's. Nothing that was even remotely possible for me. There was no way I could get the money I needed. I was trapped, and Kelsey was going to do something horrible to ruin my life. Maybe even kill me. Or Nathan. It felt as if there wasn't any air in my lungs. I saw his face, his kind, intelligent face that I hadn't been able to tear my eyes away from since I was a teenager. "Are you?" "Am I what?" "Are you two having more trouble than you've told me?" "Are you sure the counseling is going okay? I don't want to stick my nose in your business, but it feels like you're really upset. I don't understand why you want cash, and why you're planning a trip for a random birthday, and why you can't remember a huge party you threw less than 2 years ago." I sighed. "I'm under a lot of stress at work. I thought it would be good for us to get away." "So it's a trip for you, not his birthday?" "No, forget I said anything. I woke up with a crazy idea, and it inspired me because I feel like I want to escape. We both do, that's all." I laughed again, the echo of it nervous and uncertain. I needed this conversation to end right now. I needed to keep talking until she stopped thinking something was wrong. "I'm fine. Nathan is fine. Our marriage is fine. It was just a crazy idea. Spring fever." "If you say so." "I do. Thanks for listening to my psychotic rambling. I should go. You need to focus on dinner, and I need to focus on not being a distracted driver." "Okay," Shara said. "You're absolutely sure everything is okay?" "Absolutely, 100%. Take care, girlie." "I will. You too." I drove the rest of the way home feeling numb. My fingers on the wheel had no sensation. My brain was like a ball of soft wax, and I almost couldn't feel the accelerator pedal under my foot. I shouldn't have been so eager to race home. After Nathan kissed me, I slipped away to check my email before I joined him for dinner. The note from Kelsey was brief. 4 days to go. Do you have the money yet?" I didn't reply. And when I faced Nathan across the dinner table, I wondered if my smile looked as stiff and fake as it felt. My teeth locked so tightly I could hardly open my mouth to chew the savory, tender chicken he'd grilled. I would never have the money Kelsey was demanding. And now, the two people closest to me knew I was hiding something. I could deny it all I wanted, but they knew me well enough that they didn't believe a word I said. 9. Avery. 1 year ago. The day started like every other. It's funny how life does that. All the days seem the same, and the ones that mark you, that change the course of your life, never show themselves ahead of time. You don't get a trailer to give you a sneak peek like you do before watching a TV series, or a small clip of words that gives you a heads up about the content of a text message. There's nothing. The sun shines or the rain falls. You eat breakfast, you drive to work. Your day unfolds like any other. In my case, the day felt slightly different in a good way because I'd recently been promoted. For that reason, I decided to treat my coworkers to lunch at an Italian restaurant that was nicer than the places where we usually had sandwiches and salads. We had a great time, lingering for 2 hours over the savory meal. Because I was still feeling flushed with success, I stopped after work and bought a more expensive bottle of wine than what Nathan and I usually drank. Once I was home, I made sautéed prawns with garlic sauce over saffron rice. I served a butter lettuce salad on the side. The only indication I had that Nathan wasn't continuing to celebrate my promotion was the slightly ill look on his face when he picked up the wine bottle and studied the label. But that was only later, when I thought back over the evening. At the time, I don't think I even noticed. During dinner, we talked about our workdays and sipped the amazing wine. I noticed that Nathan was drinking a lot more than I was, but I was pleased he was enjoying my selection, so I didn't think much of that either. When we finished eating, Nathan topped off our glasses and continued talking. He was in a nostalgic mood. He began talking about how we met and our first date. He wanted to reminisce about our wedding. We sat for a long time, and I felt myself melting into the past as he recalled the moment we first held hands when we were teenagers, our decision to apply to the same college, and how everyone said our love wouldn't last. We were meant for each other, he said. I looked at his warm brown eyes, holding my gaze, feeling my breath tighten as it always did when he looked at me that way. I'd never loved anyone else, never wanted to go out with anyone else when people told me I should make sure he was the right one. I felt at home with him. I felt loved and happy, secure and safe. I wondered what had caused him to pour out all these memories and feelings, talking about all the ways that fate might have prevented us from finding each other. There was still plenty of wine in the bottle when I stood to clear the dishes from the table. "It's warm enough outside. Why don't we sit on the patio and finish this?" I said. "I just need to check something first." "I'd rather sit in the living room." He grabbed the bottle and his glass and started toward the living room. I didn't argue. "I just need to check one of the credit cards," I said. He stopped suddenly and turned. "Why?" "The card we used to pay for one of the streaming services was declined. I don't understand why, so I want to check my statement." "We should talk first," he said. "Let me just take care of this. It will only take a minute." "No, we should talk," he said. I laughed. "It will take me 3 minutes. Grab my wine glass and I'll be right there." "No." His voice was suddenly hard, almost cold. "Please, come into the living room. I need to talk to you." "Why are you being so stubborn? I don't want to leave this hanging." He raised his voice slightly. "Please come into the living room and talk to me. There are some things we need to discuss right now." He turned abruptly and left the room. For a moment, I thought about looking at the problem with the credit card, despite his strange behavior, but he was making me slightly anxious. Insisting that we had to talk about something right this minute, and his sharp tone were disturbing. I followed him into the living room and sat beside him on the couch. He picked up the wine bottle and his glass, stood and crossed the room, sitting in the armchair facing me. His change of position, his grip on the bottle of wine, and the look on his face made my blood feel like it had frozen in my veins. I couldn't imagine what he wanted to talk about, but my body was telling me it was awful. "I made a mistake," he said. He gulped his wine, then put his glass on the side table. He covered his face with his hands and leaned forward. "I don't know where to start." Tears began filling my eyes. We'd been married 4 years. Was he about to tell me he'd cheated on me? But why had he talked about our relationship all through dinner, remembering the best moments and days? I'd never seen him like this. He was falling apart in front of my eyes. I wanted to throw myself off the couch, rush across the room, and wrap my arms around him, holding him close. Did he have some horrible disease? Cancer? Maybe he'd lost his job. Had he fallen out of love with me? I'd heard of that happening, but wasn't that what happened to couples after decades? Not 4 years. And why had he spent the past hour telling me all the good things about us? Was that meant to let me down gently, to tell me there had been good times, but now we needed to move on? taking different paths? This couldn't be happening. Searching my mind, frantically trying to remember something, anything that suggested he'd cheated on me, I found nothing. Our sex life was amazing. I thought he felt the same, but maybe you can't know that for sure, no matter what the other person says or does. Still, there should be signs. And there weren't any. Were there? Had I missed them? Nathan acted as if he could never get enough of me. Sometimes, when we were invited out with friends, as we approached the restaurant or someone's front door, he whispered that he would have been happier to stay home and spend the evening with me, reading a book or binging a show, or just sitting on the back patio looking at the stars. He couldn't be cheating on me. I would know. I would have sensed something. I stared at him, waiting for him to speak. My stomach and heart ached as I tried to imagine what was coming, but at the same time, I was trying to stop it from coming. He stood and walked back across the room. He sat beside me and put his arms around me, pressing his head against the side of mine. He talked so fast I could barely make sense of his words. His breath was hot in my ear, his voice low and intense, filled with senseless explanations and self-justification that made me more upset with every word he spoke. "Stop," I whispered. "Stop talking." I wanted him to stop so I could think. I wanted him to stop explaining. I wanted it all to stop. I wanted to return to the kitchen, our dinner, our nice bottle of wine that now tasted like cheap booze. Finally, he stopped. A sob burst out of his chest. It was so loud and came with such force, it sounded like a gunshot. Now. When I told Nathan I needed to finish a work project for an early morning meeting, he didn't question me. Despite my painful awareness that every smile and most of the things I said were stiff and fake, he seemed to accept them now. He'd stopped insisting something was wrong. It seemed I was doing a better job of performing for him, chipping off a piece of my heart, tarnishing our perfect marriage every time I lied and told him everything was okay. I went into our home office, closing the door behind me. I opened Kelsey's newest email and studied it, trying to decide whether I should respond. I didn't have the money. I would never have the money, but telling her that was a mistake. There had to be a way to convince her to stop threatening me. Maybe I could find a way to tap into the bond we'd shared once upon a time. But how? Until I could answer that question, I would see what I could find out about her. I had no idea what she'd been up to since high school. Nathan and I had gone to the same college, but Kelsey's mother couldn't afford to send her to college. She had good grades and had received a scholarship from our high school, but it wasn't nearly enough. Her school counselor had encouraged her to attend a junior college where the costs were low, but Kelsey insisted she knew her fate. I know where I belong. There's nothing wrong with manual labor. My mom does it, and I can do it too. No matter how I tried to convince her to apply for more scholarships or loans, she refused to consider that path. I don't belong at a school like that. I've always known I don't belong in the world where you live. I accept that. Why can't you? I told her she was creating imaginary walls. She told me there was nothing imaginary about it, and my privilege was showing. You can't understand because you don't have a clue what my life is like. So stop talking like you get it, because you don't. After she said that, she didn't speak to me for 3 weeks. It was the beginning of the end of our friendship. Something changed in her, and I never completely understood what it was. She'd been my best friend. I'd spent so much time, so much energy trying to help her see that she wasn't the person the other kids tried to make her think she was. Her mother's job as a housekeeper, the amount of money she had, meant nothing. She was a smart, beautiful, talented girl, and I didn't understand why she could never see that. And it wasn't a one-way street. She was the only close girlfriend I'd ever had. I could tell her anything, and she would keep my secrets, never judging me. Kelsey seemed to be missing that inner voice who tells you that you're a worthy person. I had to be that for her, and when I wasn't there, constantly whispering in her ear, she deflated like a balloon that had come untied, a flat piece of mylar lying on the ground, the breath of life sucked out of her. Opening a new browser window, I started with a simple search for her name, Kelsey Ward. It was an unusual enough name that I thought I might get some easy hits. Not that any name is completely unique on our planet of 8 billion people. The first hits, as I expected, were for social media. I clicked through to Facebook. There were 15 people with her exact name. None of them looked even remotely like the Kelsey I remembered. The results on Instagram and TikTok were the same. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the screen. It was surprising that she didn't seem to have a presence on social media. It was possible she'd gotten married. The name on her email was Kelsey Ward, but maybe it was an old address. If she was using a different name on social media, I'd never find her. Returning to the browser, I began searching for her name and the name of our high school. For the next 40 minutes, I tried various searches, but none of them came up with any useful information. The only time the Kelsey I knew popped up was for a few high school theater productions and a list of our graduating class. It looked as if she'd vanished after high school. I tried to search for her mother's name, including an obituary, but nothing came up. I returned to Facebook and looked up some of the people Kelsey had known when she'd been active in the high school theater group. I clicked each of their profiles, scrolling through their lists of friends, looking for a Kelsey with a different last name. But once again, I came up empty-handed. As I stared at the screen, I wondered what she'd been doing since we'd left high school. Had she actually followed her mother's footsteps and become a house cleaner? What had happened recently to make her come looking for money? Maybe her mother was sick. Maybe Kelsey herself was sick. Whatever it was, I was at the end of the road in trying to find out more about her, in trying to get the upper hand, which was what I had been after. As the screen dimmed, then faded to black, another thought occurred to me. Maybe the person who had contacted me wasn't really Kelsey. Maybe she'd moved away and started a new life after high school. If the person emailing me was someone who knew Kelsey's secrets, it was possible they could hurt Nathan and me even more than Kelsey could. 11. Avery. 1 year ago. After Nathan's sobbing confession of what he'd done, neither of us spoke. I couldn't look at him. I wanted him to apologize again, but that would change nothing. I wanted to hold him, and I wanted to scream. I wanted him to tell me it wasn't true. "Aren't you going to say anything?" he asked. I can't. Tell me again what happened. This can't be happening." I joined an investment group. "What's an investment group? Why do you need an investment group? Shouldn't that be a red flag? People hire financial advisors for that." "It's a group of guys. The pros are too conservative. They don't understand some of the—" "You're not an expert. Why didn't you talk to me?" "I know. I should have told you, but I wanted to surprise you." "Surprise me?" I was an idiot to think of it as a surprise. I don't know what I was. I see that now. "Yes." "And she?" "She?" "The group. I mean, there were some women in the group, too. One of the people who was really, this woman was persuasive about how good this guy was at picking the right stocks." He looked up at the ceiling, closing his eyes. "He had a really good record with stocks that aren't well known. They weren't typical companies, but were making really quick returns. He had a lot of data to prove his results. Get in fast, get out fast was the plan." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This wasn't like him at all. It made no sense. Nathan was conservative, and we talked about everything we did with our money. This made no sense. I couldn't believe he'd done something like this. Who were these guys? My stomach felt hollow. At first, I'd had a rush of relief that he hadn't cheated on me, that he loved me as much as he always had. but the feeling was so fleeting I barely noticed it, and then it was gone. Who were these people? Some people I met online, looking for investment advice? It doesn't matter now. That's not the point. I've cut off contact. We shared our insights in a chat group. The guy that started it, he gave us advice, daily tips. He guided us through it was stupid. I don't want to explain it all. It was just a horrible mistake. So stupid. He put his hands over his face again. How much? It made sense. It really did. You have to believe that. I don't have to believe that. He looked as if I'd punched him. Lots of people do it. I just took some cash advances on my credit cards. He bowed his head and his voice grew soft. I applied for 3 new cards. I thought I'd be paying it back in less than... It doesn't matter. His voice broke. It's all gone. 50K. Another gut-wrenching sob came out of him. It happened so fast, I could hardly believe it was happening. It was like watching water going down the drain. I tried to stop it, but I couldn't. He laughed bitterly. Things will be hard for a while. A long while, I guess. We'll have to find ways to cut back. Maybe the gym or... The gym? You think cutting the gym membership will fix this? We probably have to wait a bit longer before we start trying to get A cry came out of me before I could stop it, a wail of despair. My throat clogged with tears. I felt ripping sobs trying to push their way out, but I stifled them, so the only thing that came out was a tiny, uncertain whimper. He leaned back, staring up at the ceiling. His hands gripped the edge of the couch, his knuckles white. I'm so sorry, Avery. You have no idea how sorry. Letting my anger push my grief beneath the surface, I raised my voice. Why? Why did you go behind my back for something this serious? It's like you cheated on me. No, it's nothing like that. I would never cheat on you. He reached for me, but I slid across the couch, moving as far from him as I could. I didn't. You never should have borrowed that much money without telling me. Why would you do that? I said I was stupid. I wanted to see your face when I doubled it, There's nothing I can say except I'm so sorry. I wanted to throw my wine in his face. Instead, I emptied the bottle into my glass and took a long swallow. The alcohol burned my throat and stomach, but it didn't stop me from taking another drink. I wanted to hold him, to wash that painful look off his face. I wanted this to be a terrible dream. Now I understood what had happened with the credit card. What else was happening with our money? Where else had we sprung leaks that I wasn't aware of? Maybe everything was leaking. Maybe we hadn't paid our mortgage last month. Would we lose our house? Nathan took care of managing our money, paying our bills. The only reason I'd known about the declined credit card was because it was my card, and I received a text alert. Now, my promotion felt meaningless. Thinking about a debt of the size we were facing, my pay increase looked like a child's weekly allowance. In some ways, it did feel as if he'd cheated on me. I felt stupid for not noticing what had been happening right under my nose. I felt betrayed. For some inexplicable reason, even though it had nothing to do with me, I felt stupid. I felt lied to. I felt as if he'd taken a sledgehammer to the foundation of our house, to our perfect, blissful marriage, and knocked it out from under us. 12. Avery. Now. It was almost impossible to concentrate on work. During the 3 meetings I'd had that day, I'd remained utterly silent, prompting 2 of my coworkers and my manager to ask if I was feeling okay. I told them I had a splitting headache. They expressed sympathy, and my manager offered me ibuprofen. Although I often stayed at the office until 6, as did the others in my group, the moment the display on my phone showed 5 p.m., I straightened my desk and headed for the exit. Nathan and I had marriage counseling at 6, only a 15-minute drive from my office, but my curiosity about the real person behind the emails that purported to be from Kelsey had nagged at me all day. It wasn't a complete fabrication that I had a headache. I sat in my car and returned to Facebook, looking through the private group set up for our high school class reunion. Scrolling the photos and comments stirred up memories as I tried to think about who might want to hurt me with a blackmail threat. Who might have become close enough to Kelsey that she would have shared her secrets. As far as I knew, I'd been well liked in high school, making and keeping friends across almost every social group. I had more confidence than most kids my age, and I think that attracted people to me. Could my popularity have made someone who kept herself or himself in the shadows resentful of me? A resentment that burned for over a decade? In high school, I'd been focused on the unfair, unjust vitriol directed at Kelsey. I'd made it my mission in life to persuade my classmates that Kelsey was someone worth having as a friend. I devoted myself to trying to build the self-esteem that other kids had torn away from her. It wasn't just the voice of my mom telling me to be kind that made me so passionate about helping Kelsey believe in herself. I thought she was amazing. It caused me actual physical pain, watching Kelsey suffer under the delusion that she didn't deserve what the rest of us had. Friends, boyfriends or girlfriends, awesome high school experiences, and most of all, dreams. Hope for the future. Kelsey's life was devoid of the things that my friends and I took for granted, the things we'd grown up assuming were ours for the taking. Now, I wondered if some of that cruelty and desire to exclude someone who was different had been turned on me and I'd never known it. Maybe someone, or several someones, had decided I was just as much of an outsider, an unwanted species who needed to be shunned because of my friendship with Kelsey. I had no idea why someone would wait 15 years to punish me, but who can understand teenage rage and retribution? With my finger moving faster and faster, I tapped through every single person in the reunion group, remembering bits and pieces of them as I went, trying to picture my last encounter with them. I thought back over the conversations I'd had at my 2 reunions, searching my mind for any undercurrent of hostility. Nothing came to mind. The more I studied the people I hadn't seen for years, the more their faces looked like masks. I wondered if I'd ever known them at all. In some ways, I hardly knew myself at that age. The life I'd lived back then now seemed as if it belonged to someone else. Although I'd met Nathan in high school, although I believed I was in love with him by the time we graduated, I had no idea what love was at that age. We were hot for each other. We made each other laugh. We liked the same music and movies. It seemed like love at the time. After once again exhausting my search efforts on Facebook, I moved on to the other social media apps. They weren't organized in such a way that it was easy to find people from my past. I searched through my followers, looking to see if anyone looked somehow suspicious, although I had no idea how I was defining that word. What was I even looking for? And did I really believe that Kelsey had talked to anyone about the things she'd done in such detail that another would walk away with the belief that they could attempt to blackmail me? But maybe that's why they believed they could, because they knew nothing but what Kelsey had said. All lies. Kelsey was trying to make it look as if I'd done something far worse than simply help her stand up for herself. It was a confusing feeling, being filled with terror at what she could do to me, while at the same time knowing she was trying to make this look like something it wasn't. The problem was, I wasn't sure I'd be able to prove her wrong. Finally, I let my phone slide onto my lap. I leaned against the headrest and closed my eyes. I was so tired. It wasn't just the lack of sleep, it was my constantly churning thoughts. Memories of high school plagued me whenever I had a moment in which I wasn't distracted by work or someone talking to me. I'd been flooded with fragments of my long-ago conversations with Kelsey. Back then, we'd shared everything with each other. I'd learned at a young age that I was the kind of person people liked to tell their secrets to. I was good at keeping secrets, so people trusted me. I was tired of trying to figure out how I was going to get the money to pay her. I was tired of trying to think of ways to explain to her that I wasn't going to give her any money. She had no right to ask for it, and she didn't deserve it. But I wasn't sure I had the courage to simply refuse. The fear of what she might do kept my body immobilized, my thoughts spinning. Finally, my mind settled. I dozed for a while, waking suddenly. I grabbed my phone. 6:25! A missed text and a voicemail from Nathan. I didn't have to check to know what he'd said. Our appointment ended at 6:50. It really wasn't worth racing to her office. I would just have to apologize. I drove home with my brain foggy and still semi-sleepy. When Nathan came home, he walked into the kitchen and dropped the bag of takeout from our favorite taqueria onto the counter. It was our habit to get takeout after our counseling sessions. For less than $15, we could get 2 regular burritos. It was one of the few splurges we had left in our lives, if you could call it a splurge. "Where were you?" he asked. No phone call? Not even a text? I thought you were in an accident." "No, sorry, You what?" "I'm sorry, I got tied up." "Something's going on with you, Avery. We've made all this progress, and in the past week, I feel like we're right back where we started." "We're not. You don't even care enough to show up for our appointments?" "I missed one appointment." "What are you hiding?" he asked. "Nothing. We're in this situation, we're going to counseling because of your lies and how you gutted our finances, not because of me." I felt horrible, like the lowest person on earth, throwing this in his face. We'd moved past this. I'd forgiven him, truly and completely forgiven him, and we were working on deepening our connection. Now I was throwing around accusations and treating him like he was betraying me still, attacking the man I adored so he'd stop thinking about my lies. Avery, now. The chill between Nathan and me dissolved over the weekend, although it took until Saturday night before we were really talking to each other. He finally accepted my apology, but he continued to be upset that I wouldn't tell him what was bothering me. "I know you," he said. "This isn't about work. It messes with my head that you won't tell me what's wrong. If you'd been like this 2 years ago, I would have let it go. But we promised to change how we are, and it feels like you're lying." No matter how much I reassured him, he wouldn't accept it. It felt good, recognizing how well he knew me. I loved knowing our connection was so deep, but it also meant there was no escape from his disappointment. Finally, we watched a movie, ate popcorn, and went to bed early. When I slithered out of my nightshirt and began kissing his chest, tracing the muscles in his shoulder with my fingertip, he took me into his arms. I'd half expected him to turn away from me. For the first time in more than a week, my terror of what Kelsey would do was erased from my thoughts. On Monday morning, I turned out of our neighborhood, pausing at the stop sign near the coffee shop where I used to get a latte before work. I stared at the storefront with longing. I hesitated longer than I should have before turning the corner, hitting the accelerator with too much force and causing my car to lurch slightly. I glanced in the rearview mirror to check whether the car behind me would dart around me after witnessing my erratic driving. The car was so close to my bumper, I could see the driver was a woman wearing large dark glasses and a hooded sweatshirt. She was leaning forward, almost hugging the steering wheel. I accelerated to put some distance between us. About 5 blocks later, I had the feeling the car was still behind me. I wasn't sure what gave me that sensation. Maybe it was the way she'd obscured herself with a hoodie and sunglasses at a time of day when sunglasses weren't necessary. Maybe it was a sixth sense telling me she was still there. I accelerated onto the expressway and glanced in my rearview mirror again. The car had turned with me and was still following closely. I increased my speed, and she did the same. I changed into the center lane, and she followed immediately. She stayed behind me all the way to my office building. As I pulled into the parking lot, she drove past and continued down the street. Instead of looking for a space, I reversed and drove to the exit. I pulled out and sped up the street looking for the 2-door white sedan. At the corner, she was waiting for a traffic light. I wasn't sure why I'd chosen to follow her, but it seemed critically important to find out where she was going. I needed to know if this was Kelsey or someone else. It took me nearly 20 minutes before I realized the driver of the white car was playing games with me, simply driving around without a destination in mind. I followed like a mindless squirrel, hopeful she might drop a peanut along my path that was free for the taking. Despite this realization, I couldn't bring myself to return to my office. I continued to follow her for another half an hour, hoping beyond reason she would eventually stop at a coffee shop or a grocery store. I even entertained the delusional hope that she would drive to her home. Of course, none of that happened. She simply drove the familiar streets around my office building, making me feel increasingly obsessed. Finally, I forced myself to let go of my delusions. I drove back to my office and entered the building an hour late, missing my first meeting of the day. My manager was waiting outside my cubicle. "I need to speak to you in my office." As I followed her down the hallway, I tried to come up with a rational explanation for my behavior. I hadn't thought to text her that I was running late. I was too fixated on whoever had been following me. Inside her office, Camilla closed the door and sat behind her desk. "What's going on, Avery? You know how important that meeting with Sunil's team was." "Yes, She waited a moment for me to finish. When I didn't, she continued. "If there's something that's causing you to be so distracted, you need to tell me about it. If you can't do that, you need to ask HR for a leave." "There's not." She gave me a skeptical look. "I'd appreciate your honesty. I think you owe me that respect." "I am being honest. Stop." She held up her hand. "You clearly don't feel comfortable telling me. That's fine. It's probably none of my business. But if you can't get your focus back, you need to speak with HR." I nodded. She turned to her computer. "You can leave now." Closing the door behind me, I walked to my desk with an unbearable blend of anger, humiliation, and helplessness. That evening, before I started dinner, before Nathan came home, I darted into the office to check my email. I didn't have the money, and I wasn't going to get it. I needed more time. I felt like I was gasping for air, which did nothing to help me think about how I might access some cash. An email from Kelsey was waiting for me. "Don't forget your appointment tomorrow, 6 a.m. I hit reply. I need more time. Every keystroke increased her power over me, creating more trouble for me if anyone ever saw these messages. "Until when?" "Thursday." "Fine, but don't ask again. Same time and location." I closed the browser and went into the kitchen, vowing that after dinner, I would sit at the computer and research ways to earn fast cash. I wouldn't leave the desk until I figured out a solution. There had to be a way. I refused to let Kelsey ruin our lives with her lies. 14. Avery. Now. After dinner, I suggested to Nathan that he should go to the gym. He laughed. "You're stressed out, so you're projecting onto me and suggesting I need to exercise?" "No, I have some work to catch up on, and you haven't been in a while. We sacrificed other things to keep our membership, so we need to use it as much as we can. We agreed to choose the gym over taking a vacation." He sighed. "You're right." He went into our bedroom to grab his gym bag. When he returned, he kissed me gently. "I'm only doing cardio. I'm a little tired, so I'll probably be back in less than an hour." The moment he was out the door, I hurried through the rest of the dishes and went into the office, settling in front of the computer. I opened a private browsing window, even though I suspected the privacy was dubious. I began searching for ways to make money fast. Within minutes, I knew that every single suggestion was ridiculous. Most of them involved getting a second job, driving an Uber, delivering food, and pet sitting. It would take years for jobs like that to generate the kind of cash I needed. The other suggestions assumed I had things that I didn't have. One laughable idea was to open a checking account that offered cash back. But of course, I needed money to open a new checking account, and the amount of cash offered with deals like that was insignificant in the face of what I needed. Other money-making schemes assumed you had valuable items to sell. I couldn't give up. I continued my desperate search, clicking on every new list that popped up, becoming increasingly frustrated as the minutes ticked past. When I heard the garage door, I closed the 5 windows I had open, no closer to my goal than I'd been a week ago. Nathan came into the office. Thanks for suggesting that. I needed it. He smelled fresh from his shower. I gave him a lingering kiss, even though I desperately wanted him to leave me alone. "What are you working on?" he asked. "Just reviewing a few press releases. Same old, same old." He left the room, and I opened our budget-keeping software. I spent the next 40 minutes combing through every detail, trying to figure out if there was some previously unrecognized miracle that would allow me to extract some cash from our skin-tight budget. The laughter bitter and near hysterical inside my head, moving quickly toward tears of rage. Yes, we still had the gym, which sounded like a luxury item, but it sometimes felt as if we had almost nothing else. We'd decided on that for our mental health, for stress relief. And fortunately, Nathan's employee health plan covered part of our membership fee and our weekly therapy. We didn't go out to dinner, unless takeout burritos counted as dining out. Because of our positions at work, we'd agreed lunches and coffee with coworkers were something we couldn't avoid without exposing our harrowing situation. Neither of us could face the shame of that, so we cut other items to the bone. We never ran the air conditioner, even on 90-degree days, and we bundled up in sweatshirts and thick socks during winter. We bought token gifts for our family and friends, which embarrassed me at holidays and other celebrations. We declined dinners out and other events with our friends. We spouted a non-stop stream of white lies, too ashamed to tell anyone what was going on. I don't know why. Maybe they would have understood. Maybe we were hurting our friends, making them feel rejected. We never entertained, constantly complaining of demands at work, long hours, pressure we could hardly endure. We figured it would work for 2 years, and then everything would be okay. Other people might have shared the problems they were facing, but Nathan and I couldn't bring ourselves to do that. As a result, it was possible we were putting even more pressure on our marriage. Our lying to others was a topic we'd managed to avoid with our counselor so far. Sometimes I wondered why she hadn't asked how this had impacted our social life. I was never going to get $25,000. I've been lying to myself, thinking I could find a way. I was so scared I couldn't think straight. The fact that I was even looking in our accounts for money that wasn't there proved I wasn't thinking rationally. The same could be said about my continuous search for money-making schemes. I let out a frustrated cry and slammed my fist onto the keyboard. The budget app slid sideways, then rotated 90 degrees. The screen froze. The office door opened. "What happened?" Nathan asked. "Everything's wrong. I hate this pressure at work. I hate having no money. I hate feeling scared all the time. We're one minor emergency from disaster, the fridge going out, a car issue." I was sobbing now. I was so upset I slammed the keyboard. "Now something's wrong with the computer." He came close and tried to put his arms around me, but I stiffened, pulling as far from him as I could. "You have to tell me what's got you so wound up," he said. "I just did." "None of this is new. Why are you so upset right now?" "Because it never ends. Now the computer is broken and we can't afford someone to fix it." He didn't say anything for several seconds. "We have to ask Luke," I said. "I know you don't want to, neither do I, but it's the only choice." He moved away from me. His expression was neutral. "I need it fixed now." I thought about the emails from Kelsey. I still hadn't set up my college account on my phone, even though I'd planned to a few days after I heard from her. "Right now, tonight." "What's the emergency?" "We can't be without a computer. I haven't finished my work, and our accounts." "I don't want to talk to him. I don't." "Anyone else will cost money we don't have. It will probably be at least $100 just to have them show up at our house." He glanced at the screen. "That doesn't—" "You need to text him, right now. See if he can come over tonight." He glared at me, looking as if he wanted to pound the keyboard himself. Finally, he pulled out his phone and tapped a message. It vibrated seconds later. "There. He's on his way. I can't be here. I'm going for a walk." He left the room. 15. Avery. Now. The relationship between Nathan and Luke was complicated. They'd competed all their lives, and that competition wasn't helped by the fact that in Nathan's mind, their parents compared them relentlessly. I wasn't sure if that was true. I'd never been aware of it, but that didn't matter. Nathan believed it was true. I was absolutely certain that part of the reason we were in this financial mess was Nathan's deeply rooted need to prove to himself that he could be as successful as his brother. To hear Luke tell it, his investments were growing like weeds every month. To hear Nathan tell it, everything Luke touched turned to gold. When the doorbell rang, I opened it to a grinning man, standing too close, who looked so much like Nathan, he still made me do a double take when I hadn't seen him for a while, even after all these years. Luke was 4 years older than Nathan, but their hair color was the same golden brown. Their height and build were similar, and they carried themselves the same way, in a very similar way to their father, as if they'd all been poured into the same mold. The difference with Luke was his soft brown eyes didn't have the same kindness as my husband's. They were hard and teasing, challenging and confrontational, all at the same time. His face was more angular than Nathan's, with a square jaw that gave him that classic handsome look. When Nathan smiled, he looked welcoming and fun. When Luke smiled, it could be downright frightening. "Hi, Avery. I'm the lucky guy who's here to wipe the tears out of your eyes so you can get back to work." "I'm not crying over it," I said. "Show me the damage," he said. Even though he knew where our office was, I led the way through the kitchen and into our office. I gestured toward the computer. "What seems to be the problem? Did you click on something you shouldn't have?" He winked at me. No, I was frustrated, and I pounded my fist on the keyboard. I hated telling him about my fit of temper, but if he was going to fix it, he needed to know what had happened. He laughed, louder and longer than necessary. "What a fiery little girl you are, Avery. You have such a demure appearance, but you're smoldering inside. I've always sensed that, haven't I? Can you fix it?" "I'm very good with my hands. And computers." He laughed softly. "Let me take a look." He settled into the desk chair and moved the mouse to wake the computer. "Going over your finances?" I felt blood rush up my neck and across my face. I leaned over him and clicked the button in the upper left corner to close the app, relieved beyond reason when it responded to the command. He placed his hand over mine. "If you want me to fix it, you can't be interfering and moving things around. I need to see exactly what's wrong with it." I yanked my hand from beneath his and backed away from the desk. I hoped he hadn't seen any of the figures in the financial app. He pressed some keys, and a box opened on the screen. He began typing cryptic code. I moved farther away from him and sat down on the small couch under the window. While he worked, he fired questions at me about what we'd been up to, why the three of us hadn't gotten together in such a long time, and how my job was going. I answered with as few words as possible. In less than 15 minutes, he had the computer working again. "I think this calls for a celebratory drink, don't you?" he asked. "I'm really tired." He grinned. "Don't you think you owe me? After my magic touch got your computer back in working order?" With my jaw clenched, taking shallow breaths that did nothing to calm me, I went into the kitchen, opened a bottle, and poured a small splash of red wine into 2 glasses. I handed one to Luke. "Cheers," he said. I moved away from him before he could tap his glass against mine, walking toward the living room. I wished Nathan would return, but I knew that when he passed by our house and saw Luke's car still in the driveway, he would continue walking. I drank my wine quickly and placed the glass on a coaster. I asked Luke if he had any trips planned. He didn't. After a few more awkward questions and answers, his wine glass was finally empty. "How about another?" he asked. "I really am tired," I said. It took 10 more minutes, but I was finally able to guide him out the door, gushing thanks for fixing the computer, promising we'd have him over for dinner soon. It was a promise Nathan would insist we break, and it was one I didn't want to keep myself. 16. Avery. Now, The moment I settled onto the love seat beside Nathan in Dr. Hess's office, I felt under attack. It was the expression on her face, a shadow of disapproval, that I assumed was because I'd failed to show up for our previous session, although she said nothing about it. I'd emailed her the day after to apologize, without giving an explanation for my absence. It was also the space Nathan put between us on the too small couch. I'd hated that couch since our first session. Forcing us to sit close to one another felt manipulative. I absolutely longed to touch my husband and sit close to him at every opportunity, but I didn't like the therapist observing how we touched each other or how often. I didn't like the furniture pushing me into it for her benefit. "Who would like to start?" Dr. Hess asked. "Something happened last night," Nathan said. Before I could stop him, he rushed forward, telling her how I'd slammed my fist onto the keyboard. He continued without taking a breath. "She hasn't been able to explain why she was so upset. My brother was able to fix it, but it really bothered me to see how angry she was. She's never done anything like that before. She was obsessing over all the worst-case scenarios for our financial situation." I felt as if he'd wrapped his hands around my throat and was strangling me. I couldn't get any words to come out in response to what he was saying. I didn't want to talk about this with our therapist. "Can you talk to Nathan now about why you felt so much anger, Avery?" I swallowed, finally getting my voice, although it sounded strangled. "I keep telling him I'm under a lot of pressure at work, everything built up. You're panicked about an emergency that doesn't exist. We worked on that months ago. I don't understand why you were so violent." "I wasn't violent." "Pounding the keyboard is violent," he said. "It does sound like a violent act," Dr. Hess said. "Do you think you're denying your feelings, Avery?" "No. I know we worked through all of this, but it doesn't mean those feelings are gone completely. With all the pressure at work and knowing everything I accomplished to earn my promotion, but realizing my pay increase didn't help our situation is really demoralizing. Those feelings just boiled up. I think that's normal." "Do you think acting out to the extent that you're pounding your fist is normal?" "Probably. I didn't hurt anybody. We're making a big deal out of nothing. People get frustrated and sometimes they hit inanimate objects. It's not healthy behavior, Avery." "I know I overreacted. I get scared sometimes thinking about our situation, and every so often, the tools you've given us don't work right away." Dr. Hess was quiet for a moment. Tension was making the back of my neck ache. I didn't see why Nathan had felt the need to bring this up. We could have discussed it more ourselves. It would delay coming to the end of our therapy. We only had a few more counseling sessions left, and I could already feel that this would set us back. I didn't think Dr. Hess was going to let it go. "Is there anything you want to say directly to Nathan?" "No, I already apologized," I said. "Do you have anything else you want to say, Nathan? Any other feelings you'd like to express about how Avery's outburst made you feel? Or any thoughts about how you feel when her fears get the best of her?" Now I really felt attacked. Was I not allowed to feel afraid? My fears were absolutely legitimate, even without Kelsey in the picture. He gutted our finances. Even though we'd done a lot of work to move past it, lots of talking and forgiveness and opening up about our feelings around money, even though we'd grown a lot in our relationship, I was absolutely justified in feeling afraid. We were still on the precipice of a financial cliff. Anything could push us over the edge. "It made me feel as if she hasn't really forgiven me," Nathan said. "After all this time. And that upset me on two levels. One, because I thought she had forgiven me, and two, because now I feel as if she pretended she had, but she hadn't." "I'm not taking sides," Dr. Hess said, "but I think your reaction is legitimate, Nathan, especially after all the work the two of you have done here and outside this office." I wasn't going to sit and listen to this. I had forgiven him. But forgiveness doesn't mean I didn't still have fears that rose up inside me once in a while. I just hadn't expressed them before. Because of Kelsey's threats, I'd had an outburst, but that might have happened regardless. "I've been doing this for over 20 years, Dr. Hess said. I know when a client isn't being truthful, Avery. I don't think you're being honest with yourself about whether you've truly forgiven Nathan. This can't work if you aren't truthful with Nathan, with me, and most of all, with yourself. I stood. I picked up my purse, and without pausing to put the strap over my shoulder, I stepped around Nathan and went to the door, knowing they were both right and this was all about Kelsey. I was destroying everything with my lies, but I had no choice. "Avery, please sit down," Dr. Hess said. "That's not how—" I was out the door before she finished speaking. 17. Avery. Now. When Nathan arrived home from counseling, he didn't have our takeout burritos with him. He came into the living room where I was sitting in the armchair sipping a cup of tea. I didn't ask about the burritos. I knew why he hadn't stopped to pick them up. I wondered what he and Dr. Hess had talked about after I'd left. For the past half hour, I'd been sipping tea and thinking about what my secrets were doing to our marriage. In some ways, it felt as if what I was doing was worse than the crater of debt Nathan had dug without telling me. A hole so deep, I sometimes wondered if we would ever claw our way out of it. Now, it felt as if every connection between us was broken. Even our love itself seemed to be crumbling around my feet. This time, I was the liar. This man who made my heart sing, as silly as that sounds. This man who still made my body turn to liquid when he touched me in the most casual way. This man who had listened to me, made me laugh, worked in the garden with me, decorated this house, and made it our home with me. Everyone says this, but he was truly my best friend, the love of my life. What was I doing to him, to us? He was going to want to talk about me walking out, but there was nothing I could say. We'd been having the same conversation since the day I received that first email from Kelsey Ward. Nothing had changed. Instead of sitting down and insisting we talk, Nathan ignored me. He went down the hallway and into our bedroom. The door closed behind him. So, this was where we were. Nothing but closed doors and silence between us. And it was truly all my fault. I had forgiven him for the debt he'd accumulated. He was wrong to believe that my fears meant I hadn't. Both things could exist simultaneously. I could forgive him for not talking to me, for his horrible choices. It wasn't even really about forgiveness. It was more about understanding why he'd done it, his longing to give me something that he couldn't quite describe, even to himself. Something that I hadn't asked for, but that he felt I deserved or needed. The part that required forgiveness was going behind my back because it felt like a lie. I had felt betrayed, but I still understood why he did it. What he couldn't seem to understand was that my fears grew out of our lack of security. They had nothing to do with understanding or forgiveness. They simply existed as a result of our situation. I finished my tea and went to the kitchen. I took a block of cheddar cheese out of the refrigerator, sliced off several strips, and cut up an apple to go with it. I stood at the counter eating my snack. When I was finished, I cut up more cheese and apple pieces and arranged them on a plate. I filled a glass with water, grabbed a paper napkin, and took the food to our bedroom. Nathan was lying on the bed, his head propped up against the pillows. "Do you want something to eat?" He stared at me and closed his eyes. I carried the plate to the nightstand and left it there. I went to my side of the bed and sat down. "If you're not going to talk to me about what's going on with you, what are we even doing?" he asked. "I told you I'm in trouble at work. Alicia is after me all the time. She's constantly pointing out my mistakes. It's so petty, but you have no idea how—" "Sure, whatever." A moment later, I heard the crunch of apple as he bit into a piece. It was early still, but I got ready for bed. We sat beside each other, reading on our tablets, not speaking. When I heard Nathan's tablet slide to the floor with a thud, I realized he'd fallen asleep. Before I took his dishes to the kitchen, I turned off the bedroom light, then went to the window to close the blinds. I looked out at the nearly deserted street. As I gazed blankly at the inky shadows of the trees, the houses with lights glowing dimly behind blinds and draperies, I noticed a car parked on the opposite side, 2 houses down from us. The interior light came on in the car. A moment later, I heard my phone vibrate on the nightstand. There was a new message in my email account that I'd finally set up after damaging the desktop computer. I see you, and I know you see me. I gave you 2 extra days. If you aren't there Thursday with the cash, your neighbors, your employer, and the police will see me too. Avery. Now I felt like calling in sick, but I couldn't risk it, even though I was tormented by constant headaches from lack of sleep and relentless panic. I decided I would go into the office, but use every moment I was alone in my cubicle to focus on figuring out how the hell I was going to conjure up $25,000 out of thin air by 6 the following morning. Placing my water bottle beside my keyboard, I raced through my emails. I took a sip of water, adjusted my computer so the screen was less visible to anyone passing by, then began a search for online gambling sites. Obviously, I would need cash to participate in any of the games I might find, but I wanted to see what was available. It was the only suggestion that Kate and Shara had given me that seemed even close to something that might provide a quick, large flow of cash. Doing this could blow up our marriage with even greater force than Nathan had done, but I couldn't just sit and let the minutes tick past, letting Kelsey find I'd left nothing at the park, then waiting for her to come looking for us with that gun. Maybe I would get lucky. It was possible that placing a small bet would win me enough money to increase my stake. I'd played blackjack in Las Vegas once or twice and hadn't done too badly. I knew how the game worked, and I was confident I could play without a huge loss and could probably break even. I found a site that looked legitimate. Before I did anything, I opened another browser window and did some research on the ins and outs of online gambling, including reading a forum where people shared their experiences and the mistakes they'd made. Soon, I was captivated by what I was learning. I lost myself in my computer screen, the sounds and activity of my workplace fading into the background. Suddenly, I was aware of a face staring at me over the top of my monitor. I startled so violently, my forearm knocked my water bottle. It fell over on my desk, making a loud clattering sound before it rolled to the edge and crashed to the floor. Alicia was staring at me with a frown on her face. "What are you working on? Because it sure doesn't look like work at all." I clicked both windows closed and bent over to pick up my water bottle. "I don't appreciate you sneaking up on me like that." "You know what they say about people who startle easily," she said. "They startle because they're liars. That's why they're so jumpy." "That's an urban myth." She gave me a patronizing smile. "I don't think so." She moved her face closer to mine. "Are you going to tell me what you're working on?" "Since you're not my supervisor, no. And unless you have a specific question, will you please leave?" "I'll tell you what you're working on. You're not working at all. You're visiting a prohibited website. The things I'm working on have nothing to do with you unless it's a project we're collaborating on, which it isn't. You're at an online gambling site. It's not allowed." She looked at me, holding my gaze, waiting for me to defend myself. "It's bad enough you're not even doing your job, but going to a website like that?" Her expression turned to an actual sneer. "What's wrong with you?" She turned and headed in the direction of Camilla's office. I felt my stomach clench. I couldn't believe she was going to tattle on me like a third grader. But of course, she was. She lived to make my life miserable. It wasn't just the promotion. She'd been like this before, but it was worse since I'd been promoted. What really bothered me was that Camilla appeared to take her childish, whining criticism seriously. Not once had she told Alicia to mind her own business or to pay attention to her own work instead of worrying about things that had nothing to do with her. She'd never pointed out how trivial Alicia's complaints were. If I could manage to take a deep breath, which seemed impossible lately, I would recognize that in this case, what I'd done was not so trivial. Alicia was right. I knew it was against company policy to visit sites like this one. No one had to explain that I was employed to provide my skills and time to my employer, not to try to win cash playing blackjack. It would have been obvious to anyone. In less than 5 minutes, I received a text from Camilla. "Please come to my office." Seated in the chair across from my manager, I felt like a child sitting in front of the school principal. "Alicia tells me you were visiting an unauthorized website. Gambling? Really, Avery?" Usually, she didn't tell me the source of the petty attacks against me. The fact that she was being upfront about who had made the accusation made me uncomfortable about where this was headed. "Yes. I'm not going to try to understand why you would do that, why you would have such blatant disregard for our policies, or why you would be doing anything that's not work-related or brief personal business on company time. I called you in here to let you know I've arranged a meeting with HR to discuss this." I nodded, feeling numb, helpless. "Is there anything you want to say?" "No. I'll let you know when it's scheduled. I also want to tell you that I'm personally very disappointed." "This isn't like you. I really wish you had something to say for yourself." She paused. When I didn't respond, she sighed softly. "That's all." Instead of returning to my cubicle, I went to the restroom. Fortunately, it was empty. I slipped into one of the stalls and locked the door behind me, leaning against it. I pressed my hands against the walls on either side. I wasn't sure if I was going to be sick or pass out. If I lost my job, I couldn't imagine what would happen to us. And I still didn't have the cash Kelsey was expecting in approximately 19 hours. 19. Avery, now. Immediately after lunch, we had our staff meeting. There was nothing unusual about it, and Camilla treated me with respect and warmth, easing the anxiety I'd felt earlier. She asked my opinion multiple times and chose my solutions to issues over those offered by others on our team. By the time the meeting ended, I felt as if things might not be as awful as I'd imagined. Allowing Kelsey to consume my thoughts and undermine my confidence had made me overreact to everything. I absolutely shouldn't have used the gambling website, but once I had my meeting with HR, that would be filed away and I could move forward. I took my phone and empty coffee cup off the table and started toward the door. "Avery," Camilla said. I turned back. "We have a new client I'd like you and Alicia to meet today, 3:30, in my office." "Not the whole team?" "You and Alicia will be co-leads on her account." I forced a smile. As I walked to my cubicle, I felt a blend of frustration and satisfaction. I was thrilled to be the lead on a new account. But Alicia? I didn't want to work with her at all, and the idea of being co-leads made my skin crawl. It almost felt as if I was being set up to fail. It wouldn't surprise me if Alicia disagreed with me on everything I proposed for our new client, undermined every piece of the project before we even started, just because she could. Who was going to have the final word between co-leads? It was a situation that would be tricky for any two people, even working alongside Rosa, with whom I had a completely harmonious relationship. At a few minutes before 3:30, I approached Camilla's office. Alicia was already there. I could see her head bobbing, her short, cropped blonde hair gleaming under the fluorescent lights. Although I couldn't hear the words, her mouth was working furiously, her thick, dark lipstick making it appear as if she was articulating her words with precision. Had they started without me? I saw the back of another woman's head seated across from Camilla's desk. She had long, dark, wavy hair. I slowed, then stopped. There were hundreds, millions of women in the world with hair like that. It couldn't possibly be. I shook my head as if I had water in my ear. I was imagining things, because only one person had consumed my thoughts this past 2 weeks. I stepped into the office. "Avery, I'd like you to meet Kelsey Ward," Camilla said. I felt like I might throw up. Kelsey turned slightly, giving me a demure smile. She looked exactly as I remembered her. The room spun around me, taking me back to high school, sucking the breath out of my body. I wanted to grab the back of a chair to steady myself, but none was nearby except the one occupied by Kelsey. Kelsey has a house cleaning business, and she wants our help in doing some events to attract new clients. She's hired several staff, and she wants to expand as rapidly as she can. "Hello, Avery." Kelsey stood and extended her hand. I took it, wondering if she felt the cold, damp texture of my skin. Our handshake was so brief, maybe not. The meeting went on with my body present, my lips murmuring the right words at the right times, but my mind somewhere else. I tried my best not to stare at her, even though I felt her eyes flicker in my direction every few minutes. She talked about her so-called business, sounding charming, filled with energy, vision, and drive. Camilla and Alicia ate it up. All the while, my mind was screaming, "What is she doing here? What's going to happen?" I couldn't figure out if this was purely to intimidate me or if she was about to destroy my career. Either way, I had no idea how I was going to work with her, and Alicia. I felt like I'd fallen into a pit of snakes. They were coiling themselves around my legs, pulling me down, squeezing the life out of me. When we'd all said our goodbyes and Kelsey had left the building, Alicia followed me to my cubicle. She leaned against the opening, crossing her arms. Her glossy fingernails, painted to match her lips, were stark against her white blouse. "Isn't she amazing?" Alicia asked. That doesn't sound very supportive." "We just met her." "Yes, but you can tell right away she's got so much passion for what she does, and she's such a sweetheart. I can just feel how much I'm going to love working on her campaign." "Let's not get too gushy. She's a client, not your new bestie." She uncrossed her arms. "Why are you being like this? I loved her. Maybe her business isn't as lucrative as most of our other clients, but she's just as important. I hope you aren't going to drag this project down." "I'm not dragging anything down. I just like to reserve judgment until I know someone better." She rolled her eyes. "I don't know what's wrong with you, because she and I clicked right away. I hope you're not going to be a problem." She turned and walked away before I could say more. 20. Avery. Now. In the morning, I went to the gym early. I ran on the treadmill at the highest speed I could manage, feeling the sweat build across every inch of my skin. My heart pounded with the same heavy thud as my feet on the rubber mat. It didn't really help, because my thoughts pounded equally hard, unhindered by the deep, rapid breaths I had to take to maintain my speed. I still refused to believe Kelsey would go directly to the police. I couldn't imagine she was willing to turn herself in, risking decades in prison. But maybe she was. Maybe that car I'd seen sitting across from our house was all she had. After the stunt she'd pulled with Camilla, I knew she was completely unpredictable. Kelsey had spent so many years cowering in fear as the kids at our school bullied her. Especially before I moved to the area, before she and I met and became friends. The first time we really spoke, I'd found her literally hiding under the bleachers on the football field, eating her lunch. Now I was certain she wanted me to feel that same fear she'd lived with for most of her childhood and high school years. The knowledge that you're powerless and that anything can happen to you. That no one will believe you when you tell your side of the story. She had me where she wanted me. I was terrified of what I might face, and I didn't know where or when it was coming. Now that I hadn't shown up at the appointed time, would she appear outside my office building? I couldn't imagine her shooting me dead in the parking lot of a business complex. Maybe she would ask for a second meeting and demand the $25,000 in front of my manager and coworker. Would I find her at my house, waiting in the backyard, or somehow having managed to get inside? When I couldn't run another step on the treadmill, I stabbed the button, lowering the speed, then climbed off. I didn't check my email until after I'd showered and dried my hair. I found a small table in the cafe, took a few sips from my nearly empty water bottle, and opened my email. The message from Kelsey was long. "Where's my money? I gave you more than enough time. I gave you extra time. You're not taking this seriously. I've seen your house. I've seen your car and your clothes. You and Nathan are loaded, so don't try to pretend this is so hard for you. $25,000 is nothing. This isn't a game, Avery. Maybe you didn't recognize that picture I sent you. Maybe you forgot all about it with your luxurious, easy life. You know where that gun came from. And in case you think that picture was taken when we were in high school, here's another one. Attached was an image with the same gun she'd sent before. Of course I'd recognized it. At the same time, I hadn't been absolutely sure. It wasn't as if I was familiar with guns. They all looked scary to me, and I didn't focus on the details. In this picture, the gun was lying on top of a printout of a news article dated a few days earlier to ensure I knew it was recent. If you think I don't have evidence to show the police, you're wrong. I have this, and I have my diary where I wrote all about you, and that gun, and everything. If you don't get me that money, the gun, my diary, and a location of Jenny Cooper's bones are all going straight to the police. 21. Avery. Now hearing her twist everything around, trying to make it look like I'd done something wrong, made me want to throw my water bottle across the cafe. I should have known that someone who had experienced what Kelsey had might develop a twisted view of reality, thinking she could take a few things to the police and frame me for murdering Jenny Cooper. They'd never found Jenny's body, but everyone, including the police, believed she was dead after all these years. When Jenny went missing, and for a few years before that, Kelsey and I were so close, I honestly felt like she was my sister. I believed in my heart that I'd rescued her from a school with more than its fair share of monsters, polished her view of herself so that her heart shone in a way that everyone could see what an amazing creature she was. I'd welcomed her into every part of my life. I'd made her my confidant and best friend. Everything I did was to help Kelsey believe in herself, to follow her dreams, to show her that she was a worthwhile and deserving human being. I didn't do it because I saw her as a shattered, broken child that I needed to take under my wing. It might have looked that way from the outside, but I liked her. She was the closest friend I'd ever had. There was no other girl in high school who was as much fun to hang out with as Kelsey Ward. The way she talked about her diary made me feel as if she'd planned every detail of this when we were teenagers. That way back then, she'd known she would try to extort money from me. It was crazy to think someone would do that. If she had, why would she wait so long? She couldn't have planned it. She had the gun, and she went digging through her diary, looking for something to add to her flimsy story to make it look like I'd done something terrible, because what she wanted was to find a way to watch my life come apart. She wanted to hurt me. She wanted to damage my life and take away my security. She wanted to get back at me because our friendship had ended with an explosive, fiery crash near the end of high school. While I'd been running for my life on the treadmill, I'd come up with a way to get the money she demanded. It was desperate, and it would make every part of my situation worse. But one problem would be solved for now. Kelsey and her threats would be gone from my life. While I waited for the minutes to pass until I knew Nathan was safely out of the house, I texted Camilla that I had a stomach bug and wouldn't be in. It almost felt true, because my stomach was sloshing and heaving as I tapped out the words, knowing that after being caught on the gambling site, this was the last thing I should be doing. I returned home, changed into jeans and a cute t-shirt, refilled my water bottle, grabbed a power bar, and drove 90 minutes north to Nathan's parents' home in Santa Rosa. When I stopped for gas just south of San Francisco, I sent a text to his mom. "I'm taking a spontaneous day off work. Sorry I didn't give you a heads up, but I hope it's okay if I drop by for an hour. Just want to say hi." Maya had a busy schedule of golf, volunteer work, and her book club. I didn't know the details of everything in her life, but one thing I did know: Thursday was her gardening day. I was confident she'd be home. Before I'd even paid for my gas, she responded, saying she was looking forward to seeing me. She'd probably also be very curious about why I'd driven that distance for a quick visit when I had a rare day off work. She would find out soon enough. Maya's parents had owned a lot of property in Marin County, and Maya had been the sole beneficiary of that when they passed away. She had cash reserves of her own that were not connected to my father-in-law. She was generous, to a fault, her husband would say, and we'd always gotten along well. She would be glad to lend me money without asking a lot of questions. I hadn't immediately asked Maya for a loan for several reasons. First, I felt terrible lying to her. Second, when we got into financial trouble, Nathan had told me in no uncertain terms that asking his parents for money was absolutely unacceptable. He couldn't bear the thought of them knowing what he'd done. But this was so much worse. If he knew what Kelsey was demanding, he might even agree. It would dig the hole that Nathan and I were in even deeper, so much deeper. But there was no other choice. I realized now that I'd secretly hoped Kelsey would back down from her threats. Yes, I was terrified of what she might do, how far she would go. But underneath that fear was an almost foolish optimism, built on sentimental memories of our friendship that I now understood had planted a seed in my subconscious, giving me a slender thread of hope that she wasn't going to follow through. I'd been so wrong. After making tea and putting out a bowl of grapes, Maya and I settled on their back patio. My father-in-law, Chris, was working on their computer and, after a quick hug hello, had left us alone. We talked for a while about Maya's various activities. She asked about my job, and I told her the positive highlights. She wanted to know whether Nathan and I had any trips planned for the summer. I managed to evade the question by telling her we were both really busy at work, and when we did take time off, we wanted to do a few projects around the house. She refilled our teacups and asked whether I was staying for lunch. I wish I could, but I need to get back. I have a day out of the office, but there's some work I have to catch up on at home. I took a sip of tea, even though it was too hot. Actually, I came to see you because I have a favor to ask. A huge favor. It's really personal. Oh, she placed her hand over the back of mine. I hope everything's okay. I gave her a grim smile. I did something stupid. I paused, trying to steady my breath. A friend introduced me to an online gambling site. She was really into it and wanted me to play with her. I poured out the rest in a rush of words, not wanting her to interrupt me before I finished the lie I'd worked out during the drive up. I got too caught up in it. I let her sway me too much, I guess, and I ended up losing so much money. I choked on the last words. It wasn't fake. The despair pushing to spill its way out of me was real. I was wondering if you could loan me $25,000. I feel so embarrassed asking, so embarrassed. I put my hands over my face. I know it's a huge amount of money, and I'm begging you not to tell Chris or Nathan. I'm so embarrassed. I know I already said that, but it's true. It's humiliating. I whimpered softly. It's the stupidest thing I've ever done. Oh, Avery, Maya said. Why would you do that? You're such a smart woman. I can't imagine you even considering something like that. I can't explain it. She's an old friend. We're really close, and she was going crazy over it. I got caught up in her excitement. I don't want to make excuses. It was stupid. I gave myself over to the tears that had been just below the surface for over a week. Please don't cry. It will be okay. Maya reached across the small table and rubbed my upper arm. We all make mistakes. Of course I'll lend you the money. Please don't cry. She stood and stepped around the table between us. She leaned over, giving me a hug that partially encompassed the chair. She held me for a moment or two, then let go. I won't say a word. You can trust me, she said. Since you need to be on your way, let's get this taken care of. She left the room and returned a moment later with her checkbook. I wondered what it was like to write a check for that kind of money without even having to log into your account to make a transfer. But then, I had to awkwardly explain that my friend had covered the debt, and she wanted me to pay her in cash. Soon. Immediately. She didn't want to deal with the check and waiting for the processing time. Maya gave me a sad, disappointed look, but she put her checkbook away. She led me to her walk-in closet, moved some clothes to the side, and opened a small safe in the wall. Driving home, I was flooded with relief. Knowing that $25,000 was stacked securely inside an envelope in my center console made me feel better than I had in the past 10 days. My jaw was relaxed. The tightness in the back of my neck was sliding down past my shoulders and slipping out of my body. I felt free. I felt hope for the future. I felt as if I could put all of this behind me. There was even a flicker of optimism that I'd be able to dissolve the dark cloud that was hanging over me at work. Then I turned onto our street and saw the front of our house, the weathered paint on the window frames that we couldn't afford to have repainted right now, and the knowledge that each time our mortgage payment came out of our bank account, I felt a weight on my chest, wondering if next month we would be short of funds to cover it. Nothing had changed. I might as well take the $25,000 loan from Maya and flush it down the toilet. Once I turned the money over to Kelsey, she would ask for more. It might be a week or a month, even 6 months, but she would demand more. After all, that's what blackmailers did. 22. Kelsey, 17 years ago. Everyone was talking about the new girl, Avery McIntosh. She was one of those girls who was like a human magnet. Usually, new kids at our school were ignored. Sometimes they were bullied. If there was something special about them, they became stars. Being good at a sport was usually the main reason, or if they were really funny. Avery wasn't any of those things. She didn't play sports. She didn't have an awesome sense of humor. She didn't have the coolest clothes. She was pretty, but she wasn't one of those girls everyone thinks will become a famous actress just because she's gorgeous. But she had some kind of power that you couldn't put your finger on. She was truly magnetic. I never thought she'd become friends with me, especially since I didn't have any friends. I'd moved to this area when I was 10 years old, and I'd hated every day of my life since then. My mom and I lived in an apartment that was on the edge of a school district for kids whose parents were all millionaires. Literally. My mom cleaned some of their houses. Everyone knew my mom was their house cleaner, and they treated her and me like their personal servants. By the time I was 12, they had made it absolutely clear that I didn't belong there. They said it right to my face, and they said worse things. They told me I shouldn't be touching their desks or their backpacks because my mom cleaned toilets. She sticks her arm in there up to her pit. It's disgusting. Who does that? I guess when you grow up never cleaning your own toilet, you don't realize that somebody has to do it. Sure, there are brushes, but sometimes rubber gloves and elbow grease are required, according to my mom. She never stuck her whole arm in there. My mom said I should ignore them and they'd stop. But it seemed like she didn't know very much about kids because they didn't stop. Not ever. I hated going to school. I didn't mind sitting in my classes because then they had to shut up. But the minute the bell rang and I went into the hallway, I wanted to turn into a piece of dust and drift along the floor where no one would see me. Because their houses were so big and my mom had to do a lot of cleaning jobs to support us, I helped her on the weekends. That made things worse because the kids saw me cleaning their floors and scrubbing their showers. If their beds weren't perfectly smooth, they accused me of sleeping in them, napping on the job. If the smallest thing was out of place on their desks, they whispered that I was reading their diaries and looking at their homework so that I could cheat. They said the same stupid things over and over. My mom kept telling me to toughen up. Finally, I stopped telling her because she seemed annoyed that their comments made me cry. She said that's why they never got tired of saying those things. They could see the hurt on my face. They could feel the soft spot in me, so they knew how to hurt me. I needed a tough shell, but I didn't know where to get one of those. Avery made all of that stop. She said we were kindred spirits because we both liked to read books, especially ghost stories. And we both liked to draw. It seemed as if everything that one of us said we liked, the other one agreed. She'd never had a best friend. She said everyone liked her because she listened to people and smiled at them and was friendly, but no one liked the same things she did. Avery hung on to me as if she needed me in her life more than I needed her. After a while, I realized it was the truth. I really was her best friend. She did like me. She didn't care at all what my mom did for a living. It didn't matter to her that my family didn't have money and hers did. When she asked me why I avoided all the other kids, I didn't tell her for a long time. When I finally trusted her enough to repeat some of the things they'd said to me, she said they were stupid. She told me that people who feel badly about themselves want to make other people feel bad. That was something I'd never heard before. I wondered if it was the truth. When I told my mom that Avery and I were friends, she was quiet for a few minutes. Then, when I thought she was going to ask about my homework, she said, "Maybe it's better if you don't let those kids into your life. I don't see it ending well." 23. Avery. Now, with the cash from Maya hot in my hand, despite the devastating awareness that eventually, when I least expected it, I'd be confronted with another demand, I emailed Kelsey as soon as I was home. If she answered, I would ask to meet her so we could talk. Maybe I would even ask her why she was pretending to be a client, and ask her to tell Camilla she'd changed her mind. Then I would give her the cash, with one caveat. I received a response to my email 3 minutes after I hit send. "I'm not meeting you. There's nothing to talk about. Put the cash in an envelope in a plastic tub like you were supposed to do the last time. Leave it under the bleachers at Evergreen Park. I'll have my eye on you, so you better leave immediately. No hanging around." I wrote back telling her we needed to talk. She didn't respond. Half an hour later, I was on my way to the park. Inside the envelope, tucked into one of the paper straps holding a stack of cash, was a note telling her there was $15,000. When she gave me the gun, she would get the rest. I walked across the grassy field, feeling like 1,000 people had their eyes on me. It might have been an early spring evening with 2 local teams playing a game, the bleachers and sidelines filled with friends and family cheering them on. Except in my case, their mouths gaped open in shock at what I was about to do. It was nerve-wracking, leaving this much cash in a public place. How did I know she would pick it up before someone found it? If I stayed to make sure it ended up safely in her hands, her anger would increase. With my heart thudding in my throat, I tucked the plastic tub under the bench, turned and walked quickly back to the parking strip. I backed out of the parking spot and drove home. Before I pulled into the driveway, I saw my phone screen light up with an email alert. Sitting in the garage a moment later, I read her message. "You are not in charge here. Leave the other 10 in the same spot at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I'm losing patience with you." I started to respond that I wasn't going to bring the rest of the money unless she gave me the gun. But I realized I could type messages about that all day. The reality was, she had all the power. Frustrated and feeling slightly angry with myself for believing that I'd be able to force her into doing anything I wanted, I went into the house. I hid the rest of the cash at the bottom of my bathroom drawer beneath my makeup bag. Nathan would never stumble across it there. After checking my work email, I curled up on the living room couch with a cup of tea beside me. I spent the rest of the afternoon mindlessly scrolling through social media. I didn't want to think. I didn't want to try to come up with any more useless plans that were destined to fail. I'd never felt so helpless in my life. Eventually, I put down my phone, lowered myself onto the couch with a throw pillow under my head, and slept. When I woke, Nathan was standing over me. I sat up abruptly, disoriented, and slightly unsettled by the knowledge he'd been watching me when I was unaware of his presence. My first thought that sent a shot of terror ricocheting through my body was that I might have mumbled something in my sleep that I didn't want him to hear. "Why does it smell like gardenia oil in here?" he asked. "What?" "It smells like my mother's gardenia scent that comes from those bottles of oil with the sticks she has all over the house." "I don't smell it," I said. "Why are you sleeping? Are you feeling okay?" "I didn't sleep well last night." "So why does it smell like gardenia? Was my mom here?" He looked confused. "No, why would you think that?" "Because it smells like gardenia." I stood and picked up my mug from the end table. "I don't know. I took some clothes to the dry cleaner. Maybe the scent was on something I wore to their house the last time we saw them. That's been ages, he said. I can't think of any other explanation. I started toward the kitchen. He followed me. Don't you smell it? No. You must. You asked if I did, and I said no. How can you not? He leaned close to me and sniffed my shirt. It's you. Did you meet her for lunch or something? What's going on? Nothing. You're imagining it. Or it came from the dry cleaning. I don't know. Stop obsessing over it. I'm not obsessing. There's an odor in my house that's unusual. I just want an explanation because it seems really strange that you don't notice, and it's making me think you're lying to me. I laughed. Why would I lie about something so unimportant? I don't know, but for the past week or so, I can't stop feeling like there's something you're not telling me, and this makes it worse. I smell something, and I know you must be able to smell it too, and you're acting like it doesn't exist. I already told you. It's probably from the dry cleaning. I'm going to start dinner. I opened the fridge. Nathan went into the office. I heard a thud as he yanked the chair away from the desk, and it banged into the cabinet behind it. Then there was silence. A few minutes later, he returned to the kitchen. I checked the recording from the security camera. Why? Because I know there's something you're not telling me. You didn't go to work. You came home after I left. You went out 20 minutes later wearing jeans. You came home in the early afternoon and went out again for half an hour. You weren't carrying a dry cleaning bag either time. So, are you going to tell me what's going on? Did you go visit my parents for some reason? I don't like you spying on me, and I don't want to have this conversation anymore. That's a great approach to telling each other everything we're feeling. He grabbed the edge of the counter as if he wanted to steady himself. I'm calling my dad. He's always straight with me. 24. Avery. Now. Sitting across from Dr. Hess was the last place I wanted to be. I'm going to be blunt, Dr. Hess said. My assessment is that we've lost ground here. You've been my clients for close to a year. I think you'll agree that I know both of you fairly well, and I'm intimately acquainted with the issues in your marriage. Until last week, I thought we were close to the finish line. Now I sense hostility from both of you. I'd like to hear your reaction to my comments. Let's start with you, Avery. I'm not hostile, I said. I don't know what you think you're sensing, but it's not that. Then why don't you tell me what it is? Because there's definitely something going on that wasn't evident before. I smiled at her. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. She gave me a look of sharp annoyance, which I thought was outside the boundaries of her role. I wondered what she would think if I told her I sensed hostility coming from her, and that I found it unprofessional. What are your thoughts, Nathan? Dr. Hess asked. I don't feel hostile, he said, but I do feel like Avery's keeping something from me. I don't understand why she won't talk to me after all the exercises we've done and all the conversations we've had. It's really frustrating. Anything else? Dr. Hess asked. Nathan cleared his throat. He looked down at his hands, one pressed against each of his thighs. It hurts my feelings. His tone was clipped, in contrast to what he'd said. He didn't like admitting when his feelings were hurt. I knew it had taken a lot for him to share that, but I couldn't respond. I felt like I'd been in handcuffs, a large piece of duct tape plastered over my mouth since the moment I'd read that first email from Kelsey. Dr. Hess turned to me. Is there anything you want to say to Nathan? I'm having a hard time. Sometimes feelings come in waves, and I can't always control them. I think that's a common human experience. I'm under a lot of pressure at work. I've mentioned that to Nathan several times. I turned to face my husband. You keep insisting I'm hiding something from you, and it's really frustrating. Sometimes I'm overwhelmed by my feelings about our financial situation. It doesn't mean I haven't forgiven you, and I'm not keeping any secrets. My stomach clenched with the blatant lie. I felt as if the broken pieces of our marriage were stuck in my throat. "We're fine," Nathan said. "We haven't lost our house, we're able to pay our bills, and we're managing the debt. You're losing your head as if we're living on the street." It's not just about money, it's about security, it's about feeling safe, it's about not being scared out of my mind every single day of my life. Sometimes that gets to me, and if that makes it feel like I'm keeping secrets, I'm sorry. Dr. Hess and Nathan both stared at me in shocked silence. Part of me felt better, expressing how awful I felt. Maybe I hadn't forgiven him. Or maybe it was my fault because I was terrified about what Kelsey might do next, and I was lying to him every single day. Dr. Hess, never one to stay at a loss for words very long, said, "It feels like there's more to your outburst. It does feel like you're hiding something deeper that precipitated this." I sighed. "I'm not. I think I've had enough for today and we need to be done." Nathan agreed, which made me want to kiss him. But at home, he was different. "I called my dad. He said you had tea with my mom." I nodded, my head spinning. "Why? Why would you take a day off work and drive all that way to have tea with my mom? And why would you lie about it? Especially, I told you there's been a lot of pressure. I needed a change of scenery." I was pleased with my response. I hadn't thought of it until that moment. It sounded genuine. "My mom was a change of scenery? Why wouldn't you hang out with one of your friends?" "They were all at work." He gave me a look that suggested he didn't believe me, but he couldn't think of any way to counter that. We ate our burritos in silence. When we were finished, Nathan gathered up the wrappers and our plates. After he'd cleaned the table, he went to the doorway, then turned to face me. "I'm tired of asking the same question and hearing you lie to me, and I do know you're lying." He paused, holding my gaze. "Do you want a divorce, but you're afraid to ask?" 25. Kelsey, 15 years ago. 2 years ago, I never imagined I would have a friend like Avery McIntosh. I never dreamed of having a friend at all. Everyone told me I didn't even belong at this school, where everyone's parents were doctors and lawyers, CEOs and airline pilots, investment bankers and venture capitalists. They all pretended to know what those last two actually did, but I had no idea. Now that Avery was my best friend, the other kids were miraculously nice to me. It was hard to tell if they were my friends because they were afraid of Avery, or because they thought she was so amazing, they liked everything that she liked. Avery wasn't a scary person. They weren't afraid of her like someone is afraid of a bully. They were afraid of disappointing her. I was never really sure why. There was something almost magical about her. Avery was like a goddess, like Glinda, the good witch. She was nice to everyone, even the kids that didn't deserve to be treated well. She even looked like a goddess with her creamy skin, her smile that made you feel as if she loved you, and dark chocolate eyes that brought out the natural dark streaks in her fawn-colored hair. She was taller than me. Almost everyone was, but the way Avery walked made her look even taller. She seemed to glide across the school grounds like a forest sprite. Except for the days when Avery left school for doctor or other appointments, I began to live inside her magical bubble. Avery and I were sitting on the bleachers, staring at the empty football field. She'd found me out here where I always ate my lunch, alone. "Can I sit here?" "There's lots of room." I waved my arm toward the rows of empty bleachers surrounding me. "How was civics today?" I chewed my sandwich. This was the third time she'd found me on the bleachers, the third time she'd asked if she could sit there, and I'd pointed out there were hundreds of seats. "Why are you talking to me?" I asked. "I like you." "You don't know me." "I know you hang out in the library, and I saw how many books you were checking out, so I know you like to read as much as I do." I took a bite of my apple. She was eating a veggie wrap. It looked delicious. "Why are you so nice to everyone? It's kind of strange." She laughed. She peeled back the tortilla on her wrap and pulled out a piece of lettuce. She folded it and put it in her mouth. "My mom says if you have a lot of people in your life who love you and care about you, it's your purpose or whatever to share that with other people." She pulled out another piece of lettuce and ate it. "Oh." I had no idea what to say to that. It sounded bad to just say, "Oh," but that was what came out. My mom says some people don't have any love in their lives. If you smile at them, it might be the only smile they see all day. If you tell them you like their shirt or something, it might be the only compliment they've heard all week, and it doesn't cost you anything. I still didn't know what to say. My mom had never said anything like that to me, but my mom mostly taught me about being tough, about not letting anyone hurt me, about standing up for myself, and not paying attention to mean things people said about me. She told me life was hard work, and I shouldn't expect anything handed to me. I shouldn't expect anything at all. She never said a word about love or kindness or smiling at people. Of course, she told me she loved me. She said all we had was each other. "It's you and me against the world, baby girl." "Anyway," Avery said, "that's just how I treat people, but it's not like a rule or something. I'm not treating you in some certain way because my mom said to, if that's what you're thinking. I like hanging out with you because you seem real." I didn't know what to say to that either, but we ate lunch together every day after that, and then we started hanging out after school to do our homework. My mom and I lived in a government-subsidized apartment close to an exclusive neighborhood. There weren't any other kids in my apartment building. They were mostly old people or people with disabilities. So, I was the only poor kid at a school filled with kids who had so much money they didn't think it was amazing to spend their winter vacations in Spain or Greece. They threw away the food they didn't want at lunch. Once, Jenny Cooper stuck her finger down her throat and made gagging sounds when she saw my PBJ sandwich. After that, I ate alone. They had sleek phones for texting each other. No one texted me because I didn't have a phone. At first, it was hard to believe the wild things Avery said to me. "You're so beautiful." She was lying on my bedroom floor, looking up at me while I opened the window because it was too hot in my room. I laughed. "Don't laugh, you are. And it's not just all that amazing hair. You're truly gorgeous." "You sound like my mom, but she said I shouldn't let it go to my head. The only thing it will buy me is trouble." "That's a weird way to think about it," Avery said. "I think her life has been different than your mother's." "Yeah." I appreciated that she didn't say anything else. I flopped back down on the floor and looked at my next algebra problem. "You're smart. You're talented." I laughed and she pulled my hair. "Every time you laugh when I tell you something true about how great you are, I'm going to pull your hair. It's psychological conditioning." "Whatever." I started working on the algebra problem. Slowly, the things Avery said poked their way through my bony skull. I started to believe them. Because my apartment got stuffy, we usually did our homework at Avery's house. We listened to music and sang along. Avery told me I had an amazing voice. She told me I should sign up for theater class. In our sophomore year, I did. Even though Jenny Cooper made it her full-time job to criticize every note I sang and every line I spoke, I loved it. The other kids were nice enough to me. I still didn't know if that was because of the Avery effect or they were starting to like me for me, but I didn't care. I loved pretending to be other people, and my whole body came alive when I sang. I especially loved it when I was cast as the bad girl, and I got to deliver payback to some of those kids. I really shone in those roles. I got an A my first year. At the start of our junior year, they announced that the school musical would be Annie. "You'd be perfect," Avery said. "Dye your hair red, and with all those curls, you'll look exactly like her. You have an incredible voice. You have to try out for the lead." "It's not just about curly hair," I said. "I know that. I'm just saying, it gives you an edge. But it's your voice. You don't realize how good it is. You are Annie. I just know it." She grinned at me as if I'd told her I had already been given the part. When I put my name on the list to try out for the role of Annie, Jenny was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck, literally. "You're never getting that part," she said. "You don't have the voice for it. I'm going to be the lead in Annie. I have a better voice, I have more experience, and I'm a better actor. I've been in community theater since I was 10 years old," she laughed. "If I were you, I would erase my name right now, before you embarrass yourself." She was probably right, but my mom had said I needed to stand up for myself. Avery told me that all the time, too. "You're still the stinky kid of a house cleaner," Jenny said. "You don't belong at this school. You don't belong in this class, and you definitely don't belong on that stage playing Annie." "We'll see," I said. "We won't see anything. I deserve that part. I'm so much better than you. If you don't know that, I feel sorry for you." She laughed, then pushed me out of the way and started to erase my name. I pulled a pen out of my backpack, wedged myself in front of her, and wrote over my name with ink. 26. Avery. Now Nathan and I experienced a silent evening. The word divorce permeated the air around us. We inhaled it with every breath. How had that happened? We'd never spoken that word, not even on the worst days after I found out about the debt. It had never once been spoken in our therapy sessions. Why was he asking now? Was my behavior that cold he thought I no longer wanted him? I felt as if I'd failed him in the worst way. How had I made him feel so unloved when I adored him with all my heart? But my hands, my feet, my mind, and my tongue were all in restraints. It felt almost physical at times. When I went into our bedroom, Nathan was sitting in bed reading. I washed up and returned to the bedroom. I climbed in next to him, leaving my tablet unopened on the nightstand. "I'm so sad that you think divorce is something we would ever even think about." I wiped my pinky fingers under my lower eyelids to keep the tears from dribbling out. "If you can't talk to me, if you're still angry about our debt, then why are you with me?" My throat tightened until I could hardly breathe. It was impossible to answer his question, even if I could breathe. And the longer I remained silent, the more he would think I didn't have an answer, that I didn't know why I was with him. Finally, I managed to whisper, "I love you so much." "It doesn't seem like you do. After all this time, you're still so angry." The tears slid down my cheeks. More took their place, and I blinked them back. "I'm scared. I guess it sounds like anger, but it's really not. I'm just so scared." I reached for his hand. He allowed me to hold it, but he didn't return my gentle squeeze. "Sometimes it feels like I can hardly breathe. Why are you so scared right now? This has been going on for a long time. You never—" I try to keep it out of my head. I do the exercises. Maybe the pressure at work? Is there something about your job you aren't telling me? Layoffs? I shook my head. It feels like there's more going on than work stress. Usually, when something's going on at work, you talk to me. You keep saying it's work, but it doesn't feel true. How can it not feel true? What does that mean? My stomach was in knots. I thought about our new client. That was something I really should tell him, but even mentioning her name made me feel like a moth with my wings brushing the flame. I wondered if I might be sick, my body physically rebelling against all the lies collecting in my stomach with increasing intensity. "I know you," he said. "Something's not right. Dr. Hess felt it too." I slid my hand out of his. "I'm really tired. Please stop asking me what's wrong, okay? And I absolutely do not want a divorce. Ever." I turned out my light, slid down onto my side, and placed my hand on his belly. He remained propped up, his bedside lamp on. I tried to relax into sleep. As I'd feared, the expression on Nathan's face the following morning told me he didn't believe for 1 minute that I was going to the gym at 5:45 in the morning, but he said nothing. I had my lie about an early meeting and a client briefing at the end of the day ready to explain my early departure, but he didn't ask. It left me with a strange, unfinished feeling as I went out the door. It made me feel as if he didn't trust me, which, of course, he didn't. Most of all, it made me worry he might follow me. I went 10 blocks out of my way, checking the rear-view mirror so frequently, another early riser honked at a stop sign because I lingered too long before pulling into the intersection. I was too busy looking at the car behind them to see if it was Nathan's BMW. When I arrived at the park, it was deserted. There weren't even any runners as the sun shot its rays through the redwoods lining the east side of the park. I walked to the bleachers quickly, scanning the area around me. There were very few places where Kelsey could be hidden, watching to be sure I was doing what I'd been told. Maybe she was at the opposite side of the park, observing my movements through binoculars. I tucked the plastic tub under the lowest bench of the bleachers. I straightened and scanned the area again, but didn't see a single person. My phone buzzed, the vibration unnaturally loud in the early morning stillness. I pulled it out of my pocket, feeling the weight of what was surely another unwanted email from Kelsey. The entire amount better be there. Either way, you're not doing yourself any favors hanging around. I tapped reply and copied and pasted a message I'd written in my notes app before I left home. We are not rich, despite what you seem to believe. Because of the time I've spent trying to figure out how I would get the cash to pay you, I'm in trouble at work. There is no more money. You need to understand that. Yes, we have a nice house and nice cars, but we have a mortgage and car payments. There isn't any more cash. We're done now. I hit send. Her reply was immediate. You know how I hate liars. 27, Avery. Now Saturday afternoon, Nathan and I were weeding the back garden. When Dr. Hess learned how much I loved gardening, she'd suggested we use that activity as an opportunity to deepen our connection. Think of it as a time when you're grounded with the earth, focused on mutual care for your home. Then use that as a bridge for connecting with each other. It was one of the many things I'd liked about Dr. Hess at the beginning. Nathan had been equally intrigued by the idea. Since then, we'd spent countless hours working together in our yard and found that the physical labor, the time spent working quietly outdoors, had indeed made us feel closer. As I sat back to admire what I'd accomplished, my phone buzzed. I pulled off one glove. I shouldn't have had the phone in my pocket, inviting it to intrude on our time together. We'd agreed to leave them in the house, but I had an irrational, or maybe not so irrational, fear that being late to read a message from Kelsey could mean something terrible. And as I'd feared, there it was, an email from Kelsey, ignoring the fact that we had no more money. I pulled off my other glove, told Nathan I needed a glass of water, and hurried into the kitchen. Thanks so much for updating your LinkedIn profile to expose your lie. I should expect that from you. A promotion less than a year ago. It sounds like congratulations are called for. Of course, promotions bring more money. How exciting. You aren't so broke after all. I think another $20,000 should fix things. Talk soon. She signed it with a smiley face, wearing sunglasses. I wanted to hurl my phone through the open door. My pay increase had been an eyedropper of liquid into our financial black hole. I was catastrophizing it, but that's what it felt like at times. Kelsey was clueless. She always had been. She was too full of self-pity, too bought into her story of being an outsider to have any understanding or empathy for what was going on in someone else's life. She wasn't going to listen to a word I said about my inability to raise more cash. She'd constructed a vision in her mind of who we were and what kind of lifestyle we had. Even if I betrayed my husband, telling her how he'd put us over our heads in debt, she'd never understand. And if she did manage to grasp a thread of our situation, she wouldn't care, so it didn't matter. Nathan came into the kitchen. Why are you on your phone? I thought we were working in the yard. I just needed to check one thing. It's the weekend. I know. I put my phone face down on the counter. Do you want some lemonade? Let's finish that last section by the gate, then we can relax. I kissed his jaw, rubbing my lips gently across the stubble, enjoying the rough feel of it. Sounds good. Back on my knees, pulling tiny weeds out of the soil, I let my mind wander to the insurmountable problem hovering on the horizon. If not later today, at any moment, Kelsey was going to return with a specific demand. The only question was, how much? In my utter helplessness, in my constant search for a solution, the one person who had begun to intrude upon my thoughts was Luke. Ignoring my silent screams, my mind continued to bring his name to the surface of my thoughts. Not only had Nathan and Luke always had a contentious relationship, I wasn't a fan either, an understatement. Since the day Nathan and I announced our engagement, his constant and obvious attempts to stand too close to me, his aggressive efforts to sit beside me at family gatherings, and his comments that were often layered with innuendo made my skin crawl. We rarely invited him to our home. Fortunately, since his divorce, he hadn't forced us into any dinner parties at his place. Occasionally, the three of us went out to eat, but it was as infrequently as possible. I'd met Luke in high school when Nathan and I began dating. Luke was 4 years older, so he was away at college a lot of the time, but returned home often enough to cause trouble. Shortly after Nathan told me about the debt, before we'd sat down and worked out the details of how we would cut back on every possible discretionary expense, before we'd worked out what our repayment plan would be, and before we'd started marriage counseling, I'd made a terrible mistake. Following a week of sleepless nights, a week during which I'd struggled to control myself from breaking down in fits of crying, even at work, I'd texted Luke and asked to meet for coffee. Going to him for help made me sick to my stomach. It filled me with feelings of shame that I couldn't bear, but in the throes of those early, terror-riddled days, I was in a constant state of panic. All I could think about was stabilizing our finances at any cost. Any cost. Over a cup of coffee that I sipped only twice, I'd asked if I could borrow some money from him. Although Nathan had insisted we never ask his parents for money, he hadn't said anything about his brother. Asking his brother was worse, but better than revealing our problems to our friends. When I saw the leering, gloating expression on Luke's face, I retreated immediately. What was I thinking? The last thing I should be doing was asking this man for money. It must have been the lack of sleep and the fear of financial ruin that had made me lose my mind, sending me crawling to him. "How much do you need?" Luke asked. "No amount is too much for my gorgeous sister-in-law." I pushed the coffee cup away from me. I'm not sure why I said that. I was thinking maybe I needed to borrow a bit of money, but it's really not that big of a deal. I shouldn't have asked. "No, no." He laughed and leaned across the table, looking into my eyes, forcing me to turn away. "It's fine. It's not a problem at all. Just tell me what you need. If my little brother can't provide for you, I'm here. I'm always here for you, Avery." He gave me another leering grin. I imagined saliva pooling in the corners of his lips. Now I was truly nauseous. I made a mistake. There was just something I wanted to do, but Never mind, really. I pushed my chair away from the table and stood. "Please don't tell Nathan I talked to you. Please." His grin widened. "It will be our little secret." Remembering that now, a sharp pain pierced the area behind my left eye. I couldn't believe I was considering humiliating myself like that again. I couldn't believe I was imagining the conversation in my mind, spinning up the lies, that I was willing to throw aside my self-worth to ask Luke for money. Again. Nathan would be devastated. I would be turning on my own self. But no other options had come to mind in all this time. I couldn't go back to Nathan's mother. I certainly couldn't ask his father for money. My parents were both gone. It was my inheritance that had allowed us to put the down payment required for a house like ours in Silicon Valley. There was no one else but Luke. 28. Avery, 16 years ago. Nathan and I had only been together for 2 months, but he invited me to his house for a family Christmas party. Some of his relatives were there, a few neighbors, and friends of their family. My dad dropped me off, reminding me he would be back at 10 to pick me up. Since I was 15, my curfew was still 10, even for a Christmas party with more adults than teenagers. After we piled our plates with food from the buffet, Nathan, his cousins, and I went into their family room. Someone turned on a Christmas movie, which made it easier for me to talk to a bunch of kids I didn't know because it wasn't an actual conversation. We ate and watched the movie and goofed around. When our food was gone, Nathan took our dishes to the kitchen. He returned carrying a plate filled with Christmas cookies that he put on the floor between our beanbag chairs. 20 minutes were still left in the movie when Nathan's older brother came into the room. It was obvious that all the cousins thought he was the most important person there. Everyone started talking differently, telling different jokes, and getting loud about how lame the movie was. Nathan introduced us. Luke was a hot guy, better looking than Nathan and overflowing with confidence. There was something almost dangerous about him that made me both excited and a little scared. Even though Luke was hot, I was glad I was with Nathan. He was easy to talk to, and he treated me like the most important person in the world. Luke was thrilling, but I knew right away that Nathan was a better person. He was intelligent and kind. Luke was the kind of guy who grabbed attention, and he knew it. The movie ended, and one of their cousins started another one. 3 of the cousins got out a board game. It was almost impossible to hear the movie as the people playing the game started talking louder. Luke dragged another beanbag chair across the room and pushed it up against mine. He plopped down on it. "How come I've never met you before?" "Nathan and I have only been together for—" "I should have seen you around school," he said. "You graduated before I got there." "That's a tragedy," he said. I didn't know what to say to that, so I picked up a cookie and took a bite. Luke kept talking to me, and I kept trying to answer his questions, although I wasn't sure they were real questions to which he really wanted answers. It felt like he just wanted to be sure my attention was on him. He was telling me about his business classes when his mom came into the room and asked Nathan to help rearrange the chairs in the living room. After Nathan left, Luke leaned closer, almost touching me. "I have something cool I want to show you. Come with me." "I'll wait for Nathan. It'll only take 2 minutes, I promise. My mom will have him doing stuff for at least 15 minutes. Just watch." "I still think I want to wait for him." "You've never seen anything like this in your life. You won't regret it, I promise. Come on, you're the only interesting person in this room." He gave me a charming smile. "It's kind of new. It's something my dad got me when I turned 18. I sighed. "Okay." I followed him to his bedroom. He closed the door behind us. I put my hand on the knob and opened the door. "No one can see this. We need the door closed, just for a minute." He pushed it shut. He went to his closet and took a black plastic case off the top shelf. He placed it on his bed where I saw the case had a lock. He pulled his keys out of his pocket and opened the lock. He undid the latch and lifted the lid. Inside was a silver handgun. I let out a small yelp. "Shh!" He put his finger to my lips. "It's our little secret." I took a quick step back and he let his hand fall to his side. "I thought your dad gave it to you," I said. "He did." "Then why is it a secret?" "I'm not supposed to get it out except at the shooting range." "Why did he give you a gun?" "He likes to go target shooting. He does skeet shooting, too. He takes me with him, and when I turned 18, he said it was time for me to have my own gun. He taught me everything about keeping it safe." He took the gun out of the case and placed the barrel on the palm of his other hand. Even though his finger wasn't on the trigger, a chill ran through my body. I wanted to leave his room. I backed up again, moving closer to the door. "Don't be scared. There's a safety latch." He put the gun back in the case. I felt my shoulders relax, but the rest of me remained stiff. I should go find Nathan now. Before I could touch the doorknob, Luke was beside me. He put his hand on the back of my head and wrapped his other arm around my shoulders, pulling me close to him. "Hey." I strained against his arms, but they were thick and muscular. "Nathan." Before I could tell him I wanted to find Nathan right now, his lips were on mine. Then his tongue was in my mouth. I squirmed, trying to turn my head, trying to pull my mouth away from his, but I couldn't seem to release his grip or make him understand that I wanted him to stop. Or maybe he just wasn't listening. Then I realized he didn't care. 29. Avery. Now Nathan and I sipped lemonade and admired our lush, quiet garden. Each time we devoted a day to caring for our plants, working side by side, we saw and felt the difference. It became a world that encompassed only the two of us, a place where the problems we faced dissolved. All that remained was our home and our love for each other. It was honestly miraculous. "We should go out to dinner," Nathan said. The blissful bubble popped as if he'd stuck a pin into an overinflated balloon. "We can't." "We have some buffer," he said. "We don't. You know we absolutely do not have any buffer." "That's not true. We have the emergency fund." "That's for emergencies, Nathan." I sipped my lemonade. "I think going out to dinner for the first time in 6 months, after all the pressure you've had at work, qualifies as an emergency." "It doesn't." "Nothing pricey, just, you need to start being smarter," I said. He looked so hurt. I longed to take back my vicious words. I'd said so many over the past 10 months. None of them had accomplished anything except to hurt him. They flew out of my mouth, coming from a wound that was still slightly raw. Now they were coming from sheer panic. I considered my thoughts about Luke and the shameful betrayal I was planning. Maybe, over dinner in a restaurant, I could take Nathan's psychological pulse regarding his brother. Because in order to ask Luke for money, I first needed to invite him to our home for a meal so that I could smooth out the relationship after my last bungled attempt. I reached across the space between us and placed my hand on Nathan's leg. I rubbed it gently, feeling the tight muscle relax under my hand. The warmth of his skin soothed me. I closed my eyes and let my hand rest there, feeling our connection. "You're right. We should go out. It's been so long. Taking a little out of the emergency fund won't ruin us." I turned to face him, smiling. "We need it." His eyes were hidden behind his sunglasses, but I saw the pleasure in his smile. That evening, seated at one of our favorite restaurants, I looked across the table, gazing at my husband, charmed by the dark stubble on his jaw. Instead of looking scruffy, he looked rugged. His smile was more relaxed than I'd seen in a long time. It felt like we were the same couple we'd been before we'd plunged into debt and secrets and blackmail. The couple everyone admired, even envied, for our obvious affection and support for each other. We truly had the perfect marriage. We still did. I refused to believe we'd suffered permanent damage. How many other couples would have been able to weather the storm we were enduring and still feel such overwhelming love for each other? I smiled at him. He placed his hand on the table, palm up, and I laid my hand inside his. We were just finishing our salads when I felt my phone vibrate against my leg. I pulled it out of my pocket, ignoring our agreement that we didn't look at our phones while we were eating. The notification was for my college email. I swiped to delete the alert and shoved the phone back into my pocket. "What's going on?" Nathan asked. "Nothing, just a text from Shara." He nodded and pushed his salad plate to the right. I took a small sip of wine from the single glass we'd allowed ourselves. Any minute, our main course would be arriving. "I'm going to run to the restroom." I stood quickly and walked away from the table before he could say anything. Leaning against the counter in the restroom, I read Kelsey's email. "It was so easy for you to get $25,000. I realized I didn't ask for enough, especially now that I know about your fancy new job. Instead of $20,000, I decided I need $30,000 next week. Cheers!" With an audible gasp, as if I were watching someone else, I saw the phone flip around in my hands, sliding toward destruction. I fumbled, grabbing it, clutching it to my chest. I closed my eyes, imagining the disaster of losing my grip, watching it plummet toward the sink, the screen hitting the faucet and shattering. When I opened my eyes, my face reflected in the mirror looked haunted. I looked as if I'd just been released from the hospital after a long illness. My skin was pale, my cheeks hollow. The creamy blusher I wore appeared garish, highlighting the dark shadows beneath my eyes, which seemed to be sinking into my skull. No wonder Nathan kept insisting something was wrong. No matter how I tried to make the tone of my voice light or brush my mood off to workplace stress, my face was calling me a liar. When I returned to the table, our entrees had arrived. "Are you feeling okay?" Nathan asked. I nodded. "You were gone a long time." "Just touching up my makeup." I gave him a limp smile, knowing he didn't believe my lie. He broke off a piece of fish and ate it. "Do you have any idea how you're making me feel? Refusing to tell me what's wrong?" Tears pricked the backs of my eyelids. I blinked and looked down at my plate. The tears made it difficult to speak and harder to continue my lying. "I've asked you 100 times to stop. It's wearing me out." We ate in silence for a few minutes. My wine glass was almost empty. I longed for a second, but we'd agreed to be careful. We had to be careful. I'm glad Luke could fix the computer. I picked up my water glass and took several long sips to quell my desire for more wine. Nathan grunted. "He asked why it's been so long since we've gotten together," I said. "Well, we both know the answer to that, and I think he does too." "Maybe we should have him over," I said, "to thank him." "Pass." "What would we have done if he hadn't helped?" "You shouldn't have taken out your aggression on the keyboard." "I know that, but he fixed it, and maybe it wouldn't be the end of the world to invite him over for dinner." It felt like it was the end of the world. My entire body clenched, thinking about having Luke in our home for more than a few minutes. But I'd made my choice a long time ago. He was Nathan's brother, and I was stuck with him. Maybe if I'd been a savvier, more self-aware, more confident, more something teenager, I would have handled it differently. But here I was, and now I needed him. We needed him. Desperately. Nathan just didn't know it. I refused to sit there and listen to him crow about his success when all we can offer is a plate of mac and cheese and a can of off-brand beer, Nathan said. "We could have our anniversary date wine on that night. We don't need to get burritos after marriage counseling. That would save... Oh, let's scrape together $5 here and $2 there and invite the multi-millionaire to the pauper's house. We'll serve the 10% off cut of beef and day-old bread. He'll be so impressed." I kept my hand on my water glass, willing myself to leave the last of my wine until my food was gone. I hated seeing Nathan so defeated and down on himself. This wasn't him. Only Luke brought out this side of him. We were in debt because Nathan wanted to prove himself to his brother and his parents. He'd wanted to make a big splash, show Luke he could be financially successful with a windfall from smart investing. Instead, he'd had a spectacular failure. But none of that mattered right now. I had no choice but to swallow everything I knew and felt about Luke. I would crawl to him on my knees to beg for money. Another betrayal of the man I loved, but I couldn't see any other way to be free of Kelsey. 30. Avery, 16 years ago. Luke's tongue was making me gag. I pushed against him, feeling as if my bones were being crushed as his arms tightened around me. I twisted my shoulders, squirming inside his tight grip, but I couldn't break the hold of his thick arms. His body was so much bigger and heavier, so much stronger than mine. He began moving backwards toward the bed, dragging me with him. His mouth was still suctioned onto mine. As we bumped against the edge of his bed, he tightened the arm that was around my waist and took the other off the back of my head. He shoved his hand down the front of my shirt, sliding his fingers inside my bra. I cried out at the sharp pain as he pinched and twisted my nipple. Finally, he released his grip on my mouth. "Shh, you're going to love this. You need a man, not my baby brother. You'll see." He pushed me down onto the bed. "No," I said. "Please don't, please, let me go. Nathan will be looking for me." "Nathan doesn't know the first thing about what to do with a hot girl like you." "Please let me go. I don't want to be here." I was crying harder now. tears making it impossible to see, but he didn't seem to notice that either. His hand was still inside my bra, but at least he wasn't pinching me anymore. "Why are you fighting? If you just relax, it'll feel so much better. Let me show you."
"I don't want to. I want Nathan. If you don't let me go, I'll scream."
He rolled me onto my back and climbed on top of me, pressing his hips into mine so hard I thought my bones might crack. With one hand, he pinned my arm to the bed. With the other hand, he reached for the gun case and flipped open the lid. "Screaming is a really bad idea," he whispered. "Everyone will get upset if they hear you. My cousins are watching TV, and the adults are talking. There's music. I seriously doubt anyone will hear you."
"Let me go!"
Then I felt the cold metal of the gun on my neck. I began whimpering again. He let go of the gun and left it resting against my collarbone. He shoved my free arm under my body and shifted to the side so I couldn't move to get it out. Then he pushed his hand down inside my pants. I was crying so hard my chest was heaving. "Please, please don't. Please let me go. I'm going to tell Nathan." He laughed. "No, you won't. Even if you do, he won't believe you." I tried twisting out from under him, but it was impossible to move. I tried to pull my leg up, hoping I could shove my knee between his legs, but the weight of his legs on mine was too much for me to move more than a few inches. "If I had a gun pointed at my throat, I wouldn't be thrashing around like this," he said. "You won't really kill me. I know you won't. Everyone would know you did it. I am going to tell Nathan, and he will believe me unless you stop right now. If you put away the gun and get off me, if you leave me alone, I won't tell him." "I won't tell anyone." He pulled his hand out of my pants. "You're making this too much work. You're killing the buzz. Let me go. No one will believe you. Do you get that?" "Yes. If you tell anyone, you know I have this." He picked up the gun and ran the tip of it down my cheek. Then he rolled off me. He put the gun in the case, locked it, and got off the bed. He put the case in the closet. "Nice meeting you, Avery. And never forget." He swept his arm from the bed to the closet. "All of this is our little secret." 31. Kelsey, 15 years ago. I was sitting on a bench eating my lunch alone because Avery had left school early for a doctor's appointment. I felt exposed when she wasn't there. It felt like everyone was watching me, remembering that I didn't belong there, seeing they could do whatever they wanted because there was no one to protect me. I knew I was crazy to think she was protecting me, but it was almost impossible not to because everybody treated me completely different when Avery was around. When she was beside me, kids looked me in the eye. They laughed at my jokes. They honestly seemed interested in the things I had to say. They invited me to go places with them, and they didn't even wait to see if Avery was going too. When Avery was gone, which wasn't very often, the aura evaporated. I was like Cinderella, with her ball gown dissolving into rags and her beautiful, sparkling carriage turning back into a pumpkin. I took the last bite of my sandwich and stuffed the plastic bag into the brown paper sack. I rolled it into a ball and shoved it into my backpack. Before I could stand up, I felt someone sit down beside me. They were sitting too close, their shoulder almost touching mine. I inched away so I could turn to look. "I heard you practicing one of the songs for Annie the other day," Jenny said. I didn't say anything. "Are you deaf?" Jenny asked. "No. I'm talking to you." "All you said was that you heard me practicing." "You weren't hitting all the notes correctly." "I was practicing. Practice makes perfect." "That's not what that means. Either you know how to sing on key or you don't. I'll work with the singing instructor. I don't need your opinion." I stood and hooked the strap of my backpack over my shoulder. She grabbed the keychains hanging from my zipper. "Don't be so full of yourself. You were off key. You need help." She pulled harder on my keychains. "Stop doing that. It'll break." "Then sit down. I'm offering to help you with the songs." There was no way she was offering to help me with the songs. She wouldn't help me with anything. She was more likely to put something in my soda when I wasn't looking that would give me a coughing fit. She laughed. "You should see the look on your face. It's not like I'm trying to be your BFF. You're off-key and you need to get the songs right, or you don't have a chance." "I thought the part belonged to you. Don't be so clueless. I don't want to win because I'm competing against someone who can't sing a nursery rhyme. I want that part because I'm the best. I am the best. If you aren't decent competition, that makes me look bad. It will seem like I only got the part because everyone else who tried out was such a loser." She yanked harder on one of my keychains. I felt it break free from the zipper. "Oops," she handed the broken keychain to me. "Look what you did," I said. "I told you to sit down." "You don't get to order me around," she laughed. "I'm helping you." "Anyway," she stood, "come over to my house after school. I have a whole studio in my basement for singing and recording. My parents believe in my talent." She gave me a smug smile. "You'll be amazed when you see it. I'll help you with the songs. Don't be late. Right after school, because I only have a little bit of time before I have to get busy with my homework." She walked away without waiting for my answer. I guess she assumed I knew where she lived, or that I would be able to find out easily enough. I didn't like the idea of going into her basement, even if it had a recording studio. I didn't want to be alone with Jenny in her basement. Just thinking about it gave me a bad feeling. I couldn't imagine what I was going to feel like actually being there. But I also knew that if I didn't show up, something else bad would happen. That was the kind of person Jenny Cooper was. You did what she said, or there were consequences. Once, Jenny told a girl in her math class to share her homework answers with her. The girl refused. The next day, when the teacher handed back the homework, that girl had a 0 because her homework hadn't been turned in. No matter how much the girl argued with the teacher that she had absolutely turned it in, the teacher said it wasn't there. No one knew how Jenny managed to steal the homework, but everyone knew she was the one who did it. If I didn't go to her basement, it wouldn't be good. But the thought of being alone with Jenny in a room with only one door and no windows scared me. 32. Avery. Now, as if I hadn't humiliated myself and risked my marriage enough because of Kelsey Ward's outrageous, terrifying demands, I'd swallowed the bile in my throat and texted Luke. Without telling Nathan, I invited him to our home for dinner. Luke responded immediately with 5 overly enthusiastic emojis. Now, wandering around the grocery store, trying to put together the pieces of a decent meal without blowing our budget, I tried to decide when would be the best time to tell Nathan what I'd done. If I waited until the last minute, he wouldn't have as much time to get upset about the situation. He also wouldn't have an opportunity to text Luke and cancel our plans. But he might feel so betrayed by what I'd done, the evening would turn into a disaster. I hadn't let him know about the plans before we left for work that morning, knowing he would have insisted I cancel. If I'd managed to convince him otherwise, he would have brooded about it all day. And I was still worried that he would do the same thing I'd done to him, contact Luke without even telling me, rescinding the invite. He was going to be more than upset with me. I wondered if I should have made plans to meet Luke alone without trying to soften our relationship first. But I was asking for a lot of money, and I needed to get a sense of where we stood with him first, where I stood. I needed to observe his interaction with Nathan without all of Luke's attention focused on me. It would give me time to get a sense of how much I could trust him to keep my horrible secret. Finally, I decided to call Nathan while he was driving home from work the night of the dinner. It wasn't as cold as a text message. We could talk things through while I prepared dinner. And hopefully, I could convince him to put aside his feelings for 2 hours and focus on how Luke had saved us by fixing our computer. I would start by offering another heartfelt apology for my temper tantrum that had caused the damage in the first place. I ended up purchasing Petrali Sole, which was on sale. I planned to serve it with a mango salsa, wild rice, and spicy sautéed green beans. A green salad would round out the meal. It wasn't exotic, and Nathan might be worried that his brother would look at the simple meal with disdain. But I had confidence in my cooking skills. It would be delicious because of its simplicity. Besides, since his divorce, Luke didn't get many home-cooked meals. He would probably rave about it. Nathan picked up on the first ring. "There's a little change in our dinner plans," I said. "I know you're not going to like this, and I know I'm springing this on you at the last minute, but I hope you'll hear me out." "That sounds ominous." "I invited Luke over for dinner tonight." "No. Please, let me—" "I told you. I asked you to please hear me out. Will you?" "I don't know what you can say that will make me feel any differently. You know I don't want to be around him any more than necessary at family gatherings. After having that guy squash my face in the mud all my life. Literally. You know this. Why would you—" "I know. I'm sorry. But think about how much it would have cost if he hadn't helped." I cringed, recalling the story Nathan had told me. Their parents gone for the day, Nathan refusing to go into the house to get his brother a can of soda, Luke grabbing the back of his neck, shoving him to the ground, and pushing his face into thick, gritty mud near their trash bins. I shifted my phone to the other ear. "I know this is my fault, and I'm so sorry I had that temper tantrum. I don't know why I let my fear get such a grip on me. I almost destroyed our computer, and I don't know what we would have done if he hadn't been able to fix it. I was so immature, I know that." My stomach was swimming with my lies. It felt as if I'd swallowed a jar of tadpoles. I placed the knife on the cutting board and pressed my hand against my belly. "I don't want him in our house," Nathan said. "It was bad enough having him there for the computer. He didn't have to help us." He was silent for a moment. "We'll keep the evening short, I promise. The other thing we need to remember is that it's hard on your parents when they see the animosity between you and Luke. Let's do this for them, too. Let's take the high road." "I've always taken the high road," he said. "One more time won't kill us." Nathan had no idea that having Luke in our home was just as horrifying for me as it was for him. In my mind, it was worse. I was inviting a man to sit at our dinner table who had assaulted me and laughed about it. He'd terrorized me into keeping it a secret when I was too young to know better. Then I was going to crawl on my knees to him and beg him for money. It disgusted me, but there was no other choice. This time, Nathan's silence lasted longer. "Do whatever you think you have to. If you think you need points with my parents, or whatever this is about, knock yourself out. But don't complain to me about the budget. And don't skimp on the wine, because I'm going to need a couple of glasses to get through dinner. And no dessert. We eat, and then he's out of there." "That's fine with me." The relief flooding my mind eased my roiling stomach. At the same time, I wanted to open a bottle of wine right that minute and pour myself a glass. I resisted the temptation and returned to preparing the salsa. Luke arrived holding a bottle of expensive wine, which he handed to me, leaning close and kissing me on the cheek. I recoiled, and he smirked, chuckling softly. I wrapped my hand around the neck of the wine bottle and yanked it away from him, taking several steps back. The fact that he had such a sense of entitlement, he believed he had a right to touch me, made me so angry I had to retreat to the kitchen, leaving him alone in the entryway. I opened the bottle of red he'd handed me, poured some into 3 glasses, put them on a tray, and carried them to the living room. Luke had found his way to the couch, where he sat, taking up as much room as he possibly could. I held the tray in front of him, allowing him to take a glass. I turned and went to where Nathan was sitting in the armchair. I put down the tray and took a sip of wine without offering a toast. Luke didn't seem to notice that neither one of us toasted him. Dinner was painful at best. Luke was jovial and full of stories about his success, about the women he was dating, and about the travel he had planned to Europe in August and September. Nathan was sullen, shoveling food into his mouth and gulping down wine as if it were his last meal. We ended up consuming 2 bottles of wine. I picked at my food, feeling as if every nerve in my body was sparking. I didn't know where to focus my attention. If I looked at Luke and held his gaze for more than half a second, he began leering at me. When I turned my attention to Nathan or the plate in front of me, I would look back a few minutes later and find Luke staring at me in a very unpleasant way, making me feel as if I should have chosen a different top. Was this one too tight? Too low cut? Finally, we were finished. Luke leaned back in his chair. "What's for dessert, Avery?" "Nathan and I are watching our sugar intake, so we usually skip dessert." I gave him an apologetic smile. "Well, that's too bad. Dessert is the best part of a meal. You don't have anything to offer me?" He winked, picked up his wine glass, and swallowed what was left. "How about an after-dinner drink, then?" "We've had enough to drink," Nathan said. "We need to call it a night." "Seriously? It's only 8:10, Luke said. "Long day," Nathan said. "I have a 7 a.m. meeting. That's life." "I guess when you're a working stiff," Luke said. "That's right." Nathan stood. "Dinner was excellent, as always, Avery." He didn't look at me when he said it. I knew the compliment was for Luke's benefit, part of Nathan's push to get Luke away from the table and out the door. "You're quite the chef," Luke said. "I'd forgotten." "Thank you," I said. "You should invite the malnourished bachelor over more often," Luke said. "I'm deprived of home-cooked meals." "Maybe one of those women will be the one, and you can eat at home every night. Or you could pick up a cookbook yourself. Let us know how it goes." Nathan started toward the entryway. He gave me a look. I pushed out my chair and began stacking plates. "Let me help with the cleanup," Luke said, remaining glued to his seat. "No need," Nathan said. Finally, Luke stood and followed Nathan to the front door. When he was gone, we cleaned up the kitchen in silence. We watched TV and went to bed without discussing the evening. Nothing about Luke's behavior had made me feel he was approachable for a loan of $30,000, but he was the only person I knew who had that kind of money available to loan. My unsettled stomach swam in circles, and I lay awake for most of the night, too sick to cry. 33. Kelsey, 15 years ago. I stood on Jenny's front porch, a space that was larger than the kitchen in our apartment, for almost 10 minutes before she opened the front door. She looked me in the eye. Then, she let her gaze drift down my body as if she was studying and taking notes on each part of me, judging my weight, my shape, my clothes, trying to decide whether I was worthy to step inside her house. Finally, she opened the door wider. "You can come in." I stepped into the entryway. It was enormous, and I'd been inside some massive houses. It was open past the second floor. There was an enormous chandelier hanging above my head, with hundreds of glittering crystals dangling like pieces of ice. A staircase led to the second-floor landing in a huge curve. To my left was a living room with a grand piano and 3 couches. To my right was an equally huge dining room with a long table, surrounded by more chairs than I could count with a quick glance into the room. "Stop gawking," Jenny said. "Haven't you ever been inside a nice house? I know your mother cleans my friends' houses. You shouldn't look so shocked." She was right. I'd seen lots of huge, expensive homes when I helped my mom clean, but none of them had been like this. It was a mansion. The house was 3 stories with a 4-car garage. Looking from the entryway all the way through to the back of the house, I could see there was a swimming pool, and past that, a tennis court. "If you think I'm going to show you around so you can touch all my things or look for something for your shady friends to steal, you can think again," Jenny said. "Come on." The bad feeling I'd had when she invited me over grew stronger. I wondered if I should leave. Did she really want me to improve my singing so she could have honest competition, or was something else going on? None of the teachers had said there was anything wrong with my voice. Now that I was inside her house, I realized I hadn't been thinking very clearly. I was so shocked that she'd talk to me at all. I'd let her suck me into her lies. My voice was perfectly good. According to Avery, it was better than Jenny's. I'd made a really bad mistake coming here. I should leave. I turned and started toward the front door. Not so fast. She grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were so tight I couldn't turn my arm. You're coming with me. I told you I'm giving you a voice lesson. I don't need one. She dragged me toward the back of the house, opened a door just past the kitchen, and began walking down the stairs toward the basement, pulling me after her. I stumbled, trying to grab the railing with my free hand. She was moving fast, and it was hard to keep from losing my balance on the stairs. My hand dragged along the railing as I tried to hold on, making the wood burn my skin. She hadn't lied about the basement. There was even a raised platform with a microphone on a stand. An electronic keyboard stood at one side, and on the other, a large angled table with equipment on it that looked like it was for recording and mixing sound, although I wasn't really sure because I didn't know anything about that sort of thing. The room was huge, and at the far end was a pool table and an air hockey game. There were 3 doors along one side. One of them was open, leading to a large bathroom. Jenny still had a tight grip on my wrist. With her free hand, she pulled my backpack straps off my shoulders. You won't need this while you're singing. She released my hand for barely half a second while she let the backpack fall onto the floor. She kicked it to the side. Come over here. She dragged me to one of the closed doors. We have costumes in here. I think you'll get into the part more if you dress like Annie. She tilted her head to the side. I wonder if I should cut your hair so you look more like her. You're not cutting my hair. She laughed. Don't freak out. The way she was squeezing my wrist, twisting the skin around my bone, it wouldn't have surprised me if she grabbed a huge pair of scissors and began hacking away at my hair without my permission. Now I was scared. I should never have come. Deep inside, I'd known that when she'd asked me. I should have left when I had the chance. She yanked me toward the closet and opened the door. Without speaking, she let go of my wrist, shoved me hard into the dark closet, and slammed the door. I heard a key slide into the lock, then a click. Then I heard nothing. 34. Avery. Now I woke in the middle of the night. Like a masochist of the worst order, I slid out of bed and scurried down the hall to the living room, clutching my phone in my hand. I still hadn't told Nathan that Kelsey was trying to worm her way into my life at work. I wondered why there hadn't been any email instructions telling me to keep that to myself as well. Since that first meeting, she hadn't been back. Alicia and I put together a proposal for her, but she hadn't responded. The email address she was using was different from the one she'd contacted me through. This one had the name of her cleaning business in the address, but not the domain, which made me wonder how serious this was. Maybe she'd only wanted to scare me one time, and she'd never planned to see this through to the point of destroying my credibility and sanity at work. There were no new emails from Kelsey. Wired, as if I'd just had 2 cups of espresso, I scrolled mindlessly through my phone for a few minutes, half expecting something to arrive. I refreshed my email twice, but there was nothing. I tucked my phone in the crevice between the cushion and the arm of the chair. I needed to go to sleep, but I couldn't. As much as I shuddered every time I saw her name in my inbox, now I almost wish there was a new message. I felt as if I didn't know how to handle the situation at work without instructions from my virtual jailer. It sickened me to know she had so much control over my life that I couldn't talk to my husband, couldn't figure out how to function in my life without directions from her. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. Maybe sleep could come, sitting in this comfortable chair that had seen so much of our lives. It had supported us through our worst moments, but more importantly, it held sparkling memories of so many evenings sipping tea or wine, talking to each other, laughing about life in general, or small incidents that had happened that day. Sleep was not coming. My mind was whirling back through the 4 years of our marriage and the years before that, our 2 years as an engaged couple, and before that, college, then high school. The high school memories were more of a blur. We never talked about them aside from marveling over the fact that we'd fallen in love as teenagers, and it had lasted. Everyone said it wouldn't, and we proved them wrong. I opened my eyes. I dug down beside the cushion to get my phone, which had worked its way deeper toward the base of the seat. As my fingers strained deeper to get a grip on the edge of my phone, I felt a scrap of paper. I pulled it out, then pinched the edges of my phone and tugged it out of the place where it had wedged itself partially beneath my leg. I unfolded the small slip of thick, creamy paper that looked as if it had been torn from a journal. I opened it to reveal a handwritten note in black ink. Using my phone as a flashlight, I let my eyes skim the words. N, I need more. We're connected for life. Both of us knew this when we were alone in the woods that night. Don't shut me out. XO, K. I pressed my hand to my mouth, digging my nails into my cheek, trying to shove my cries back down my throat. How long had this paper been here? I'd misunderstood everything. Her demand for money, her sudden appearance at my workplace. The words swimming under the light of my phone were screaming at me. Nathan and Kelsey had been together. I felt like someone had ripped out my heart. 35. Nathan. Now. Sitting down to review our expenses and bank balance after Avery had paid the bills was my least favorite part of the week. I hated it because once I was finished, Avery and I went over our budget and the status of our debt reduction together. This was an assignment from our therapist that felt like punishment. Avery had taken over managing our money, also recommended by Dr. Hess, and 100% agreed to by both of us. Still, it was a constant, slow drip reminder of how I'd messed up in so many ways. But it had to be done. I knew I deserved these feelings. I had no illusions about how we got into this situation. Dr. Hess had helped me work through all of that. At first, I hadn't wanted to go to marriage counseling, but I had to admit she'd been helpful. Right now, Avery was at the gym. Before leaving, she'd told me she wasn't in the mood to go over the bills. She wanted to put it off until the weekend. That was fine with me, but I still needed to review what she'd done. Procrastinating, as always, I brought up the web browser before I opened our budgeting app. I checked my personal email, then saw I had a new message in my old college account. I only used that account to keep in touch with a few guys I'd played baseball with. 2 guys who also believed they would go pro, 2 guys who also had come to terms with the brutal reality of the sports world and the extraordinary skill it took to even get close. The moment I saw the name on the single new message, I felt as if I'd been picked up and tossed back in time. Kelsey Ward. What the hell did she want? Seeing her name again filled me with anxiety. Kelsey had been one of Avery's high school friends. They'd turned on each other a few months before graduation, but I never knew the details. Avery had never talked to me about it. Kelsey hadn't said a word to me after it happened. I wasn't sure if their falling out had to do with things that had gone on between Kelsey and me, or something else. I'd never cared much for Kelsey, and once Avery and I left for college, Kelsey faded to a distant, gladly forgotten memory. The things that had happened in high school, good, bad, and hideously ugly, became blurred memories, as if they'd happened to other people. We were kids who did stupid and sometimes horrible things. By the time we'd left for college, we were ready to take on the future. Kelsey and I were done with a clean break. She shouldn't be contacting me. I stared at her name and the subject line, "Don't delete this," as if she'd read my mind. I clicked on the email. "I'll tell the police you dug her grave and pushed her body in and covered it with dirt. If you breathe a word to Avery, I'm also going to the police. If you want this to stay buried, lol, I'm going to need $25,000. 36. Avery. Now. The note I'd found beneath the cushion in the armchair was tucked into a zippered pocket inside my purse. I hadn't asked Nathan about it. The secrets behind those scrawled words had shattered my world. Our perfect marriage, like a breathtaking crystal vase, was suddenly lined with cracks I'd never noticed, ready to fracture into a million shards at the slightest touch. If I told him I'd found the note, it would become real. Right now, it was nothing but a scrap of paper, something that flickered in my mind only when I allowed it. I refused to let it intrude, not until I figured out how we were going to get it all back. For now, I desperately needed to distract myself. Shara had asked me to go shopping for a new dress, if I could leave the office early. It worked out perfectly because I had my meeting with HR, which turned out to be nothing more than a reprimand. When they'd finished covering the rules of conduct, prodding me to tell them what was causing my atypical behavior, they finally conceded it was a one-time lapse of judgment. When it was over, they suggested I take a mental health day for the rest of the afternoon. The reason for the dress shopping was the August wedding of Shara's sister at a resort in San Diego. I hadn't been to a shopping mall since the holidays, when Nathan and I had trudged through the stores looking for inexpensive gifts, leaning on each other in our sadness, both of us wishing we were somewhere else, someone else. The idea of shopping with my best friend made me anxious. I knew she would look at more than dresses for the wedding. As we'd always done, she'd want me to try on clothes and shoes alongside her. Then, if something looked good, she would push me to buy it. If I turned her down, she would ask all kinds of questions, because shopping was something we did often, partially because of the fact that we'd met and bonded over shopping for those bracelets at the Art and Wine Festival. When she texted to suggest it, she pointed out how ridiculously long it had been since we'd lost ourselves in the alternate reality of a climate-controlled shopping mall. We met near the side entrance. As I approached, Shara began talking immediately. "I've decided to start with shoes. If I have the perfect shoes, the dress will be easy." "That's a good theory," I said. "It's not a theory, it's a fact. Shoes set the mood and the style. They announce how you're going to play out the event." I laughed. "Did you make that up just now?" "Was it obvious?" We started walking toward the Anchor department store. She would start there, then check out the boutique shoe stores on our way to the second, more upscale department store at the center of the mall. While Shara slipped her feet in and out of the 8 pairs of shoes she'd selected for her first round of try-ons, taking time to walk and turn slowly in front of the mirrors for each sleek, elegant pair, she asked how our counseling was going. It was easy to give vague answers because her trips to the mirror, followed by additional walks past the displays to test the comfort, kept her distracted enough that she didn't seem to recall exactly what she'd asked me. After 15 or 20 minutes, I'd managed to assure her that Nathan and I were getting closer every day, almost ready to end our weekly conversations in front of a near stranger. I changed the subject to her sister's wedding, or so I thought. She interrupted my questions about the venue. "You're sure everything's good with you two?" "I told you it was." "You look really tired, and you keep turning around like you're being watched by a private detective." I shifted in my chair, angling my body toward Shara. "You haven't tried on a single pair of shoes," she said. I laughed, the sound of it harsh and forced. "That doesn't mean everything isn't good with me and Nathan. How did you even make that leap?" "Because you're not yourself. It's not just the shoes, and by the way, you haven't even picked up a shoe. You just plopped down and started looking around like someone's—" "I'm fine." I gave her what I hoped was a relaxed smile. "I'm here to help you out for the wedding, not to shop for myself." "That's not how we do this. Shopping is a team sport. You know that." "This wedding is important. I want to be here for you 100%. She narrowed her eyes at me. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Yes." "And Nathan? No buried secrets, past problems, childhood traumas came up in counseling that have shaken your marriage to its core?" I laughed, more naturally this time. "Don't be so dramatic. Is that what you think is happening?" She shrugged and wriggled her feet so the open-backed shoes she was wearing fell off. "I don't know. Those things happen in therapy. We all have buried issues." "Do we?" She nodded. "It's almost over. I'm tired of talking about it. Let's figure out your shoes. After you try on a few pairs. I don't need any shoes. Neither one of us has ever needed shoes. Go find 3 pairs. I'm not trying on any more until you do. I remained in my chair. Shara stood and moved around until she was facing me. She held out her hand. Let's go. She turned slightly, letting her hand fall to her side. Do you know that woman? Who? She lifted her chin to indicate someone standing behind me. I started to turn. Is that why you keep looking around? She's been standing there staring at you for 10 minutes, at least. I saw her by the boots a minute ago, and when I stood, she'd moved over there. I raised my body slightly to see over the tiered display behind me. Kelsey stood on the far side of the aisle near the escalator. She was indeed staring at me with a cold gaze. Her hands were in her pockets, her feet slightly spread. Looking at her, thinking about her and Nathan together, my heart clenched at the thought, as if Kelsey had wrapped her hands around it and was squeezing it with all her strength. She took a step into the wide aisle in front of the shoe section. If she came over and spoke to Shara, the room seemed to tilt. My stomach swayed, trying to find my equilibrium. I grabbed my purse and hurried out of the shoe department. Moving as quickly as I could, I rushed through racks of purses, avoiding the main aisle and Kelsey, not looking back to see if she was following. Shara and I had shopped here 100 times, and I could find the restrooms without even thinking. A moment later, I was inside a stall, leaning over the toilet, losing my lunch. When I'd cleaned up and was staring at my haggard face in the mirror, running the wand of my tinted gloss across my lips, it occurred to me that Kelsey might have approached Shara the moment I turned my back. I felt another wave of nausea. I shoved the lip gloss into my purse and raced back to the shoe department. I wanted to cry with relief when I saw that Kelsey was gone. What happened? Shara asked. You ran like... I was sick to my stomach, but I'm fine now. Let's get back to your shoes. I grinned and flopped into the same chair. I really don't think you're okay. I'm fine now. Something disagreed with me. Have you narrowed it down? Things doesn't just disagree with you. You're not... Are you... She smiled. She moved closer and leaned over me. Are you pregnant? It felt as if she'd grabbed my throat. Pregnant. I couldn't even think about that. Tears rushed to my eyes. No new shoes, no eating out, no entertainment, no peace of mind. But the absolute worst of all? No baby. Kelsey, 15 years ago. Jenny's basement closet was darker than any room I'd ever been inside. Most doors have space at the bottom that lets in a little light. This one didn't. Or Jenny had turned out the basement lights, and that huge room with no windows was so dark there wasn't a single flicker of light that could find me inside the closet. I pounded on the door, even as pain shot through my hand and up my arm. Let me out! I hit the door with both fists. Jenny, let me out of here! You can't do this! I pounded harder. I kicked the door, but all it did was hurt my foot and my ankle. The door didn't even rattle. It felt like it was made out of brick. Let me out! I screamed until my voice was hoarse and I tasted blood in my throat. She wasn't coming. No one was coming because no one else in her family knew I was down here. No matter how loudly I screamed, they wouldn't hear me all the way up the stairs, through the door at the top that she'd probably closed on her way out. Unless her brother came down to play pool, I was never getting out. The auditions for Annie were the next day. Jenny didn't want real competition. She wanted zero competition. She was planning to leave me locked up in here all night. I knew it. I could feel it, like someone was there in the dark with me, whispering, "You're not getting out until the auditions are over." I started crying. After a few minutes, my soft tears turned into sobs that shook my whole body. It felt like a thunderstorm crashing inside me. I cried for a long time, pounding my fists and kicking against the door until I hurt so bad I had to stop. Pressing my shoulder against the door, afraid to move into the dark space beyond, I stood there, listening to myself breathe. I had no idea how big the closet was or what was inside. Maybe it was filled with cobwebs and spiders were crouched in the centers of their webs, waiting to drop onto my head and crawl down my neck, inside my shirt and along my spine. I shuddered, and more tears spilled out. I pressed my forehead against the door. I banged my head against it until my whole body ached. She'd known all along this was what she was going to do to me. She was the cruelest person I knew. She hated me, and she wanted me scared out of my mind, scared and completely destroyed. I would never be Annie. I wouldn't even have a chance. She might actually want me to die in here. I slumped down to the floor and rested my face on my knees, wrapping my arms around my lower legs to hold them close. She'd been laughing at me the whole time when I showed up at her front door like a moron, thinking she wanted to help me with my singing. I was such an idiot for believing her. I knew she hated me. Why would I think she suddenly wanted to help me, even if it was better competition? She was going to leave me locked in this closet all night. I wouldn't have any food. There was no toilet. I'd be all alone in total darkness. No one knew where I was. Would there be a search for me? Or wouldn't anyone care? Probably the second one. The only person who would care was my mom, and she'd assume I was out with other kids, or maybe a guy, like I sometimes was. There were other times I didn't come home at night. My mom would think this was the same, and she wouldn't call the police to report me missing. She wouldn't even call Avery to ask if she'd seen me. Avery would care, but she'd never think to ask Jenny Cooper where I was. If Avery went to the auditions and asked why I wasn't there, Jenny would lie, and Avery would believe her. Avery was brainwashed. Even though she acted like she was different, she thought like all the other kids. Deep inside, she was more like them than she was like me. She had no idea what my life was really like, and she knew everything about what their lives were like. After a while, I stood and started to feel my way around, reaching for the walls to find out what else was in here with me. I hoped for a pillow and a blanket, because I was absolutely sure I would be sleeping here. Maybe there would even be a bucket that I could use for a toilet. If I was really lucky, maybe they stored extra food down here. First, my hand touched the side of a shelf. I felt along the smooth wood until I found the front, where my fingertips touched plastic. I placed my hands on it, moving them up the sides, a plastic storage tub. Moving my hands along the shelf, I touched another identical tub. I felt up and down the shelves that ran from the floor, higher than I could reach, and every shelf was filled with plastic tubs, the covers held in place with clasps. The shelves were perfectly sized, so the tubs had only about an inch of space above each one. I turned and leaned my back against the tubs. I didn't feel like pulling them off, opening the clasps and poking around inside to see if there might be any food. Without any light, I might stick my hand into something creepy, or something that would hurt me. There could be scissors, pins, box cutters inside. Inching my feet across the carpet, I moved to the other side of the closet. It was wider than I'd expected, taking me 5 steps before I bumped into another set of floor-to-ceiling shelves. These were also packed with plastic tubs. Now I was curious. I'd also realized how hungry I was going to get if she left me here for days. I tried pulling one of the tubs off the lower shelf near my hips. It came out part way, teetered on the edge, then crashed to the floor. It was heavier than I'd expected, which meant there probably wasn't any food inside. I moved slowly to the back wall, keeping my arms stretched out in front of me. When I finally reached it after about 9 steps, all I found was more shelving and more plastic tubs. I turned my back to the shelves, slid to the floor, and wrapped my arms around my legs again. I pushed my forehead against my knees and tried not to think about what would happen to me. I was too worn out to cry. The auditions would go on without me. When Jenny let me out, if she ever did, no one would believe me that I'd been locked in her basement closet. After all these years, I knew who I was, the kid who didn't belong here. They tried to tell me, but I fell for Avery's lies. Her magic would never rub off on me, no matter how hard she tried. I never wanted to see any of them ever again. They hated me. They always had because I wasn't like them. I had one parent, they had two. Plenty of them had divorced parents, but those parents were successful. They looked young and healthy with nice clothes. Soon after they were divorced, they found someone new who loved them. My mom was unloved and unwanted, even before I was born. Surrounded by a darkness I never knew existed, I realized how very much I hated them, every single one of them. Avery lied to me. She told me I was beautiful and talented and smart. She believed she could make me into someone I wasn't. I was done listening to her. If I hadn't put my name on that list to try out for the lead in the musical, I wouldn't be sitting in this closet with my stomach growling, feeling completely stupid, and desperately needing to use a toilet, scared that I might die. When I got out of this closet, they would look at me and think they saw the same person, but they'd be as deluded as I'd been. A different person was living inside me now. The darkness surrounding me had crept into my body and was living in my heart. I liked this darkness. It was comforting. It made me feel safe. 38. Nathan. Now what the hell? For half a second, I wasn't sure if I wanted to laugh or punch the keyboard like Avery had done. Instead, I did what any semi-intelligent adult would do. I deleted the email and emptied the trash. Kelsey was out of her mind. This was not happening. She was delusional. She'd always been a little off. Maybe she'd completely lost her mind. Obviously, she'd lost her mind. Before I could close my email, a new message from Kelsey appeared. A moment later, 4 more messages popped into my inbox. What was she doing? They all had the same subject line: keep quiet. I deleted all of them and emptied the trash again. In less than a minute, 20 more messages appeared with the identical subject line. I quickly deleted those as well. As fast as I could delete, new messages appeared. She was trying to make me panic. I wasn't, not yet. But at the same time, I worried that her flood of messages would overload the mail server. What if the university noticed the unusual traffic and launched an investigation? I went to my account profile, the mouse poised over the button to delete the account. It seemed draconian, but I couldn't allow her to keep sending these messages. I couldn't risk someone in the IT department reading them. I had no idea what kind of protocols they had in place for spam or excess traffic. As I was about to click delete, I realized that might not solve the problem. If she continued sending the messages and they bounced back as undeliverable email, that traffic still might create an alert. I opened one of the emails and marked it as spam. As fast as I could, I opened the others, over 30 now, marking them as spam as well. For 2 minutes, the email stopped. Then, a message with a new subject line appeared. Don't think. Don't think for 1 second you can be rid of me by ignoring me. I need the money in 1 week. I'll let you know where and when. It took every ounce of self-control I'd ever possessed not to pound both my fists on the keyboard, not to mention punching the computer screen itself. There was no way I was giving her $25,000. She should be paying me. When Avery returned from the gym, we watched TV and went to bed without talking much. I lay awake for over half the night, hardly able to close my eyes. Each time I did, I saw ribbons of unread emails, bold white font against a dark background, all from Kelsey Ward. Then, my mind spun sideways into a waking nightmare in which the endless lines of unread threats were topped by an all-caps warning from the university that my account was about to be suspended, followed by another equally aggressive warning that my account was under investigation for criminal activity. Falling in and out of agitated sleep, whether I was dozing or restlessly trying to get comfortable, furious or frightened, I knew she had me in a vice. She was twisting the story to make it look like I'd done something criminal when all I'd done was respond to her damsel in distress hysteria. She'd come to me sobbing over her terrible mistake, begging me to help her. I hadn't done anything wrong, not really. She had no right to blackmail me, and yet, She knew things about me that could make it look like I should be paying her to keep my secret. All day at work, I checked my college email like Pavlov's compulsive dogs. Every 10 minutes, sometimes more frequently than that, I clicked over to a browser and opened the account, afraid I would see Kelsey's name, then equally scared when I didn't. Was she assuming I'd taken her at her final word? That I would simply show up to her secret place holding a paper bag stuffed with cash, leaving it without an argument in a trash can, or somewhere equally absurd? Did she think I was this easy to own? Accomplishing anything of value at work was close to impossible. Nightmarish scenarios I'd conjured up the night before plagued me during meetings, to the point that I found myself walking out at the end without a clear idea of what had been discussed. It killed me that I was keeping secrets from Avery again, lying, shading the truth. Knowing what I'd done to her by putting us into such crushing debt destroyed me every single day. She thought the pain was all hers. She couldn't see what was inside me. Despite all the hours sitting beside each other, facing Dr. Hess, following her urging to probe deeper, to find strength in vulnerability, I couldn't share some of those feelings. That's not what men do. Avery and Dr. Hess paid lip service to the fact that was the mindset I was raised with, but they didn't really get it. Maybe we should have chosen a male therapist, but I'd wanted to make sure Avery felt comfortable. I knew the mess was all mine, and I didn't want her to ever feel some other guy was siding with me because the dudes were sticking together. It was bad enough living my whole life under the cloud of failure, not getting signed to a major league team after all my success playing ball in college. I'd thought it would be a home run, but it clearly wasn't meant to be. Added to that, never making a fraction of the money my brother did, and listening to him and my father discuss investments until I wanted to gag at family dinners. Now, instead of doing my share to build a secure future for us, I'd buried us under a mountain of debt. Instead of being the man and partner she needed, I'd destroyed Avery's peace of mind and her sense of security. I'd delayed our ability to have a child by at least 2 years. I'd made my wife feel like the wolves were at our door. I'd lied to her and betrayed her. And although she talked about her financial fears, I wondered if that betrayal cut even deeper. I wondered if therapy had accomplished anything. All my life, I tried to do the right thing, the best thing. I tried to make my parents proud, and they had been when I was winning ball games and getting invited to elite teams and recruited by top schools. It wasn't that they never expressed pride in my career, or that my whole self-image was wrapped up in mommy and daddy, but I valued their respect. The only mistake I'd ever made was when I was a kid, blindly in love, thinking that helping Kelsey would entice her to remind Avery what an awesome guy I was. There was no way I was going to sneak behind Avery's back again and try to find a way to get 25 grand without telling her. Even if that were possible, which it was not, short of a loan shark or something illegal, which I was not doing. I would find another way to deal with Kelsey Ward. 39. Avery. Now. Checking my emails the moment I got out of bed every morning, and to be honest, often in the middle of the night, was not healthy. It was eroding my mental health, which was already assaulted on a daily basis. But the habit was embedded in my nervous system, as if I needed it to breathe. Now there was another message from Kelsey. Every time her name flashed across my mind, I was tormented by the thought of her and Nathan together. Imagining them with each other made me feel as if everything I'd believed about our marriage was a lie. But her constant demands and the threat of what she might do pushed those thoughts away. No matter what, I wanted to protect what we had. I wanted to understand what had gone wrong with us, to somehow fix it. But I couldn't do that because every moment was consumed by fear. The email was short and to the point. "Where's my money?" I closed the bathroom door. I leaned against it and fired a message back. "There's no more money." Her reply was immediate. "Maybe you'll have to sell your house." I wrote back, "Not happening," then closed my email. As intense as the urge to check email was, once I'd had an exchange with her, the urge to shut her out, to stop communicating with her, became stronger. I'd reached a state where I couldn't think coherently enough to compose any more words that would qualify as a response. After gulping down a cup of coffee, I decided to go for a walk before getting ready for work. I couldn't face the gym with all its energetic early morning fitness enthusiasts. I didn't have the strength for a simple hi or even a smile. It was a nice change to be outside so early. The birds were singing their hearts out, which made me feel slightly less despairing. The sun filled the sky with light, and the air was already balmy, sweet-smelling with the scent of jasmine that was prolific throughout our neighborhood. Despite my rapid, instinctive response to Kelsey's absurd suggestion that we sell our house to pay her blackmail demand, not to mention the fact that I obviously couldn't do that without involving Nathan, I found myself thinking about what she'd said. Not in response to her blackmail, but when I took a step back and considered the state of our marriage, our lives, and the financial handcuffs that bound us before Kelsey had even reappeared in my life. And apparently, in my husband's life. As I put one foot in front of the other, and the melody of the birds grew louder, my feelings about our house started to shift. I loved that house. The moment I stepped through the front door for the first time, I'd been captivated by the light, the floor plan, and the large backyard on display through the dining room windows. Nathan and I had done a cosmetic remodel so that every corner of it suited our taste. But now, it felt like a tile and lumber albatross on my back, crushing my spine. People upended their lives all the time for the pure adventure of it. Maybe we needed something new, something different. We could sell our house. Maybe we should quit our jobs, buy a motorhome, and travel. I shoved the whispers of realistic, almost insurmountable obstacles aside and continued with my fantasy. We could see the country, find places we didn't even know existed. We could slow down. I would forgive his relationship with a woman who had almost destroyed my soul. We would talk for hours, reconnect, and get to know each other more deeply. We'd learn things about the other we hadn't yet discovered. We'd meet new people, people we'd have no chance of ever meeting if we continued on our current path. The first step would be asking him about that note, facing up to whatever had happened with them, and working through it. We would work through it. I was never letting him go. Never. He was the first boy I'd loved, the only one I'd ever been with, and the one who knew me better than any person on the planet. I'd given my life to him. We could find a way through anything. Then, I had to tell him about Kelsey's threats, about the money I'd borrowed from his mother. Everything. I would share every terrified thought and explain all the white lies I'd been feeding him. Kelsey had ordered me to keep it a secret, but how would she know? I'd followed her directive because the fear had been so all-consuming, it deadened my ability to think clearly. I was blinded by fear, numbed by fear, and made unbelievably stupid by my own fear. Now I saw clearly. There was no way Kelsey would find out if I told Nathan. I laughed out loud. The idea was so ridiculous I wanted to keep on laughing. I managed to stop, not wanting other early risers to think a madwoman was wandering through our neighborhood, laughing so hysterically she'd momentarily silence the songbirds. For the rest of my walk, I planned how I would start the conversation with Nathan. Even if we didn't sell our house and wipe the board clean, we needed to talk about this. Kelsey was out of control. There was no way I could get more money for her. I needed to talk to him about what we should do. Together, we would figure this out. And maybe he would find the idea of a dramatic change as appealing as I did. Maybe there was a way. At home, I showered and got dressed for work. I made toast and kissed Nathan goodbye. Our lips lingered on each other, and I knew he sensed there'd been a change in me. Then I checked my email. Another message from Kelsey. Just a friendly reminder, do not tell Nathan about this. If you do, it's all over. My breath froze in my throat. I glanced over my shoulder as if she might be standing in my kitchen, watching me eat my toast. It felt despite the logic hammering my brain as if Kelsey had read my mind. How could she know I was thinking about telling Nathan? Of course she couldn't know that. She didn't know that. But she did know I was desperate, that my panic was rising. She just wanted to pile on more pressure. Or maybe she'd simply picked up on my stress and knew I might break, pouring out my heart to my husband, my closest friend since high school. The man she probably saw as the person who had squeezed her out of my life. She couldn't read my mind. 40 Kelsey, 15 years ago. I huddled in the corner of Jenny's basement closet for so many hours, it felt as if I'd been there for weeks. I kept my back pressed into the corner, my hands against my stomach to stop it from rumbling, and after a while, trying to stop the sharp pains like knives stabbing into my belly. When my bladder screamed that it might burst, I opened the tub I'd pulled off one of the shelves. It was filled with clothing. I emptied it and kicked everything out of the way, crying when pant legs and sleeves caught on my sneakers, tangling my feet. Finally free, I squatted over it and peed into the tub. Then I returned to my corner and cried all the rest of the liquid out of my body, ashamed by what I'd done. I hated them, all the clones, all of them exactly the same. Knowing that every single one of them thought they were better than me burned like acid in my stomach. All they had was good luck. They were dealt the lucky hand of cards with 2 parents and lots of money. They didn't do one single thing to earn any of it or deserve any of it. Jenny didn't deserve that part in Annie. My voice was better than hers. But now, no one would ever know. The auditions would happen and it would be too late. Eventually, someone might call the police to look for me, but maybe they wouldn't. They might even make up a lie to tell my mother I'd run away. A few times during the past year, I'd snuck out of the house at night to see a guy I liked. A guy I probably should not have been seeing. Every time he called, I said yes, even though I knew Avery and my mom would say I was being too easy. My mom was upset and worried when she woke in the morning and my bed was empty. When I came home, she didn't push too hard. She just told me to be careful, to take care of myself, to be a smart girl. My mom would not have called the police to report me missing after just one day. So while I huddled in the corner, thinking about all the kids at my school who hated me and how I hated them right back, I didn't lie to myself that the police, or anyone at all, was searching for me like they did for other missing kids. There were no adorable dogs sniffing around, trying to find my scent. There weren't any volunteers going door to door. No one was making flyers with my picture on it, putting them on power poles and in store windows. Avery probably wondered where I was, but since I didn't have a cell phone, there was no way for her to get in touch with me. She was probably hysterical, wondering why I hadn't shown up for the auditions. She absolutely would have gone to the theater looking for me to see how I'd done. She probably thought I'd lost my nerve. She probably thought I'd decided I wasn't good enough after all, and that I was hiding somewhere, safe in a place where I knew she wouldn't find me. After a long time, maybe it was still daytime, maybe it was the middle of the night, I fell asleep. I had bad dreams, but when I woke, I couldn't remember anything, just that I was scared and crying. To distract myself, I made up stories of all the things I would do to Jenny and the other kids at my school. Terrible things, things I would never tell anyone. When I ran out of cruel things that I could do to all the kids who had treated me like a cockroach for most of my life, especially Jenny, I fell asleep again. When I woke this time, my stomach didn't hurt anymore, but I was too weak to stand. Maybe Jenny had forgotten I was here. It wasn't as if I was a person she paid attention to when she wasn't making my life miserable. I might be here for weeks, a month. If it was that long, I'd starve to death in the closet. I remembered that you died of dehydration before you starved to death, so I guessed that would happen first. Then I had to pee again. There wasn't as much this time, but the closet smelled really bad. I started crying. If Jenny did come, she'd be so disgusted by the smell, and then she'd tell everyone. They would all know I was disgusting. Maybe I wanted her to leave me here forever and not find me. My head started to hurt. I wanted to sleep, but I couldn't. I was so tired, and the smell was making me feel sick. I coughed, making a gagging sound. I hoped I wouldn't throw up, too. Then I heard something. A key. I tried to sit up, hugging my knees. The door opened and light came in. My eyes hurt so bad I had to squeeze them closed. What the hell? His voice was deep, but it squawked at the end. Jenny's brother, Trevor. What's going on? Why? What are you doing? What the? Jenny locked me in. What? He moved closer, then jumped back, wrinkling his face. Ew! She locked you in here? I nodded. When? I shrugged. I don't know. A while ago, Tuesday, in the afternoon. He grabbed my arm and helped me stand. She's in deep shit. No, please don't tell anyone. He flicked on the light and looked at the bin filled with yellow liquid. I started crying, falling against him. It took some time, but I convinced Trevor not to tell anyone. I asked him to leave me alone and let me clean the bin myself. He'd stayed home from school that day with a sore throat. He'd come downstairs to play pool and heard something in the closet. He thought it was mice, but it sounded strange, like coughing. He took me upstairs and made me scrambled eggs with cheese and tomatoes and 4 pieces of buttered toast sprinkled with cinnamon sugar. It was the best meal I'd ever eaten. Then he walked home with me. Of course, Jenny got the part of Annie. Why didn't you audition? Avery asked. Don't shout at me, I said. I'm not shouting, but I'm really upset. Really, really upset. I know you would have gotten it. Why didn't you even try? I changed my mind. That doesn't make any sense. Avery grabbed my arm and pulled me close to her side. She put her hand on my jaw, turning my face gently toward hers. Look me in the eye and tell me you changed your mind. I changed my mind. I don't believe you. Where have you been? You weren't even in the theater when I was looking for you. You missed all your classes yesterday. Why? I don't want to talk about this anymore. Please stop asking me questions. And her eyes were filled with tears. I just don't understand. You're so good. You deserved that part. I don't understand why you didn't even try. I said I don't want to talk about it. Finally, she left me alone, but every time she looked at me, her eyes blurred with tears. It felt like we didn't have very much to say to each other for a long time. We mostly talked about our schoolwork or gossiped about other kids, but the fun had gone out of it. As the memory of my time in the closet faded, things with Avery became a little more normal again. After the performances of Annie were over, it almost seemed like it had never happened. The only thing that hadn't changed was the memory of the thoughts I'd had when I was sitting in the darkness for all those hours. Things were normal with Avery and her boyfriend Nathan, and some of the other kids, because I acted as if things were normal, so they did too. They didn't notice that everything had changed. They couldn't see the darkness living inside me, that new, comforting feeling. My mom always told me I shouldn't let other people take away my power. When she said that, I didn't really understand what she meant. Now, I did. After all these years, I knew that the kids at my school were right. I was nothing like them. They were holding different cards in their hands. I would never have those cards. We were playing a completely different game. If Avery knew that I was different inside, if she knew about all those thoughts I'd had about wanting to get revenge on the kids who had hurt me, she would have tried to win me over with niceness and smiles. But I didn't want that anymore. From what she could see on the outside, I was the same, but I held on to my power because I knew that inside I was very different. One day, Avery and I were sitting on the front lawn at the high school late in the afternoon. Avery had gone to the doctor, but she came back to school for last period because it was English, and she loved that class. Jenny's brother Trevor walked by. Hi, Kelsey. How's it going? Good, I said. He stopped and gave me a high five, then kept walking. Avery stared at me. How do you know Trevor? I shrugged. How does he even know your name? I opened my binder and flipped through the pages. Suddenly, I didn't care what she knew or what she thought. She still wouldn't know what was inside me or what had really happened in that closet. So I told her about Jenny locking me up. Her dark brown eyes looked as if they'd turned black. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you report it? Who would I report it to? The school? The police? That's kidnapping. Why didn't Trevor tell their parents? She stood. We have to tell someone about this, right now. I grabbed her ankle. No, Trevor didn't tell anyone because I asked him not to. You have no idea how humiliating it was. I don't want you to tell anyone. I told you because you're my friend, or so you say. Of course I'm your friend. How can you even ask that? I don't want anyone to know. They'll make fun of me. The police won't do anything. The school won't do anything. Her parents probably won't do anything. It's too late. You should have. I didn't want to get the part because everyone felt sorry for me. That's not how I want things to be. She flopped back down on the grass. I'm so angry. I don't understand why you didn't report it. I laughed. If I had a choice, I'd rather kill her. Avery laughed too. One quick burst, then she stopped. She stared at me as if she was trying to look behind my eyes to see what was crawling around inside my brain. 41. Nathan. Now, no matter what the weather was like, Ben always insisted we had to go off-site for coffee. The stuff they served in the company coffee shop was pathetic. As if I might forget, he told me this at least once a week. They would get more business, see better ROI, if the coffee wasn't so pathetic. It's not that hard, guys. He and I left the campus, crossed at the traffic light, and walked a block and a half to a coffee shop that was packed with employees from surrounding companies, so I guess ours wasn't the only one serving pathetic coffee. I'm buying, Ben said. What do you want? After ordering, we stepped to the side and waited for our drinks. We talked about work, keeping our conversation cryptic so the other patrons, some of whom worked for our competitors, wouldn't gain access to any proprietary information. After a few minutes, I changed the subject to the Giants game. We marveled over the double play during the third inning, then our names were called for our drinks. Ben grabbed both cups, and we headed toward the door. I moved in front to hold the door for him. Pushing it open, I stepped to the side so Ben could exit ahead of me. A group of 3 was right behind him, so I stayed with my back against the door while they left as well. They thanked me and moved out onto the pavement. Ben stood near the curb, waiting for me to join him. Just as the door was about to fall closed, a woman pushed her way past, squeezing through the small opening where I stood, crushing her shoulder into my chest as she went by. Her hand seemed to grab at my hip for half a second, startling me so that I lurched back, banging my other shoulder against the doorframe. I didn't see her face, only her retreating back. She wore a jacket and knitted beanie, even though it was warm enough for a t-shirt and shorts. As I crossed the pavement to join Ben, I shoved my hands into my pockets, trying to steady myself. I realized now, the woman hadn't been holding a cup of coffee. If she had, I might have been doused with hot liquid. In my left pocket, I felt a scrap of paper. I pulled it out. "What's that?" Ben held out my coffee cup. I removed my other hand from my pocket and took the coffee. "I don't know." Using one hand, I unfolded the note. The moment it was open, I regretted doing this in front of Ben. When I felt the unfamiliar paper in my pocket, I should have realized what had happened. After all those emails from Kelsey, I should have been alert to her approaching me in public. The woman who had shoved her way past me was either Kelsey or someone she'd put up to it. We started walking back to the office. I let Ben pull ahead while I glanced at the note. It was a scribbled reminder that she wanted the $25,000 in 1 week, or she was telling the police that I'd buried Jenny Cooper's dead body 15 years ago. Avery, of course, would also find out what I'd done. I shoved it back into my pocket. Ben slowed for me to catch up. "What's the note?" "Nothing. Just a reminder I forgot was there." "A reminder about what?" "It's nothing." "The look on your face says it's a lot more than nothing." I let my facial muscles relax. There's no look on my face. You read that note and looked like you were ready to punch someone in the face. Can we just keep walking? I have a meeting at 11. He laughed. We're in the same meeting. It's only 10:20. Why are you avoiding the question? He pressed the button for the traffic signal. I'm not avoiding anything. You're making a big deal out of a scrap of paper that's been in my pocket for a couple of days. You look like you're in fighting mode over a scrap of paper. And now you're lying about it, which seems questionable to me. But if it's a note from someone you're messing with on the side and you don't think you can trust me, I'm cool with that. He laughed and stepped into the street as the signal changed. You probably can't trust me. Avery doesn't deserve shit like that. I'm not cheating on Avery. I told you it's nothing. And I'm saying bullshit. Whatever is on that note knocked you off your feet. Finally, he dropped it. I talked about the upcoming meeting, and we parted ways when we reached his office door. After I finished the coffee, I went to the restroom, flushed the note down the toilet, and returned to my office to grab my laptop for the meeting. I didn't like Kelsey's tactics, and I didn't like that she thought I should pay her for something she did. I'd helped her out of a bad situation. As an adult, I knew I was wrong to help her, but back then, I was less certain. I should have gone to the police, but I was a kid. A clueless, panicked kid trying to be a good friend, learning, maybe for the first time, that bad stuff happened and then you just had to do your best to figure it out on the fly. 5 years later, 10 years later, it all seemed like it was too late. Maybe it wasn't too late, but Kelsey could have died in that closet if Trevor hadn't found her. So maybe what she'd done to retaliate was understandable. That's how I saw it at the time. Until she tried to blackmail me, I'd always sort of seen it that way. Other people might not, but I did. Jenny Cooper was a monster. 42. Kelsey, 15 years ago. Telling Avery I wanted to kill Jenny made me feel powerful. I wasn't sure why I'd said it. The words came out of nowhere. I'd never felt powerful, not in my entire life. The expression on Avery's face thrilled me. It was a look of total shock, but underneath, I thought I saw a tiny bit of respect. Or something? I'm not sure what it was. I wanted to ask her what she was thinking, but I didn't. I always wished I could know what people were thinking. Like when kids told me I was sleeping in their beds and reading their diaries. Did they really believe that? Or were they just saying it to make me feel bad? Lying on my bed in our apartment, listening to the rumble and revving of the Harleys at the stop sign on the street below, I wanted to know what everyone thought. I wanted to know what Jenny thought about being Annie. I wondered if she was happy that she'd got the part, even though she did something evil to get it. I didn't understand how she could be excited to get chosen as the lead when the best singer besides her couldn't even try. Did that feel good? Or did it make her sad or even embarrassed? Like it wasn't that great being the lead after all. Maybe she was totally excited because she had it and she didn't care how she got it. That was probably it, because during the Annie performances, she acted like she was a pop star, dancing on a stage in a stadium full of screaming fans clapping for her and coming close to tears. They were so in love with her voice and her face. That's what I heard. I didn't go. I wanted to know what Avery's boyfriend Nathan thought of me. He usually acted like I was in the way. He wasn't very good at putting on a face that hid his feelings. When I showed up, he looked like he wanted to tell me to get lost. He never did, but I could almost see the words coming out of his head in a thought bubble. Maybe he didn't think that. Maybe he was mad about something else. There was no way to know. Another Harley pulled up to the stop sign. He revved the engine so loud I could feel the vibration of it inside my brain, rattling against my skull. It felt like something was loose inside my head, a tiny metal ball pinging around, hitting bone, like those old-fashioned pinball machines. After a few minutes, the motorcycle pulled away with a giant roar that made me feel as if it was pulling my brain right out of my head. I turned onto my stomach, pressing my face into the pillow, shoving my hands underneath. This made it hard to breathe, but the pillow sort of covered my ears, muffling the sounds on the street. It made me feel as if it also muffled the sounds inside my head. It helped me not think about Jenny and how much I hated her. I hated her more than all the others put together. I hated her for the way she made me feel when I was inside that closet. First, Avery had turned me into someone who believed she could be the star of the musical, the one everyone clapped for, the one who stood at the center of the stage before the curtain went down. She made me think I could be the one who was handed bouquets of flowers and told what a beautiful voice I had, what a great future I had in front of me. That's what people said to other kids. The only future I had was staring into the bottom of a toilet bowl. After Avery made me think I could be the star, Jenny decided to remind me who I really was. She'd locked me in that closet in total darkness. She reminded me that I was all alone, that I was trapped without a key, that I would never escape. She made me stay there until I humiliated myself. She made me stay there until I had no chance of ever starring in the musical. I had no chance of getting any part at all. What would it be like if Jenny was dead? She couldn't stare at me until I looked away. Instead, her eyes would stare at nothing. She couldn't flash that smirk at me, telling me she was better than me no matter what I did or said. No one would remember that she was Annie. They would only remember her as the dead girl. 43. Nathan. Now. On Thursdays, I took off early from work to coach a little league t-ball team. The boys were 5 and 6 years old, so the stakes were low. At least, they should have been low. It was supposed to be fun at that age, developing skills, learning the rules, figuring out how to be a good winner and a good loser. Most of the parents saw it that way. There were always a few, but most of them were cool. Even though it was low stakes, I remembered my dreams at that age. Already, I'd known the best players, their stats, and their jersey numbers. I had my favorite team, the San Francisco Giants. I wanted to be like them. I wanted to be one of them. In the end, playing professional baseball hadn't worked out for me, but I got a lot of satisfaction from knowing I was nurturing that dream in other kids. It could happen for one of them. Winning that ticket was a combination of skill, relentless effort, and a little bit, or probably a lot, of luck. You needed luck to be in the right place at the right time, play with the right teammates in high school so your skills put you at the top of the heap, and the right college to make your own skills shine. You needed luck in the timing for when it was your chance to make a run for it. It was the luck part that I didn't have quite enough of. Long before Avery and I were married, I'd come to terms with that. Now, handing off my dreams to another kid, one that I might not even know yet, possibly more than one kid, was one of the highlights of my week. 16 little kids and I were standing near home plate. They were wearing their jerseys, jumping around like kids that age do, wrestling with each other, not listening. I was giving them a pep talk before we started practice. Every sentence was punctuated with, "Settle down." This was usually followed by a particular kid's name who was grabbing someone's hat or shoving another kid out of the way. I finished the pep talk and told them we'd start the warm-up the same way we always did. The boys lined up in 2 rows facing each other. They shoved their gloves onto their small hands. Each of the boys on one side had a baseball. First, I reviewed the proper stance for throwing the ball. Then they began a 10-minute drill, throwing the ball back and forth to their partners. I'd learned the hard way that 10 minutes was pushing the limit of their attention span for a drill of any kind. Since this involved throwing and catching, they usually managed to last the entire 10 minutes without things descending into chaos. As the balls were lobbed across the space between the 2 lines of boys, my attention drifted across the field to the other teams practicing. I could see the satisfaction that would come from coaching older kids. Fewer dropped balls, more exciting games. But I liked the little kids. Their enthusiasm put a permanent grin on my face, and I liked the games, despite the occasional chaos, where the parents mostly enjoyed themselves, the kids didn't get angry, and baseball was fun, as it should be. A woman was standing off to the side, close to first base for the other team, but she wasn't watching their practice. She was staring straight at me. In less time than it took a ball to fly out of one of the kids' hands and land at my feet, I knew it was Kelsey. 44. Nathan. Now, I would have recognized Kelsey anywhere. She was wearing a baseball cap with her long, wild hair pulled through the opening at the back. She tugged on the bill, then began walking across the field, looking almost like a kid herself due to her tiny stature and her round face and pointed chin, accentuated by the baseball cap. I felt my heart rate accelerate. Surely she wasn't planning to talk to me in front of the parents who sat on the bleachers during the 1-hour practice. Not in front of all these kids. She wouldn't. But after that stunt at the coffee shop, I couldn't be sure. As she drew closer, I realized she was not going to threaten me or try to shake me down in front of all these little kids and their parents. She veered around the boys, keeping a wide distance, whether it was to avoid me or to avoid getting clobbered by a stray ball. I wasn't sure. She went to the bleachers, climbed up 3 rows, and sat down near one of the moms. The next thing I knew, Kelsey and the Little League mom were chatting like friends who had known each other for years, whose kids played on the team together. This gave me a wild, stomach-wrenching thought. Was it possible that Kelsey had a kid on this team, and I'd never known? My mind raced through each kid, picturing their parents, trying to recall if there were any mothers I hadn't met, if there were any divorced couples where I'd met the stepmom, but not the birth mom. I couldn't be sure. I was so stressed from seeing her sitting on the bleachers, acting as if she belonged there, as if she'd been sitting there week after week, all season. I could hardly remember which kid went with which parent. I turned, keeping the bleachers in my peripheral vision. I didn't want her to think she was worrying me, or that I was staring at her in fear, but I needed to keep an eye on her. I also needed to watch the practice drill, which was coming to an end in about 3 minutes. Another stray ball came at me. The velocity was minimal, but it hit me directly in the kneecap. It felt like a perfect aim, even though I knew it was anything but that. It also felt like a metaphor, Kelsey kneecapping me like the thug she was. Nearly tripping over the ball that was still lying at my feet as the 2 little players stared at me, expecting me to toss it back, I began walking toward the bleachers. I felt 16 pairs of eyes on my back. Their coach had never left the team unattended during a drill, during any part of practice. This was more interesting than tossing the ball. At the foot of the bleachers, I debated whether I should climb up until I was towering over her. I decided I needed to keep my cool, my reputation as a chill coach. Only parents with children on the team are allowed to watch practice, I said. I need to ask you to leave. She smiled at me. I appreciate your cooperation, I said. Are you talking to me? Kelsey's tone was casual, as if she truly believed my comments were directed to one of the women sitting nearby. Yes, she cocked her head to the side. I'm sure the other moms don't mind. She looked at the woman seated to her left, who smiled and nodded agreeably. Was Kelsey implying she had a child who might eventually be on the team? Why had she said the other moms? It's not appropriate for non-parents to watch children's game practice. That makes no sense, Kelsey said. I'm not going to discuss what makes sense to you or what the rules are. You don't belong here and you need to leave, right now. I could feel the other women stiffen at my sharp words, at the volume of my tone. How was I going to get rid of her? Kelsey looked at them as if to say, is he always this volatile? Or maybe I was reading into it. By now, it didn't matter, because Sylvia Davies spoke. I'm not sure what you're so worked up about, Nathan. It's not a problem. She looked past me. The boys need some coaching. You better get back over there. 45. Avery. Now, Alicia, Camilla, and I were meeting with our new client, Kelsey Ward. They were excited, and I was terrified. They were mesmerized by the idea of helping a woman-owned business, a female entrepreneur, building a business all by herself. Normally, Camilla wouldn't join a second meeting with a new client, but she'd gushed her excitement and said she wanted to sit in. To me, she said, placing her hands over her heart, it's an added thrill that Kelsey is taking her power from a role that's historically denigrated women and is deeply entrenched as unpaid labor for women. Her accomplishments and her vision for growth are stunning. Alicia beamed at Camilla, then turned her gaze on me, waiting for me to echo their excitement. It's admirable, I said. I do think we should be cautious, though. She has a big scope of work for us, but is vague about her budget. That's a great way to be super negative, Alicia said. Now, we were seated in a conference room, and I couldn't even look at Kelsey. The aroma of her delicate, barely there body lotion filled my nostrils like noxious fumes. It was disorienting to be seated beside someone I'd known as a teenager, both of us now inhabiting different bodies, our lives so changed they were unrecognizable. And I had no idea what she was up to. Was she truly planning to hire our company, or was this all an elaborate con to increase my panic? Kelsey had just finished reviewing the plan Alicia had developed for her. I'd kept my distance, telling Alicia I was on a tight deadline with 2 other clients, and because she was so enthused about this one, I was fine with her doing the work and taking all the credit. I didn't care about the credit, I just wanted to get through it. If Camilla had taken me off the project, I would have been happy, no matter how it impacted my career in the near term. "What do you think?" Alicia asked. Kelsey turned toward me. She placed her hand on the table, inches from my open laptop. I studied her hands, soft and delicate. They didn't look like the hands of someone who did a lot of physical work. Her nails were unpainted, but they were smooth and healthy, trimmed short. She wore no rings or bracelets, only a small black tattoo of a spider on the inside of her left wrist. Each time she gestured, the spider flickered to life, then disappeared. "I want to know if Avery thinks this is everything we need to include. I want your absolute top-of-the-line offerings for each segment: social media, local press, the events." "You have it," Alicia said. "The 3rd page outlines, I really need to hear Avery's thoughts. I sense some hesitation from her, and I need to know that all of you believe in my business and its potential for greater success." "We're behind you 100%, Camilla said. "We offer all our clients—" "Avery?" Kelsey placed her hand on my forearm. I recoiled, as if that spider had crawled right off her wrist and scurried up my arm, tiptoeing its way across my neck and into my hair. "I absolutely believe in your potential for success." My voice was a hoarse, unconvincing whisper. Camilla and Alicia glared at me, their annoyance obvious. "I'm so glad to hear that." Kelsey's hand was still on my forearm. She gave it a gentle squeeze. "I've found that unspoken reluctance can really sabotage the best plans." I didn't know if I would be able to remain in the room. Her double meaning was clear, and I wanted to scream at her that she had no right to do this. I wanted to warn her that if she jeopardized my job, she would never get any money. Finally, her hand was off my arm, her attention off me, and I was free to let my mind ruminate on whether or not she'd slept with my husband before she decided to blackmail me for something she'd twisted into something it was not. I still didn't know how to ask Nathan about his relationship with her, and I still wasn't sure I could without the whole blackmail mess pouring out of me. So I kept it all neatly packed down, although clearly it was oozing out of me, based on the looks I was getting from my colleagues. After the meeting ended, Camilla escorted Kelsey to the lobby. When they were out of earshot, Alicia turned on me. "I don't know what your problem is, but everyone can feel your hostility toward Kelsey. It's obvious she felt it too. You're being really unprofessional." "I'm not hostile." "Stop lying. Kelsey is one of the best clients we've had in ages, and you're acting like she's about to take down our company. Camilla feels it too, so you better be careful. The fact that everyone but you adores her says a lot about you." She turned and walked away, taking long strides in her high-heeled, over-the-knee silver boots that made her look like a pop star. That evening, I took the maximum dose of ibuprofen to try to alleviate the headache that had spread down my neck and across my upper back. I tried to put Kelsey out of my head, but all I could think about was that she was probably using the money I'd begged from my mother-in-law to pay for this little game with my employer. All I could hope was that once she was done terrorizing me, she would decide she didn't want to waste her windfall on an ill-fated PR campaign. Nathan and I had just settled down to binge a TV show and eat popcorn. It wasn't typical for us on a weeknight, but over dinner we'd agreed we both felt a desperate need for escape. I had no idea why Nathan needed escape. Usually, he was in a good mood after Little League practice. He didn't ask why I needed it either. Maybe he assumed I was wrapped in my usual blanket of fear about our finances. Or he was simply tired of asking and being told to leave me alone. My phone buzzed. It wasn't from one of my contacts, so I let it go to voicemail. When the voicemail was complete, I picked it up. I assumed it was spam and that I'd immediately delete it. But first, I checked the printed transcript that showed up below the recording. "Hi, this is Sylvia Davies, one of the moms from the Little League team your husband coaches. There was an incident at practice today that concerned me and some of the other parents who witnessed it. Please give me a call so we can discuss it. 46, Avery." Now I stared at my phone. An incident? What was she talking about? Nathan? Why are you on your phone? I thought we were disconnecting so we could watch this show. He took a handful of popcorn. What happened at Little League practice today? He stopped chewing. He began again, then swallowed. Nothing. Why? A woman named Sylvia Davies just left me a voicemail. She wants me to call her about an incident. He put his hand over his face. Don't call her. I'll deal with it later. Tomorrow. What happened? Nothing. He shoved another handful of popcorn into his mouth and turned his attention back to the TV. Will you pause it, please? Don't talk over the show. I missed that last. Then pause it. I want to know what incident she's talking about. She's overreacting. Let's watch this. I can't. She asked me to call her back. I missed everything they said just now. I asked you to pause it. With a dramatic sigh, he paused the show. I don't know how she even got my number, I said. She went to a lot of effort to call me. It must be something if she didn't call you to talk about it. So will you please tell me what happened? A woman showed up to watch the practice who wasn't a parent. The practices are only for parents. I don't want strangers watching little kids. What do you mean a stranger? Maybe she was someone's friend. What happened? I asked her to leave. I don't understand why that would prompt a phone call to me. There must have been more to it. Do I need to call Sylvia to get the details? I said I'll deal with it tomorrow. I thought we were trying to relax. I don't think that's going to happen now. I picked up my phone and read the transcript a second time. She sounds really concerned. She's overreacting. What did you say to this person? I asked her to leave. I had to ask her several times because she was being obstinate. I might have raised my voice. That's not good. I'll take care of it tomorrow. I studied my phone, watching the screen go dark. I wondered about the woman who had shown up to watch the Little League practice. I had a bad feeling in my stomach. Was it possible the woman was Kelsey? But if there was nothing between them, he would have told me it was Kelsey. Still, why would he have raised his voice at a stranger? It was extremely out of character for Nathan to raise his voice at a complete stranger simply because she wanted to watch little kids practice t-ball. It was out of character for him to raise his voice at all. I feel uncomfortable letting this sit all night, I said. She'll think I'm not taking her concern seriously, that I'm ignoring her. I said I'll take care of it tomorrow. She should be more concerned about her son and the integrity of our practice environment than some random who might have been put out because I was firm with her. Did you yell at her? What did you say? Why are you interrogating me? Because this isn't normal. No little lead parent has ever called me. She had to go out of her way to get my number, which means she deliberately avoided talking to you about it. You aren't concerned about that? Yes, I'm concerned, but letting her cool off is the best approach. It's equally possible she might get more worked up, especially if she feels ignored. She'll have all evening and overnight to brood about it. "Are we watching this or not?" Nathan asked. I stood. "I think I should call her." "I asked you not to." "It feels rude to ignore a call about something she's obviously upset over." "You don't owe her an instant response." "I just think, please give her time to cool down. She'll realize she's overreacting. She might even call me to discuss it, which is what she should have done to begin with." He was right that she should have called Nathan. Maybe I was interfering, allowing this woman to drag me into something that had nothing to do with me. She was creating drama when she should have been speaking directly to Nathan. "I'm telling you, it was nothing," he said. "Sylvia thought it was something." He turned off the TV, picked up the half-full bowl of popcorn and carried it into the kitchen. A moment later, I heard him go into the office. I desperately wanted to know what had happened. The gnawing fear that the woman was Kelsey was growing. Was it just my paranoia? Because Kelsey had been making herself so prominent in my life, and this seemed like a logical escalation? Was my paranoia increasing because of my grief over the implication in the note I'd found tucked beside the chair cushion? If the woman who didn't belong at Little League practice was my best friend from high school, surely Nathan would have mentioned it. 47. Kelsey, 15 years ago. It was a hotter-than-hell spring night. Our power was out, so my mom had lit a few candles that were left over from Christmas. We were sitting on our miniature balcony looking over the street, trying to stay cool. Our neighbors were all on their balconies too. It made me feel like the building might tip over, with everyone sitting on one side of it, everyone's candles barely flickering because there was zero air moving. My mom suggested we play Truth or Dare, which was a very weird and risky game to play with your mom. I have no idea what made her think that was a good idea. Maybe because I'd outgrown I Spy a decade ago. Besides, it was too dark to spy very much. We played a few tame rounds. The dares were even more lame than the truths, because what could we do on our balcony in the dark? There were no streetlights, no lights from larger buildings or stores, because the power outage covered the entire neighborhood. All we saw were stars and the sliver of a moon, which was kind of nice. And the lights from the cars and Harleys going by, of course. For my next turn, I chose Truth. "Tell me something scary that happened that you've never told me," my mom said. The instant she said scary, I thought about the closet. And before I could think about not doing it, the words were coming out of my mouth. Maybe it was the almost total darkness and the hypnotic flame of the candles. Maybe it was playing Truth or Dare with my mom. I don't know. When I was finished telling her the story, the game was over. My mom was so upset. She went inside our apartment and returned a few minutes later with a box of cigarettes she kept at the back of the kitchen drawer. She allowed herself one cigarette when she deemed her stress level too high to manage with some stretching and a walk around the neighborhood. She pulled a cigarette out of the box, lit it with a candle flame, and stood leaning against the railing. She blew out a wide stream of smoke, as if she wanted to exhale everything she possibly could from inside her body. "Those kids are monsters." She adjusted the messy bun of heavy hair on top of her head, bringing her cigarette dangerously close to her hair. "I'm so sick of them, all of them." "This is why I don't tell you stuff," I said. "It hurts when you won't tell me what's going on with you." She brushed some loose tendrils of hair off the side of her face, causing me to hold my breath as the tip of the cigarette once again came within inches of the curls spilling out of her bun. "Well, it makes me feel bad when you get upset, and I don't like it when you smoke." "I don't always. Get upset or smoke?" She blew out another stream of smoke, thinner this time. "Money and status are the only things that matter to those kids. They've been raised without any morals." I didn't say anything. "Why didn't you tell me about the musical? About wanting to try out? About any of this?" Her voice rose with each question. I saw the woman on the balcony next to ours look over at us. It was obvious because the light from her 4 candles made the whites of her eyes shine. "Shh, people can hear you," I whispered. I need to help you deal with these bullies. I want to hear what's happening with you. It's not good to keep it all to yourself. You need to talk it out. You got so upset when I talked it out. You're smoking. Besides, what can you do about it? She took a long, slow drag on her cigarette. She blew it out even more slowly. I know what I'd like to do. Right now, when all the lights are out and no one can see anyone or anything, I'd like to kill that girl for what she did to you. She smashed out her cigarette on the railing. 48. Nathan. Now, I called Sylvia on Friday morning during school drop-off hours, confident the call would go to voicemail. I asked her in a calm and genial voice not to involve Avery in Little League issues. I reminded her it was inappropriate for people who didn't know the kids to hang out at practices, that this was for the safety of her own son. I asked that if she had any further concerns, she should call me. I ended with a comment about how much her son had improved over the past 2 months. After texting Avery that I'd taken care of things with Sylvia, I buried myself in work. I needed to be completely focused because I had to leave early for our final marriage counseling session that afternoon. Although the therapy sessions had helped a lot, I was ready to be finished. Avery and I had talked about it, and she felt the same. It had begun to feel as if a third person had inserted herself into the center of our marriage. We'd gained everything we could from the tools and exercises Dr. Hess had provided. Sitting in Dr. Hess's office, the late afternoon sun spilling across the coffee table between the couch where Avery and I sat and Dr. Hess's armchair, made me even more eager to be done with this weekly analysis of every word and gesture. It was a spectacular spring evening. Right now, we could be sitting on our back patio, looking at the garden, talking about nothing, and probably feeling closer to each other than we did in this office. Sometimes, the constant discussion of our problems drove us apart. We needed to get back to normal living. "Thanks for everything you've done for us," I said. "Yes," Avery said. "It's been so helpful. In some ways, I feel closer to Nathan than I did before everything happened." Avery took my hand and wove her fingers through mine. Dr. Hess studied us for a moment. She opened the notebook that was always on her lap. She picked up her pen off the table beside her, uncapped it, and made a note on her pad. "I think it's premature to assume this is our final session." "It's been 1 year," Avery said. "I don't think there's anything more to be gained." "We're not even close to being finished," Dr. Hess said. "Finished with what?" I asked. "Digging into the real issues at the core of your relationship," Dr. Hess said. "The amount of hostility I feel between the two of you is increasing." I laughed. "There's no hostility." "I think you're lying to yourself," Dr. Hess said, her tone calm and even. "Aren't you overstepping a little?" Avery asked. "I thought we were supposed to tell you how we feel. You're not with us day in and day out. The things you know about our marriage are only the tip of the iceberg." "Exactly my point," Dr. Hess said. "It's nothing to be ashamed of. Many couples take more than a year to work through everything, especially when there's been a major breach, such as the one the two of you faced. Sometimes it can take 2 or 3 years, but it's well worth the time and energy to invest in your marriage. After all, presumably this is the only marriage you plan to have. It's the most important relationship in your life, and you want it to be strong and healthy." "It is strong and healthy," I said. "Is it?" Dr. Hess made a note on her pad. It was annoying the hell out of me that she was taking notes on this conversation. We were finished. We'd resolved the issues around my betrayal of Avery, the disconnects in our communication styles, and how to manage the stress as we worked our way through repaying our debt. "It's not your call to tell us what our marriage is like," Avery said. "We came to you with a specific issue, and we agree that we've worked our way through that. We're happy with where we are now. Of course, if other things come up, we can always get in touch with you." "Is this about the cost of therapy?" Dr. Hess asked. "No, it's covered by my company health plan," I said, "but it has nothing to do with money. You've helped us a lot, which we appreciate, and we feel really solid with each other." As if we'd agreed ahead of time, although we hadn't, Avery released my hand and both of us stood. I stepped around the coffee table and extended my hand to Dr. Hess. "Thank you." She shook my hand but didn't stand up. "I think you're making a mistake. Burying your problems can eat at the foundation of your—" "We're not burying anything," I said. We said goodbye and left. The only good thing about the tense conclusion to our therapy was that for those brief 20 minutes, I forgot all about Kelsey and her threats. The moment we arrived home and I settled on the back patio with a glass of iced tea while Avery made a pasta and chicken salad for dinner, that ended. Kelsey had felt compelled to send another email, as if I needed some kind of countdown clock. 6 days left. If you get the $25,000 sooner, let me know. My schedule is flexible. I hit reply. You're not getting any money. You'll go to prison if you tell the cops. She sent an immediate response of her own. So will you. 6 days. Before I could place my phone face down on the table in an attempt to silence her, a text message popped up from Sylvia. Your voicemail was insufficient. The woman you verbally abused left a note under my windshield wiper. She told me you owe her a lot of money. What are you involved with? We need people with good character coaching our boys. I slammed my phone so hard on the table beside me, I was lucky I didn't crack the screen, despite its protective case. More than anything in the world, I wanted a beer or a glass of wine. Better yet, a shot of whiskey. I couldn't take this much longer. Kelsey would destroy us. And I had no clear, solid plan for how I was going to stop her from doing that. 49. Nathan. Now, despite my anger, steadily morphing into rage at Kelsey, and now Sylvia, I managed to keep it tamped down while Avery and I ate her pasta and chicken salad on the patio. As couples sometimes do, we had the shared bond of complaining about our therapist. We griped about her self-important attitude in assuming that she knew more about our relationship than we did. I felt closer to Avery than I had in a while, as we assured ourselves that Dr. Hess had lost sight of the almost miraculous transformation in our relationship. We didn't discuss Sylvia's voicemail, and I appreciated that Avery was leaving it to me. The following morning, just as I was headed out to mow the lawn, I received a text from Sylvia in a thread that included Lainey, one of the other team mothers. We'd like to have a face-to-face meeting with you this morning to discuss our concerns. It should only take 30 minutes. Please let us know what time you're available. The other team parents are aware this is happening and are in agreement. The formality irritated me. It also made me nervous. But without pausing to think about my words, I texted back that I was busy. I shoved the phone into my pocket and headed out to the shed at the back corner of our yard. My phone vibrated twice. I pulled it out of my pocket. 2 messages. Sylvia. We're only asking for 30 minutes, Nathan. Lainey. This is important. We need to talk about it before the game tomorrow. I leaned against the side of the shed. Were they planning to ask me to resign? I loved coaching. I loved those kids. I looked forward to practice and the games every week. There was no greater feeling than watching their eyes sparkle and shine when they caught a fly ball, or the bat connected with a ball, or they made it to base without being tagged. If Kelsey wanted to drive a knife into my heart, she couldn't have picked anything better, except doing something to hurt Avery. I texted back, right now is fine, but I only have 20 minutes. I knew it was stupid to try to negotiate the time with them, but I had to stand up for myself, even if it was minor. This was utter bullshit. Kelsey was not going to make me look like a loser who couldn't control his temper. I wanted them to come over and wrap this up quickly while Avery was at the gym. I returned to the house, got a glass of water, and settled on the living room couch to wait for the posse to arrive. It was only minutes before the doorbell rang. I greeted them and ushered them into the living room. I didn't offer them anything to drink. Let me start by telling you, that note is a lie, I said, and honestly, I'm disappointed that you'd take the word of a stranger over mine. You've known me for years. You know how I feel about your kids, and you know how they feel about me. I'm shocked that you're taking this seriously." Sylvia, her long blonde hair swept up into a ponytail, her pink workout clothes suggesting she'd given up something important to deal with me, gave me a tight smile. "If I hadn't heard you shout at a woman, I might have agreed with you. But after that, and after your voicemail, refusing to take responsibility for your behavior, I have a different view." "It's still disappointing. I raised my voice because I'm looking out for your children. We don't want strangers lurking around practice." "It was a little scary how fast you lost your cool," Lainey said. "I didn't lose my cool. The note on Sylvia's car said you owe her $25,000. Lainey coughed, as if she were literally choking on the words and couldn't quite expel them from her throat. "How can you possibly owe someone that much money?" Sylvia said. "Is that why you were shouting at her? It wasn't about watching practice at all. It looks like you have some kind of relationship with this woman." "I don't want to discuss it. She's someone I knew years ago, yes, but I don't owe her any money. I'll take care of it, and I do apologize if I came on a little too strong. We need someone who's a good role model for our boys." Sylvia crossed her legs. I didn't like that. It gave the impression she was settling in for a longer conversation. "If you have a drug problem or some kind of illicit financial thing going on the side, that's absolutely unacceptable," Lainey said. I let out a sharp laugh. "Where did you get that idea? That's insane." "You have to understand how disturbing it is to have a stranger tell us a man who has a close connection with our children, who spends time with them on a regular basis, who has influence over them, owes her that kind of money, and then provides no details. It's not as if she explained that you borrowed it for home repairs or a vacation or something reasonable." "She's lying to you," I said. "Why would she do that?" Sylvia asked. I stood. "I don't have anything else to say. I told you she's lying. I don't owe her any money. I spoke sharply to her because I'm looking out for your kids. She's not a good person and she didn't belong at practice." I knew the minute I said it, I should have left off the last part. "She seems really sweet," Lainey said. "Vulnerable," Sylvia said, "and kind." "You got all that from a 2-minute conversation?" I needed to stop talking. I was not making things better. I might be pushing them to have another conversation with Kelsey. I moved toward the entryway. "I have things I need to get done today, so—" They both stood. "The coach of this team needs to be a good role model for our children. He—" "Or she," Lainey said. "Or she," Sylvia said, "needs to be transparent. We would have preferred a better explanation of who this woman is, but it's clear you only want to slander her. Be careful, or we'll be looking for a new coach." They left without any pleasantries. It was brutally unfair. After helping Kelsey all those years ago when she showed up outside my bedroom window, sobbing, almost screaming with fear, she was doing this to me? 50. Kelsey, 15 years ago. It felt like a mother-daughter role reversal. I came home late. So late, I thought I'd be in trouble for waking my mom when she had to get up at 5 for work the next day. It was almost 3 in the morning, and my mom wasn't watching TV, although she usually wasn't that late at night. But she also wasn't asleep in her bed. The apartment was empty. It was hard for me to believe she wasn't there. I walked from room to room, which wasn't much, just 4 rooms and a bathroom. No mom anywhere in sight. I went out, locked the door, and went down to our carport. Her car was gone. I stared at the empty space. I couldn't imagine where she might be. Back inside our apartment, I went through all the rooms again, knowing I was behaving like a demented ghost. She wasn't there. I knew she wasn't there, but she'd never not been there. Not for my entire life. She hadn't left a note. There were 0 messages on the answering machine. Sometimes my mom went on dates, but not very often, and when she did, she always told me. Usually, she told me days ahead of time. When she had a date, she would ask me what she should wear. She would try on different outfits, acting like a runway model. We'd laugh like we were friends instead of a mom who was a house cleaner and her daughter who was the school pariah. Maybe now that I didn't always tell her where I was, she decided to increase her own privacy. I got a soda from the fridge, opened it, and drank some. I grabbed 5 cookies and took them into the living room, flopping onto the couch. I ate my cookies, drank my soda, and worried about my mom. I couldn't think of a single explanation for where she would be so late at night. If she had some weird situation where she had to do extra cleaning, or she'd got some emergency job because of out-of-town guests or a last-minute situation the next day, she would call our apartment and leave a message on our answering machine. My soda was gone. It was now almost 4 o'clock in the morning. She still wasn't home. I closed my eyes, squeezing them hard, trying to think. A memory of my mom resting one hip against the balcony railing, smoking, filled my head. I'd like to kill that girl. But she would never. My mom wasn't a killer. She was just saying that because she was so upset. She was the most chill mom there was. I'd met other moms. I'd heard other moms and seen them in stores and around the school. My mom picked up spiders and carried them out of our apartment on a piece of paper towel. Why had she said that? She wouldn't. She couldn't. But where was she? She was never not home. I know what I'd like to do. Right now, when all the lights are out and no one can see anyone or anything, I'd like to kill that girl. For what she did to you. It was so late and I was so tired. She would never do that. Why was I even thinking that? But where was she? 51. Avery. Now Sylvia hadn't called me again. Nathan assured me he'd spoken to her and everything was all taken care of. I wondered if that was true. Her move to call me was drastic in the landscape of Little League politics. There had to be a reason she hadn't wanted to speak directly to Nathan, so I wondered how he'd managed to convince her there was no issue around the incident, which he still hadn't explained clearly. Whatever had happened, I had no time to think about it now. Another email from Kelsey awaited me when I came home from the gym, filling my stomach with acid before I even had a chance to make a pot of coffee. This is a friendly reminder that I'm still waiting for my $30,000. It's been over a week, and I haven't heard a word from you. This isn't a spa appointment that you get to schedule whenever you feel like it. I want the full amount 1 week from today. I replied, telling her I didn't have the cash. She wrote back telling me she was absolutely confident I'd be able to get it. Despite the knives tearing at my stomach, I made coffee. Nathan said he didn't want any because he needed to mow the lawn, but so far, all I'd seen him do was open the shed door and stand with his back to the house, staring into the dark opening, as if he couldn't figure out where he'd put the lawnmower. I left my phone in the kitchen, not wanting to see any email alerts flash across the screen, telling me more threats were lurking inside. I took my mug to the front porch, sat on our swing, and waited for the coffee to cool. Closing my eyes, I tried to find comfort from the sun falling across my skin. I listened to the wrens singing and calling to each other as they hunted for food in our front garden. By the time I opened my eyes, my coffee was lukewarm. I wasn't sure whether I'd dozed or if my brain was so overtired I'd entered a numb state in which I was unable to think, even to the point of remembering to drink my coffee. I sipped it anyway, aware that I could finally hear the hum of our electric lawnmower. I returned to the kitchen and picked up my phone, ready to face the inevitable. I hated responding to Kelsey's emails. Every time I did, I was adding another paving stone to the electronic pathway that would tie me to her and imply, by my obvious fear and my engagement with her, that I was complicit in whatever twisted story she wanted to tell about what had happened in high school. But there was no other choice. I had to keep the conversation going because it was the only way I could think of to keep her from doing something catastrophic. I wasn't even sure how long that tactic would last. I started a fresh message. Please don't do this. I didn't do anything wrong, and you have no right to ask me for money. But I don't want to get involved with the police. I'm asking you to show a little patience. I'll think of something. Harassing me every day is not helping me think clearly. I hoped that last part wouldn't make her think I was in a state of panic, but it needed to be said. If she seriously wanted me to figure out a way to get her more money, she needed to give me some breathing room to consider some new options. She was completely delusional about how much money Nathan and I had. No one had tens of thousands of dollars in cash sitting around in a checking account or an easily accessible savings account. Her reply was swift. "I'm tired of your stalling and your games. Figure it out fast." I knew what my options were. One option only. I had to ask Luke. There was no other choice. I couldn't ask Maya for more. Her disappointment in my supposed gambling mistake had made it clear she wouldn't be as understanding if it happened again. I texted Luke, asking if he would meet me for coffee. "Luke, what's the occasion?" "Avery, I'll tell you when I see you." Luke, that sounds enticing. He followed this with a winking emoji. "Avery, it's not meant to entice. I just want to meet for coffee to ask you a question." Luke, now it sounds ominous. "Avery, stop reading into it. Can you meet for coffee or not?" Luke, "Anything for you, Avery. Anything at all." I loathed that man. I almost walked out to the backyard to tell Nathan everything, but I couldn't. I couldn't trust Kelsey, especially after hearing about a woman showing up at Little League practice. I couldn't shake the belief it was Kelsey. He wasn't telling me because of whatever had gone on between the two of them. The pain from the reminder of that was sharp and sudden. I took my phone into the living room and curled up in the armchair. My phone vibrated with a new text. I glanced at the screen. A text from Camilla. Why was she texting me on a Saturday? She never had before. I swiped the screen, fearing the worst, although I wasn't sure what that would be. "What happened between you and Kelsey Ward?" "She's decided not to work with us after all." 52. Nathan. Now, Little League games on Sunday mornings were one of my favorite parts of the week. Now, Kelsey had thrown a hand grenade into that. I wondered if she'd ruined it permanently. Would Sylvia and Lainey, and according to their assertions, all the other parents, ever view me the same? Dr. Hess would tell me I needed to take responsibility for my behavior. I shouldn't have raised my voice or been so confrontational. But Dr. Hess was wrong in this case. That piece of it might have been my responsibility, but the parents were giving me the side eye now because they believed I owed Kelsey money. They didn't know what it was about, and that not knowing made them imagine something shady. Even walking onto the ball field was uncomfortable. As the parents greeted me, I wondered what lay behind their sunglasses and half-smiles. The game started off well, but within 10 minutes, I found myself second-guessing every word I spoke, every move in front of the bench, every shift toward first or third base to coach the kids on their stance. It was grueling, more stressful than anything I faced during the work week, because I felt as if every parental ear was listening to hear if I raised my voice, watching to see if I appeared to be someone completely different from who they'd believed I was. By the third inning, I was sweating, although the temperature and my activity level didn't warrant it. Then, I felt my phone buzz with a text message. Usually, I turned it off during practices and games, but since Kelsey had resurfaced, I kept it on all the time. I ignored the alert until our team had its third strike. Then, while the kids switched positions, I pulled out my phone. "Luke, thought I'd watch my baby bro coach the kids today. What the hell, since when?" Luke had never watched me coach t-ball. I wasn't sure how he knew I had a game or where they were playing. Had he called Avery to ask? She never came to the games. This was my thing, and it wasn't for my ego. I did it for fun, for the kids. As I was about to reply, another message appeared. "Luke, bringing a girl. You said you wanted to meet the top candidate." I had said nothing like that. First of all, I would never call his dates candidates. Second, I never expressed any interest at all, much less asked to meet one of them. They paraded in and out of his life faster than he bought new cars, which was more frequently than anyone I knew.
"It'll be disruptive. Please don't come."
"Too late. Almost there. See ya." Behind me, a guy shouted, "Hey coach, pay attention! Stop making side deals or whatever it is you're doing." I shoved the phone into my pocket, my face burning with so much intensity I was sure they could see all the way from the bleachers that the blood was turning my skin burgundy. Our team was still in the outfield when I looked toward third base and saw Luke walking toward the baseball diamond, a huge grin on his face. Hanging on his arm was Kelsey Ward. My feet felt as if they were sinking into the earth beneath the grass, preventing me from moving. Being immobilized might have been a good thing, because every other bone and muscle in my body wanted to charge at Luke, knock him onto his back, and punch him in the gut. Was he behind all of this? He couldn't be. There was no way Kelsey would have told him what I'd done. Would she? Luke could never keep his mouth shut about anything. If he'd known, he would have harassed me about it years ago and never let up. Even if she'd only told him recently, and he'd been the one to suggest blackmailing me, he would have said something to me when he'd been at our house for dinner. He would not have been able to stop himself from making me squirm. I was sure of it. Still, part of me wasn't sure at all. Luke and Kelsey stopped near a group of parents who had set up chairs on a grassy area along the third base line. Luke pulled a rolled-up blanket from under his arm, snapped it out in front of him, and placed it on the grass. They sat down beside the other parents as if they had a kid in the game. Apparently, they were going to sit there and make me sweat even more. Now, every 10 or 15 seconds, my head snapped to the left to see what they were doing. I needed to know who they were talking to. I needed to know if they were looking at me. Most of all, I was desperate to know if they were only there playing some kind of game, or if they were actually a couple. I was studying them for signs of physical contact. Except for the way she'd been leaning on him as they approached, I hadn't been aware of anything suggesting they were in a relationship, but I couldn't be sure. I had no idea if this was some kind of complicated, well-organized head game they were playing with me, or if it was simply a casual encounter. It was possible that because Kelsey was hanging around the area, they'd simply run into each other and reconnected. The problem was, I didn't want to ask any questions, because that would surely dig a much deeper hole for me, no matter which one I talked to. My thoughts became so consumed by Luke and Kelsey, I lost all focus on the game. I made ridiculous rookie mistakes. One of the dads yelled at me. He didn't even bother to walk over to where I was standing to offer his correction, but shouted it out down the length of the field so that everyone could hear, even the opposing team. After that, my mistakes multiplied. The kids would have played better if I wasn't there. They looked at me helplessly as they began to pick up on my anxiety. They dropped balls, made more wild throws, missed easy catches, neglected to tag the bases when they ran, and struck out more than usual. We lost the game, 8-1. The moment the kids converged in the center of the field, the winning team jumping and high-fiving each other, the parents swarmed around me, talking over each other, repeating each other's statements as if we were standing at the bottom of a canyon, and the echo was reverberating multiple times. They listed my mistakes. They told me that even though the kids were little, they needed good coaching. They told me I was a disappointment. I'd let the kids down, which was my worst mistake of all. They seemed deaf to my apologies. One mother called them excuses, telling me she didn't want to hear them. Finally, they left me alone. When I looked over to where Luke and Kelsey had been sitting, they were gone. All that remained was a flattened square of grass, assuring me that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. 53. Kelsey, 15 years ago. Avery showed up at our apartment every Saturday. I would tell her to go away. She would shake her head, fold her arms across her ribs, and glare at me, moving closer to the doorway, ready to push her way inside. Sometimes I didn't even answer the door, but when I did that, she rang the bell over and over, knocking between rings, driving me mental. In the end, I always let her come in. My mom was usually working, and if I was bored, Avery was better than watching TV all day. Maybe. "You're not yourself anymore," she said. "I'm the same as always." She shook her head. It's like you're shrinking inside yourself, turning back into the person you were when I met you. I laughed. I didn't turn into someone else, and I'm not turning into anyone now. I've always been the same. That's not true. You seem like you're giving up. I shrugged. Why did you drop out of theater? She asked. You know why. You can't let her win. I didn't answer. We had the exact same conversation every single Saturday. We had the same conversation at lunchtime and after school. She wouldn't leave me alone. Sometimes she called on the phone saying the same things. I said the same things back to her. She already won. I thought you wanted to kill her, she said. Where did all that rage go? You need to get it back. I wasn't serious. I'm not going to kill her. But you should feel angry. You need to keep that fire burning. Why? Because you need to stand up for yourself. I laughed. Stand up for myself against what? I don't get to be the lead in the musical. It's over. I'm not going to be an actress or anything, so I don't need to be in any more musicals at all, ever again. How do you know? You have your whole future. We're only 17. I flipped onto my stomach, burying my face in my pillow. I'm sick of talking about this. I hate it that you're so defeated. It makes me want to cry. It's not about you, Avery. Nothing will change if you cry. She inched closer to me. For a minute, I thought she was going to rub my back like my mom did. The feeling was so strong, I wondered if she thought about it but changed her mind. She did lean closer. I felt her breath on the side of my face. You can't let her beat you down. Nothing she says about you is true. You have to fight her inside your head. That's what I mean about getting your fire back. I know what you mean. I thrashed around, hoping she'd get off the bed, but she didn't take the hint. You don't have to stand up to anyone, so it's easy for you to tell me how to do it. But it's not like that when people are attacking you all the time, and they've been doing it your whole life. It's better to just walk away. So stop judging me when you don't know what you're talking about. I totally know what I'm talking about. I had to stand up to a guy who almost raped me. I flipped onto my back and propped myself up on my elbows. What? When did that happen? Like, since I've known you? She nodded. Why didn't you tell me? She shrugged. I was embarrassed, I guess. That makes no sense, and I know that now, I think. I shouldn't be embarrassed, but I was. It was confusing, and it all happened so fast, it took me a while to figure it out in my own head. Also, I felt like I got myself into the situation, and it didn't seem... I just didn't want to tell anyone. I didn't really see the point, and because it was, who was it? I asked. She told me about Luke. She told me about his gun and how scared she'd been. But she also told me that when she pointed out what would happen if he actually shot her, that he left her alone. Bullies can be bullied right back, she said. That's what I'm saying, and it's not even really bullying them back. It's just telling the truth. All I did was show him how stupid he was. I didn't tell him he was stupid. I just explained the situation, and he realized that for himself. I didn't say anything. Our situations were not the same, and I wasn't sure she'd stood up for herself as much as she thought she had. It sounded to me like she was lucky. Probably what happened was he decided he wasn't interested. He didn't seem like a guy who would force himself on a girl. He was confident. He could get any girl he wanted. He had that bad boy thing about him, but he wasn't a creep. She'd probably misread the situation. 54. Avery. Now, first thing Monday morning, Camilla ordered me into her office to talk about why Kelsey had decided not to work with us on her PR campaign. She said she didn't feel like we were enthusiastic about her vision. I'm not sure why. She said you, in particular, seemed to view a house-cleaning business with some disdain. I don't know how she got that impression. My voice was a whisper, and if Camilla had known me better, she would have recognized the fear constricting my throat. She implied you view the house cleaning business as second class and not worthy of a PR campaign. I don't. She misread me. Did she? I sensed some negativity the moment you were introduced to Kelsey. That's not true. Did you have conversations with her that I'm not aware of? She was very enthusiastic, so I'm having trouble understanding her decision. Clients cancel all the time. They don't. We track that closely, and last year it was her decision. It has nothing to do with me, and there were no side conversations. You and I have worked together for years, but it feels like you don't trust me, that you're taking her viewpoint as absolute truth. Camilla studied me with an expression I couldn't interpret. Something isn't adding up here. She paused for another few seconds, folding her hands and resting them on her desk. You're right. You and I have a long, solid relationship, and I do trust you. But lately, she unclasped her hands and leaned back. It's disappointing to lose a client, especially someone fighting the odds to grow a woman-owned business. I'll have to take your word for it that she misread you, but this goes against my gut feeling about her, and it will probably continue to bother me. I stared at her. What was I supposed to do with that? Was she telling me I'd have to prove myself to her every minute of the day for weeks, possibly months to come? I wasn't sure she would ever see me the same way again. Loathing for Kelsey and her lies filled my stomach, pushing its way up. I forced myself to hold Camilla's gaze, painful as it was. My eyes ached, trying to keep my focus on her, thinking about how utterly unjust this was. If you ever decide to clear the air, I'm here. She turned to her computer and began tapping the keys without bothering to tell me we were finished, or that I could leave, or even to say goodbye. Late that afternoon, I arrived at the coffee shop 20 minutes early to be sure I was settled before Luke showed up. I wanted plenty of time to choose a table that was as isolated as possible. I wasn't about to walk into the coffee shop feeling his eyes devouring my body. I didn't want him buying my coffee. Despite my preparations, he managed to destabilize me immediately. He slid in across from me, coffee mug in his hand. We meet again. I remember a very similar circumstance a year ago. Let me guess, you need money after all? You waited all this time, tried to tough it out, but now you're desperate? My skin turned cold. My fingers were so stiff I couldn't pick up my mug. I desperately wanted to hold it in my hands, to feel its warmth, to take a sip, which would give me time to think of a response. But I didn't trust myself because I wasn't sure I'd be able to keep a firm grip on the handle. How did he know this was about money? Had Nathan said something to him? I couldn't imagine Nathan doing that. Nathan told his brother absolutely nothing about our lives unless he was forced into it. So how could Luke know? It didn't seem possible that Maya would have said anything, although I didn't know that for sure. Too scared to tell me the truth, Avery? Luke asked. Don't be. You can trust me. No. You've always been a little afraid of me, haven't you? It wasn't a question. He knew I was afraid of him. That's what he'd wanted from the moment he met me. It was what he wanted from everyone. He saw fear as power and superiority. If people feared him, he was the alpha male, no questions asked. Every time he opened his mouth, my disgust for him increased. I'm not afraid of you, I said. You're lying. I forced my fingers around my mug and took a sip. Believe what you want, but I'm not afraid. Then why aren't you telling me the reason I'm sitting here? You haven't given me a chance. He leaned back in his chair, spreading his arms wide. Go right ahead, sweetheart. I'm listening. Don't call me that. He grinned. Didn't mean to offend you, so why are we here? I took another unnecessary sip of coffee. My skin was still like ice. It felt as if snakes were coiling around my wrists, wrapping themselves around my throat, choking me. I couldn't ask him, but there was no other way for me to get that kind of money. I'd spent weeks searching my mind for possibilities and come up empty. I needed to ask him, or else face whatever consequences Kelsey wanted to deliver. I shivered. I hated my body for betraying me because I saw immediately that he noticed my trembling. He chortled as a smirk wound its way across his lips. Oh, now I get it. Get what? The smirk remained. Nathan isn't a lot of fun to be around. Trust me, I know. He's always in a bad mood. He's been that way since he was a little kid, but it's worse as he gets older. No, he's not. You don't owe him any loyalty. Anything you say is just between us. I'm not being loyal, and he's not always in a bad mood. It's just the opposite, actually. He laughed. He feels so damn sorry for himself, and he works hard, harder than most, but he can never get ahead, can he? That's why you came to me for money last year, but you didn't want to hurt his sensitive ego, so you chickened out. I get it. That's not how it is. This wasn't the conversation I'd planned. I wanted to smack Luke's face for the way he was attacking the man I loved, a man who was better than Luke in every way imaginable. How could two brothers growing up in the same home be so different? His parents weren't like this. They were kind and respectful. They cared about people. But I wasn't going to get rid of Kelsey if Luke couldn't or wouldn't help me. I had to swallow my bile and do what I'd come for. If my baby brother is having trouble again, I'm happy to help you. And if there's a way to slip you some cash without him knowing, I'm happy to work that out too. But that's not really the issue here, is it? It's too bad that Nathan hasn't done better for himself. He never got over the fact that he didn't have what it took to make it into the majors. The stink of defeat makes it hard for him to succeed in his career. I'm not a psychologist, but that's my take. And clearly, he has trouble managing the money he does earn. He doesn't know anything about investing, that's obvious. That's not strange how two guys with the same DNA, the same upbringing, can turn out so differently, isn't it? He folded his arms across his chest, giving the impression he was puffing it out. It gave me chills that he had the same thought I'd had, but from an entirely different perspective. Nathan is doing really well at— Sure, I'm not surprised that's what he tells you, but the fact that he's been stagnant in the same position for so long tells a different story. We can see the obvious, and all anyone has to do is look at your house to see that things are falling between the cracks for you two. What had he seen at our house? Was it looking worse than I'd realized? I felt on the verge of tears, but I couldn't cry in front of him. I refused to cry in front of him. Please stop. Nathan isn't— But none of that's important. I realize I misread the situation entirely. He pushed his chair out and stood, laughing softly. How clueless can I be? He dragged his chair around close to where I was sitting. He sat down, shoving his legs under the table, his left leg pressing against mine. I edged my chair away from his, the wooden legs squeaking on the floor, drawing irritated glances from the people at neighboring tables. Get away from me! Although I'd moved far enough that his leg was no longer touching me, he was still uncomfortably close. He placed his hand on my thigh, sliding it up my leg. Get your hand off me! I hissed. It's okay. I know you're nervous. I saw that shiver. I totally get it now. But this probably wasn't the best place to meet if you're worried about somebody seeing us. He glanced over his shoulder as he slid his hand higher up my leg. I stood. Don't touch me. Relax, Avery. It's okay. No one can see. I get it that that's why you wanted to meet. I sensed something when you invited me to dinner. I just couldn't put my finger on it. Nathan didn't want me there, and you did, but I couldn't figure out what was going on. When you shivered just now, well, he laughed. You are so far off base, I said. I am not interested in you. I never have been, and you know it. I love Nathan more than you'll ever understand. Don't touch me again, and don't ever think that I have any kind of attraction to you whatsoever. Is that clear? So, this is just about money? Your husband can't provide for you? No, that's not it. Then why are we here? And please sit down. I don't like looking up at you. It's giving me a pain in my neck. Either we're done talking or sit down. I couldn't ask him. Not after this. I had no idea what I was going to do. I wanted to smack his face. I wanted to kick him right between his legs. I wanted to scream. I needed that money, and he had so much of it. But I couldn't ask. Not now. Not ever. I should never have. Even if Nathan never found out, I'd know in my heart that I'd betrayed my husband in the worst way possible. Worse, I would betray myself more than I already had. Forget I spoke to you, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention this to Nathan. He laughed. Sure, we wouldn't want to squash his ego any more than it already is. I'm not sure he could take it. I grabbed my purse. I wasn't going to say another word. He wasn't worth it. As I started walking away from the table, he grabbed my wrist, pulling me back. You should have been with me. All along you should have been with me. Nathan doesn't deserve you. He can't satisfy you, and he can't handle a woman like you. Give that some thought. I walked out of the coffee shop feeling as if flames were licking at my feet. 55. Avery. Now Nathan was making dinner when I walked into the house. The aroma of garlic sautéing in olive oil calmed me. A little. With that enticing aroma came a strong desire to put my arms around his solid, muscular body, inhale the scent of his skin, and hold him so close I'd feel our breathing and the rhythm of our heartbeats join into a single being. I needed to kiss his lips and taste his mouth in mine. I loved that man so much it made my heart turn to liquid. Luke didn't deserve to have the same last name as Nathan. He didn't deserve to be in the same room as him. I hung my purse on one of the hooks at the top of the hall tree, kicked off my shoes, and went into the kitchen. I moved behind Nathan, wrapping my arms around his waist. I leaned my head against his back, feeling the strength of his muscles and bones, the warmth of his body. That's nice. I need that after my day. He put one of his hands over mine, pressing it closer. I tightened my arms, and he put down the knife he'd been holding. What happened? I asked. Luke called. I moved away from him quickly so he didn't feel my arms clench. I didn't want him to feel my heart hammering against his back. Why'd you move? That was nice. I need a glass of water. I took a glass out of the cabinet, went to the fridge, and pressed it against the spigot. I let the sound of the rushing water fill my head, giving me time before I asked about Luke. I took a few sips of water. What did he want? I didn't talk to him. Oh. I took another sip of water. Are you going to call him back? I wanted him to say no. I wanted him to tell me he had no plans to speak to his brother ever again. They were done. We would see him for holiday dinners at their parents' house, maybe. Not sure. He returned to chopping vegetables for the stir-fry he was making. He left a voicemail, but I haven't listened to it yet. I took a few more sips of water. He doesn't usually call you, does he? No. Why didn't you listen to his voicemail? He tossed green beans and broccoli into the wok along with the garlic. The sizzle of the vegetables landing in hot oil allowed him to do the same thing I'd done a moment earlier, avoid responding to the question. I didn't need an answer. I needed him to delete the voicemail without listening to it. Would Luke have said something to betray me in a voicemail? I couldn't believe he would call his brother and tell him we'd met for coffee when I'd explicitly asked him not to. I couldn't believe he'd go further and tell Nathan that we'd talked about money. Surely he wasn't riled up enough that he was going to tell Nathan that I belonged with him, or that he somehow had the idea in his head that I was interested in him. Even though I'd shoved Luke's hand off my leg and stood up, moving far away from him, I wasn't entirely sure he believed me. When thoughts of Kelsey's threats had caused me to shiver with such ferocity, he'd chosen to interpret that as desire I'd suppressed for a decade and a half. I'd never met a man so blinded by his own vanity. There was no way he would tell Nathan that he'd hit on me. What would be the point? Unless he wanted to infuriate his brother. Unless he was trying to pick a fight. Maybe he wanted to break us up. What if he told Nathan that I'd responded to his touch? Was there any way I could listen to that voicemail without Nathan knowing? I knew the passcode to his phone, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to get it away from him and listen to a voicemail without him finding out. It seemed too risky. But when I thought of what I'd done already, borrowing all that money from his mother, meeting his brother behind his back, maybe the risk was minor. I couldn't believe Luke would be that destructive. Or maybe I could. I'd made myself clear, hadn't I? He wasn't stupid. Even if he caused a split between Nathan and me, he couldn't really believe I'd go running into his arms. It was hard to know with someone like him. I really had no idea what was inside his head. Even if he didn't talk about all of that, would he tell Nathan we'd discussed money? Nathan would be so upset, beyond upset. He'd consider it a betrayal on par with his betrayal of me. More so. Thinking about it was making my head pound. I pulled one of the bar stools away from the counter. Then I thought better of it. One of us often sat at the bar so we could talk while the other one was cooking. But right now, I couldn't be near him, imagining him listening to that voicemail. Leaving the bar stool standing out from the counter, I picked up my glass of water. I have a little headache. I'm going to lie down in the living room for a minute. Do you want me to get you something for it? No, if I drink the rest of this water and lie down, I should be fine. I went around the counter and kissed him gently. In the living room, I stretched out on the couch, putting a pillow under my neck. It relieved the pressure in my head, but there was no relief from my thoughts. A short time later, Nathan called from the kitchen to tell me dinner was ready. I sat up and checked my phone. There was an email from Kelsey. Of course there was. There was always an email from Kelsey. I clicked on it. You need to take this more seriously. I don't think you're trying hard enough to get the money. Please see the attached image. I clicked to see a screenshot of an email addressed to Camilla. The message told her that I owed $30,000 because I'd been involved in a con. I'd been given probation, but I also had to pay back the money I'd scammed out of Kelsey. Another email arrived. That email to your manager is softball. If I don't get the money, I will send it, but I can make it so much worse. Although, I guess it's better if I save that for the police. Get busy. I let my phone slide onto the floor. I couldn't go on like this. I needed to tell Nathan about Kelsey's threats. I'd allowed her to stir up so much fear I hadn't been thinking clearly. There was no way she could know about a private conversation between me and my husband, unless she'd gone so far as to bug our house. 56. Avery, 15 years ago. Nathan's parents had gone out with friends to dinner and a concert. Luke was home for spring break, so he was supposed to chaperone us to make sure we didn't get carried away, according to his father. I almost threw my soda at him when he said that. Of course, Nathan and I had already gotten carried away, more than once. And the last person in the entire state that should have been trusted as a chaperone was Luke Reed. A tiny voice in the back of my head whispered that maybe it would be better if I went home, but Nathan and I had already planned to watch a movie. And because I'd made my terrible decision to keep Luke's assault a secret, I didn't know how I would explain to Nathan that I'd changed my mind. I could tell him I wasn't feeling well, but then he'd worry about me. After that, I'd have to deal with another day of questions about how I was feeling. Besides, I didn't want to give up a night with Nathan. Maybe Luke would get bored of us and leave us alone. I got my wish. The minute we started the movie, Luke declared it was lame and that we were lame for watching it. Be good, you two. We ignored him. Nathan shoved his hand into the bowl of popcorn, took some, and put it in his mouth. I did the same. The movie was half over when the doorbell rang. We ignored that also. The bell rang again. "Answer the door, Nathan!" Luke shouted from his bedroom. Nathan heaved a sigh. He paused the movie and went to the front door. I heard a girl's voice, but I couldn't be sure who it was. After several minutes, Nathan still hadn't come back. Finally, I got up and went to the front door. Jenny Cooper was standing on the front porch. "Your boyfriend won't let me in, Avery, but I heard there aren't any parents here." She raised her arm, showing me a 6-pack of beer. "I told you 3 times, we're busy. We're not going to be drinking." Nathan started to close the door. Jenny stuck out her foot to keep it from closing. "Luke's home, right? I think he'll have a different opinion." "Not tonight," Nathan said. "Luke!" Jenny's voice sang out. She stood on her tiptoes, trying to see over us. "Where is he?" "Busy," Nathan said. She called his name again, louder this time. Luke's bedroom was far from the front door. I knew he wouldn't be able to hear no matter how loudly she shouted. Without warning, Jenny shoved her shoulder against the partially closed door. It slammed against Nathan, pushing him back into me. Both of us lost our balance, stumbling back toward the wall behind the door. Jenny stepped into the house and walked through the entryway toward the main hall, obviously familiar with the layout. 5 minutes later, Luke and Jenny were in the kitchen, opening beers, laughing, and looking for snacks. We turned off the movie because we couldn't hear over their laughing and talking. Nathan and I went to his bedroom, but Luke and Jenny followed. Luke leaned against the doorframe. "Don't forget, I'm the chaperone. You can't be in here with the door closed. Mom and Dad don't want any funny business." He laughed, as if that was the funniest thing anyone had ever said. Jenny laughed with him, her shrieks almost hysterical. "I don't think Avery would be into any funny business, though." Jenny gave me a smile filled with pity. "She's not like that. Are you, Avery?" I ignored her. "Avery might surprise you," Luke said. "She likes to pretend she's sweet and kind, but I think there's something different inside." Tears burned my eyes, and then something else, searing a part of me deep inside. I hated him like I'd never hated anyone. I wanted to scratch his face, his eyes. I wanted to shove the beer bottle into his mouth until he stopped talking. I wanted to make him pay for what he'd said, and even more, for what he'd done to me. Nathan and I were sitting beside each other on his bed, not touching, both of us watching them. Were they ever going to leave us alone? It seemed as if we'd become their entertainment. They remained in the doorway drinking their beers, saying more rude things about us. I hoped that when the bottles were empty, they'd leave, at least for a few minutes, to get another bottle. Finally, they did. We heard them in the family room, the TV on, their voices getting louder now that they were both on their second beer. Nathan and I went into the hallway so we could hear what they were saying more clearly. They were discussing how they could take a few shots from the Reed's bottle of vodka and whether his parents would notice any was missing. "I better go in there," Nathan said. "It looks like I'm the chaperone now." He laughed. "Maybe you should call your dad to come get you." "Okay, in a few minutes. Can I hang out in your room for a while?" He gave me a confused look. "Why?" I had something I'd been wanting to do. This was my chance. If Nathan got busy making sure his brother didn't do something really stupid, I could make Luke pay, even if it was just a little bit, for what he'd done, for what he'd almost done, and for the secrecy he'd made me promise. "I'm just not ready to go home." "Sure, whatever," Jenny shrieked. "I need to go," Nathan said, "but I really think you should call your parents. Soon." He backed out of the room. As soon as I heard Nathan's voice in the living room, I slipped into the hallway with my purse strap over my shoulder. I hurried down 2 doors to Luke's room. I stepped inside and closed the door, turning the knob first, then easing it into place before quietly turning the knob again without it making a sound as it latched. Luke thought he was so cool, such a man, but he was so full of himself. He didn't think anyone could get to him, so he didn't think. He proved that when he attacked me on his bed and threatened to shoot me in a house full of his family and relatives. Sure enough, he'd left his keys on his desk. I grabbed them. Moving as fast as I could, I went to his closet, got his gun case off the shelf, and placed it on the bed. I unlocked it. With my hands trembling at the sight of the weapon, I carefully removed the gun and the sleeve of ammunition. I checked the safety latch, then placed them just as carefully into my purse. I shifted my wallet and tissues and a case for holding tampons on top to hide the gun. I closed the gun case, locked it, and shoved it under the bed. From the back of his closet, I grabbed some shoes and clothes that had fallen off hangers. I shoved those under the bed too, hiding the empty gun case. A moment later, I was carefully turning the knob and opening the bedroom door. I didn't need to be so careful. Jenny was shrieking with laughter in the family room. Luke was talking in a loud voice, and Nathan was almost yelling, telling them to chill. I took my cell phone out of my purse, called my dad, and told him Nathan had forgotten about a big project that was due Monday. 15 minutes later, I was saying goodbye to Nathan, and then I was getting into the front seat of my dad's car, feeling very pleased with myself. Luke had taken something very precious from me. Something I hadn't even known I possessed, the boundaries around myself, the power of my own voice to get what I wanted or to say no to what I didn't want. Now, I'd taken something he treasured. Part of me wanted him to know I was the one who'd taken it, but that would get me in trouble. This was better. I also wanted the last word, and if he knew it was me, I wouldn't have that. All I wanted was that gun so he couldn't have it, so he couldn't feel like the big, bad, tough guy anymore. And maybe, if Kelsey ever decided to scare Jenny the way Jenny had made her cower in fear in that closet, I would give the gun to Kelsey. But for now, I was content, because before I left the house, I dropped Luke's keys into Jenny's purse. 15 Kelsey, 15 years ago. I took a deep breath and held it inside, getting ready for what I had to do, wondering how my life was going to change after this. I left my bike at the curb and hurried across Nathan's wide, sloping front lawn to his bedroom window. Stepping carefully around the plants, I raised my arm and formed a fist. I took another deep breath, telling myself this had to work, and began pounding on the glass. After a minute or so of knocking, Nathan came to the window and tilted the slats of the blinds. When I saw his shadowy figure, I began waving my arms, gesturing for him to come outside. I had to be quiet so I didn't wake his parents or their neighbors. He stepped away from the window, and a few minutes later, he came out through the side gate. I rushed at him, slamming into his body with enough force to knock him back a few steps. He staggered, trying to keep his balance. "What do you want?" he asked. My voice was thin and panicked, making it hard to talk at first. Finally, the words spilled out. "I need your help, but you can't tell anyone. Not anyone. Something terrible happened. It's so awful. It was a horrible accident. You have to help me." I grabbed his arm, pulling on it so hard I worried it might come out of the socket. "What accident? Where?" "It's so awful," I cried. "I don't even want to tell you. I can't tell you, not yet. You have to help me, please." He took a few steps away from me. "How can I help if I don't know what it is?" "Just come with me. You'll see when we get there." I wasn't sure he was going to follow me. This was taking too long. We needed to go. "Go where?" he asked. "Get your bike." "Not till you tell me what's going on." "Please, Nathan, I'm in so much trouble. You're the only person in the whole world who can help me. Please!" My throat ached from trying to tell him how bad it was without raising my voice. Sobs tore at my lungs, making it even harder to talk. He took another step away from me, but I lunged at him, grabbing both of his wrists. "I need you!" "What's going on? Even after you were locked in the basement for all that time and missing the auditions, I never saw you cry about it. You're scaring me." "Please come," I whispered. He went into the house. When he came out, he was wearing jeans, socks with his shoes, and a hoodie. He wheeled his bike out of the garage. "You need to bring a shovel," I said. "A good one." "A shovel? Why?" "Because you do." I can't ride my bike and carry a shovel. You're nuts. You have to. I picked up my bike from the curb and stood waiting. I don't like the idea of a shovel, not just because riding my bike and juggling a shovel will be almost impossible, but it's giving me a sick feeling about why I would need a shovel. You need it, and I need you. I gave him a watery smile. I guess it feels good to be needed. He gave an awkward laugh. He looked like he actually meant it, which helped me breathe a little better. When he returned with the shovel, I got on my bike and began pedaling fast, standing up to push harder. At first, he couldn't keep up, slowed by the wobbling shovel. Finally, he was beside me. We pedaled in silence. I was glad he'd stopped asking questions. Riding close beside me, the shovel rattling against his handlebars, he followed me out of the neighborhood. We passed the high school and a large park with several picnic areas and 2 kids' playgrounds that flowed into a wooded area, a greenbelt with a creek running through it. The greenbelt was like a small forest in the middle of town, with pine trees that people said had been there for over 75 years. I had a small flashlight I was holding against my handlebar, my hand stretched wide to keep a good grip. When we entered the woods, it was too hard steering my bike with one hand slipping off, so I didn't drop the flashlight. Finally, I gave up. We climbed off our bikes and walked, wheeling our bikes beside us. Now, will you tell me what's going on? Nathan asked. I can't. Can't or won't? Stop talking. We need to hurry. We dragged our bikes farther into the woods. After a few minutes, I stopped. We should leave our bikes here. This is too much work. We leaned our bikes against a fallen tree. It'll be so upsetting, I said. Just be ready, but you have to help, and you have to know. I found her like this. He stopped walking. I'm not taking one more step until you tell me. I grabbed his arm, squeezing his wrist, wondering if I'd be able to fracture his bones. It's Jenny, I whispered. She's dead. She was already dead. I started crying again, for real. If they find her, which they will, everyone will assume it was me. Trevor will tell them about the closet, and they'll absolutely think it was me. They won't believe me because no one ever believes me. His face was eerie in the darkness, with only flickers of light from my tiny flashlight. I waited for him to say something, but he didn't. You have to bury her, I said. Bury her? No! His voice cracked. We need to call someone. We need to call the police. We can't. It sounded like I was howling at the moon. I lowered my voice to a whisper again. We can't do that. They'll arrest me. I'm not like you. I don't have rich parents who can hire a lawyer. I'm just some rotten kid. They'll assume I did it and put me in juvie, and that'll be it. I'm not burying a body for someone else. I'm not burying Jenny. I'm not burying anyone's body. And then what? That's it? I nodded. No. He turned and started walking back toward his bike, dragging the shovel behind him. I ran after him, jumping onto his back. This time, he went down, his face smashed into the pine needles and dirt. Do you know what she said about you? I moved the flashlight so he couldn't see my face, and I couldn't see his. She said, why would Avery be with Nathan when his brother is smoking hot? She's only with him so she can hang around his house until Luke notices her. He made a strange sound, and I was glad I couldn't see his face. Jenny thought that was so hilarious, I said. People who heard her say that might think you killed her. I kept my voice soft so I didn't upset him more than he already was. I didn't want him losing his mind. She's already dead, and even if it was an accident, she can't just be here in the open. No one can bring her back to life. And you're here. They might find our footprints or hairs. He was quiet for a long time. Too long. Okay, he said finally. The police never believe kids. They might... He didn't finish, and I didn't ask him. We just needed to get this done. He knew as well as I did what a monster Jenny Cooper was. Everyone did. You're amazing, Nathan. People don't give you enough credit. He grunted. Show me. I stood there, the flashlight between us, trying to get up my nerve. "I hope you aren't going to betray me someday," he said. "You better not tell Avery or my brother. That would really be the end of me." I nodded. I would never say a word. It would be the end of both of us. 58. Nathan. Now, after I put our meal on the table, Avery pushed her chair away and stood, as if she'd decided she wasn't going to eat after all. "What's wrong?" I asked. "We need a bottle of wine." She went to our wine rack between the living room and dining room. The rack used to contain 20 to 30 bottles at any given time. Right now, there were 4, 3 whites and a red. She pulled out the red and went into the kitchen. I got up and followed her. "We shouldn't be having wine. We agreed." "I know what we agreed to," she said. "I need to talk to you, and you're going to want a glass of wine, trust me. More than one. I know I am." She peeled off the foil, inserted the corkscrew, and removed the cork in one swift movement. She filled 2 glasses and handed one to me. She took her own glass and the bottle back to the dining room. Seated at the table, she took a long swallow of wine. "I need to tell you something." "So you said." "It's hard to know where to start." She took another sip of wine. "The food is getting cold while you try to figure it out," I said. She took a few bites of her meal, then put down her fork. She took a 3rd sip of wine. What was going on with her? Maybe she did want a divorce after all. But if that were the case, I didn't think she would have gone to the trouble of opening a nice bottle of wine to share with me. "Kelsey Ward has been in contact with me," she said. I picked up my glass and gulped half the contents. "About what?" "She's trying to blackmail me." I gulped the rest of my wine, hating myself for not savoring it, but needing something to steady myself. I needed to soothe my brain into a place where I could speak carefully and without getting myself into a lot more trouble than I already was. "And I found—" Her voice trembled. She stroked the stem of the wineglass, gazing into it. Her voice became so quiet I almost couldn't hear. "Did you? I found a note from her. Did you and she— Are you having an affair?" "No. What note? No, we're not having an affair. Absolutely not. I shoveled several forkfuls of stir-fry into my mouth and chewed slowly. I drank some water, all the time feeling Avery staring at me, waiting for me to ask why she was being blackmailed by a girl from high school. Waiting for me to find a way to assure her I wasn't lying. First, I needed to tell her about the emails that had been flooding my life, the demands for money. And then, my heart clenched as if I might be having a heart attack. Was I? Putting my hand on my chest, I pressed gently, trying to figure out if it was in my mind or this was a genuine physical sensation. "Are you okay?" Avery moved the wine bottle closer to me so I could refill my glass. I left it alone for the time being. "Blackmail you?" I said, the words without any meaning, as I tried to stop the noise in my head that sounded like brakes screeching as a car ran off the highway, unable to stop. I refilled my glass and took a cautious sip. I was afraid to ask. I knew. Now I knew why Avery had been so upset and irritable the past few weeks. Kelsey had told her what I'd done. She'd told her. I couldn't understand why Avery hadn't confronted me right away. It wasn't like her, especially something like this. Now I understood everything. Kelsey had told her that I buried Jenny's body. But why did she think we were having an affair? It was laughable. My thoughts ricocheted out of control. Maybe this was proof that Avery really did love me. She heard that horrible story, and instead of confronting me, instead of letting Kelsey go to the police, was she considering yielding to the blackmail demand? Was she trying to protect me? It didn't seem possible. Or maybe this was it. She was telling me now. She was going to ask for a divorce. I was stunned by how calm she was. When had Kelsey contacted her? I pushed the wineglass away from me. I didn't want to drown myself in wine. I needed to deal with this. I needed to face it with a clear head. Why is she blackmailing you? What did she ask for?" $25,000. Avery took a sip of wine. It's complicated. I'm not really sure how to tell you everything." She was silent for several minutes. Her eyes were glazed. She was looking in my direction, but she didn't seem to see me. Her fingers were still on the stem of her wine glass, but she wasn't drinking her wine. She wasn't eating her dinner. Finally, she spoke. "I don't know what to say. There's too much." Again, the silence grew between us. I wanted her to tell me before I told her, but after several more minutes of silence, I couldn't take it anymore. "She contacted me also." My voice was low. At the same moment, both of us looked down at our dinner plates. We picked up our forks and began eating. I was overcome with ravenous hunger. Maybe it was some psychological denial response. It seemed more important to eat than to tell Avery what was going on, or to find out exactly why she was being blackmailed. If there was something else, I didn't want to tell her what I'd done. Was it possible she didn't know? But then, why would Kelsey be blackmailing her? My plate was half empty. "Why is she blackmailing you?" I took a sip of wine. "You need to tell me what's going on, because the other thing you need to know is that she showed up at the Little League game with Luke, acting as if they were a couple." Avery's fork clattered onto her plate. She stared at me, her mouth open. After a moment, she closed it. She took a few sips of water, then began talking. "When you and I first started seeing each other, your brother dragged me into his room to show me his gun. He tried to scare me, and I didn't like it." "When was this?" "In high school." "When?" "Let me finish. I'll tell you the rest later. I was angry with him for a long time. So, when I got the chance, remember that time Jenny showed up with the beer and they got drunk? When he was supposed to chaperone us?" I nodded. "Before I left your house that night, I snuck into his room and stole his gun." "Why? Why would you do that?" She shrugged. "It was a way to get back at him. He was so cocky about it, and he really—" She took a swallow of wine. "He really scared me. I didn't want him to have it, I guess. Who can remember what we thought when we were teenagers?" "Do you remember why you did everything you did?" I shook my head. "I gave it to Kelsey. I don't know why. It's not like I thought she was going to kill Jenny or anything like that. I thought maybe she would scare her with it, the way Jenny scared her. Kelsey kept the gun all this time. I probably should have made her give it back, especially after Jenny went missing. But I didn't want somebody to be talking about a gun when the police were asking us questions about Jenny, right? Kelsey kept it for all these years, and now she said she'll go to the police with the gun and tell them that I killed Jenny. I think Kelsey might have killed her, and if she did kill her, and that is the gun, it would be my word against hers, right?" My heart was twisting again. It felt so tight, I wasn't sure it could beat properly. Again, I put my hand on my chest. Was I having a heart attack? I was too young. I wasn't sure what a heart attack even felt like, but I hadn't experienced anything like this before. It was difficult to breathe. "And he never figured out it was you?" I shook my head. I'm surprised he didn't accuse me of taking it. I wondered why he hadn't. When we were kids, Luke blamed me for everything that went wrong in his life. Maybe he was afraid he'd be in so much trouble with our dad, he'd never said anything about it. But I wondered what had happened when he'd gone shooting with my dad. How had he explained the fact that he no longer had the gun? Or maybe he'd never gone shooting with him again after that. I couldn't remember, but it was entirely possible. During his senior year in college, Luke moved out of the dorms and into an apartment, so he'd taken most of his things out of his bedroom at our parents' house. But even then, I thought my father would have asked about the gun, because he wouldn't have wanted it in a shared apartment with a bunch of other kids. Why was I thinking about how Luke might have explained his missing handgun and wondering why no one had ever asked about it? That was the least of my problems right now. "Did you sleep with her? Have you been—" "No." I pushed my plate away from me and planted my elbows on the table, resting my head in my hands. It's nothing like that. I would never. I looked up at her. I wasn't in an investment group. What? I lied. My voice broke. I drank some water. I lied about why I borrowed money against all our credit cards. It was her. Her? Now Avery sounded as numb and unable to think as I felt. Kelsey blackmailed me last year. I borrowed against our credit cards to pay her, not because I lost money in the stock market. I thought she was done. I thought it was over. I couldn't tell you because I couldn't tell you. She said she'd go to the police if I did, but even without that, I couldn't. My voice cracked again. I felt like I was losing it. I couldn't believe this was happening. I made up the story about the investment group. I poured more wine into my glass and took a huge swig. Avery sat there for a long time. The silence grew so thick, it felt like I was sinking into a pit filled with mud. I couldn't move. I couldn't hear anything but the thump of my heart. "Why is she blackmailing you?" Avery whispered. It was the question I hadn't wanted to hear, the question I'd been bracing for. But now, knowing about the gun, I could fill in some of the details I hadn't known at the time. Now, I knew where Kelsey had gotten the gun that killed Jenny. Despite Kelsey telling me she'd found Jenny's body, I'd wondered later if Kelsey was the one who'd shot her. All I could think about that night when she dragged me out of bed and into the woods was the horror of a dead classmate lying at my feet, and the terrible, life-changing thing she was begging me to do. All I could think about were my own choices, which, at the time, all seemed as if they'd led to something bad. I tried to take a deep breath, but my chest was so tight. I felt like I couldn't get any oxygen into my lungs. With my voice thin and strained, I told her how Kelsey had pounded on my window that night, begging me to help her bury Jenny's body, insisting through her sobs and panic that she'd found Jenny shot to death. How she pleaded with me to help, telling me that no one would believe she'd simply found her, because no one ever believed her. A wealthy family like Jenny's would love to blame Kelsey and make sure she spent the rest of her life locked up. When I was finished talking, I took my elbows off the table and looked at Avery. We stared across the table, both of us sickened by the secrets we'd kept. There was no doubt in my mind that Avery was far more scared than I was. All she'd done was try to punish my brother by stealing something he should never have had to begin with. But what I'd done, she'd had trouble forgiving me for putting us over our heads in debt. I wondered what would happen now. 59. Nathan. Now I refilled our wine glasses. Aren't you going to say anything?" I asked. "What's there to say? We were young and we didn't think things through. We were scared and impulsive, and sometimes not very smart." Her answer wasn't what I'd expected. Suddenly, I could breathe without gasping for air. "What are we going to do?" Avery asked. "Here's the other thing, because I have to tell you all of it. I wasn't panicking. I just wanted her to go away, and she was demanding so much money. So I borrowed $25,000 from your mom. I told her I'd tried online gambling and lost a lot of money." "Why? Why would you do that? Why didn't you?" "I had no choice. She sent me a picture of the gun and threatened to go to the police. She said she wrote about it in her diary, and that would prove I'd done it. I've been scared out of my mind, scared of what you'd do. She told me not to tell you, and now I know why, so she could extort money from both of us." After that, we left our half-eaten meals on the table. We moved to the living room couch and finished the bottle of wine while we tried to decide what we could do. The conversation was as unproductive as our thoughts had been since the moment Kelsey had first appeared. We speculated about Luke. We worried whether he knew Kelsey had his gun and worried whether he'd put her up to it. Avery didn't think he had. I wasn't sure. Together, we listened to his voicemail from earlier that day. All he said was, "Hi, how you doing, bro?" It was unsettling. He never called me just to talk. After that, we talked in circles, for hours. There was no solution. Avery persisted in believing there had to be. Her blind optimism surprised me. I wondered if the stress had distorted her thinking. To me, the answer was clear. Listening to Avery, I knew I needed to keep my clarity to myself for a while, most likely forever. The fact was, I needed to find a way to get Kelsey out of our lives permanently. The first time I'd buried a body to help a crying, sobbing friend who'd made a terrible mistake. This time, it would be to save our lives. 60. Nathan. Now, the next day I had an action plan. It had developed while I lay in bed, feeling Avery, fragile and scared, beside me. Most of the night, she'd turned from side to side, repositioning her pillow, shifting the placement of her legs, rotating like a rotisserie chicken, wrestling with her own demons. Or maybe they were the same as mine. I texted my manager and a few key colleagues that I was taking a personal day. I sent an email to my colleagues, updating them on a few urgent items that needed taking care of. Then I put everything out of my mind, except dealing with the epic crisis Avery and I were facing. First, I called my father. I told him, rather than asking, that I was coming to take him out to lunch. He wanted to know what the occasion was. I let him know there was no occasion, but that I needed to talk to him. He fretted about my health, and I assured him both Avery and I were fine. I asked him not to worry and said I'd be there in a few hours. Over lunch at an upscale burger place, I explained that we were facing some financial challenges. I didn't offer any details, and he didn't ask. I was sure he had plenty of thoughts on the matter, but he kept his mouth shut. I begged him not to tell my mother or Luke, and he promised to keep it to himself. Then, I asked to borrow $55,000. The look on his face made me want to crawl under the table, cowering there until he left the restaurant. It made me want to turn my back on my family and never see any of them again. But I had to fix this. We were desperate. Even that word was inadequate to describe what we were facing. Despite the look of horror and utter disappointment on my father's face, he said he would lend us the money. I wondered, as I looked around the restaurant, what happened to people in these kinds of situations without family who possessed the resources that mine did. We were beyond lucky. I was the very definition of white male privilege. That thought caused another wave of shame to wash over me. My dad said he would do a wire transfer. Although I didn't leave with a wad of cash in my pocket, when I slid behind the wheel of my car, I felt moderately in control of my life for the first time in a year. Then, I was struck by the thought of what that 50 grand plus could have done for Avery and me if Kelsey hadn't been threatening us. It made me want to kill her, putting me in the perfect frame of mind for my next stop. Rather than returning home, I drove to the East Bay. I went to a gun shop I'd looked up online earlier that morning. I told the guy who helped me that I wanted something for home protection. I didn't want anything complicated, and I didn't want anything that would be too hard to handle since I was a first-time owner. He walked me through the options, and I finally settled on a 9mm Luger pistol. To complete the purchase, I had to take a firearm safety test and pay a fee for that. Because of my earlier research, I was prepared for the test and breezed through it fairly quickly. I completed the purchase and was told I could return after the 10-day waiting period to pick up the weapon. Back in my car, I closed my eyes and wrapped my hands around the steering wheel, gripping it as tightly as I could. Buying the gun transformed my plan into something concrete. Was I really going to do this? I was turning into someone I didn't recognize. I wasn't a killer. Burying Jenny's body all those years ago was different. I was a teenager. I'd never seen a girl cry like Kelsey was crying that night. I'd felt completely helpless. All I wanted was to stop that wailing. Of course, I also wanted to help Avery's best friend. It seemed like the right thing at the time. I'd second-guessed myself 100, maybe 1,000 times since then, wondering if I should have gone to the police, knowing I could still go to the police. But how could I do that to Avery? It would ruin her life. I'd vowed on our wedding day to devote myself to giving her the best life. How many times was I going to break that promise? Maybe burying Jenny instead of turning Kelsey into the police had set the course for my life. I'd thought I was doing something to help my girlfriend and the girl she clung to like a sister. I thought the world would probably be fine without another cruel, vicious person like Jenny Cooper. What would be accomplished sending Kelsey to prison? I had my excuses and justifications. Now, here I was, planning to kill a human being, spinning up more justifications. All for Avery. Or was it only for me? Trying to save my own skin? I wasn't sure. I didn't think it was just for me, but maybe it was. It's nearly impossible to unravel the tangled mess of your own motives that penetrates so deeply into the earth. They intertwine like the roots of trees in a forest, bound together for eternity, feeding each other, impossible to separate. I opened my eyes, started the car, and drove home. I emailed Kelsey that I had the cash. I spent the rest of the afternoon on the patio, staring at the back fence, trying to figure out how I was actually going to kill another human being. It wasn't as if it was an easy thing to do. I had to do it without Avery finding out. Would she wonder about it once Kelsey vanished from our lives as suddenly as she'd appeared? There was also the problem of Luke. Was he seeing Kelsey? Or had that been another one of her games, devised simply to make me sweat? I had no idea, but it was possible I was stepping into something that was so far over my head I'd never get out. 61. Avery. Now, after Nathan borrowed money from his father, he and I worried about depositing the cash Kelsey demanded from each of us under the same bench in the park. Leaving that amount of cash in a public place when I couldn't see Kelsey made me ill. We assured ourselves she was always watching us, even though we hadn't caught a glimpse of her or her car. It was still a stomach-churning feeling. The whole thing was beyond sickening. The money she was sucking out of us, money we would need to return to his parents, even though there wasn't interest or a payment schedule attached, made us feel as if boulders were being piled on top of us, slowly crushing every bone in our bodies. Once we cleared up the credit card debt, we would have to start paying his parents. We lay in bed, holding each other. I cried silent tears for the baby that now seemed like a wisp of cloud that would float into an endlessly blue sky and dissipate before my eyes. I didn't mention the baby to Nathan, but I wondered how often he thought about the child we both longed for, or if he was too crushed by thoughts of how his parents viewed him now to think of anything else. And it wasn't over. We should have been holding our breath. I knew Kelsey would be back, asking for more. And then what? She won't, Nathan said. Soon she'll have over $100,000 from us. Surely that's enough. What's enough? We were able to get that much. She already suggested we could sell our house. She's never going to stop. She will, he insisted. I know she will. She's not stupid. She knows there's a risk that other people will start asking questions if we sell our house and give away the proceeds. She could be exposed. But so will we, I cried. That's her whole game. No matter what we do, she's the one with all the power. We've given her power. Let's just wait, he said. We can't panic. She isn't going to stop, I said. I can feel it. Then why did we give her any money at all? He asked. 1 week later, we both received an email from Kelsey. The messages arrived in the middle of the day, perfectly timed to disrupt our professional lives. Nathan texted me telling me she was demanding $50,000. I texted back that she had demanded another $25,000 from me. I barely made it through the rest of the afternoon. Thankfully, since my meeting with HR and the departure of our new client, Alicia had left me alone. Maybe she felt victorious because she'd seen me walking toward the HR department that day. Maybe she felt victorious because she'd frequently noticed me sitting in Camilla's office, which was conveniently designed with windows on 2 sides. Maybe Camilla had told her it was my fault that Kelsey had decided not to hire our company. At home, Nathan and I collapsed on the couch. We clutched our water bottles, too wound up to bother filling a glass with water, getting another beverage from the fridge, or making a cup of tea, which might have helped to calm us. Nathan was sitting with his head tipped back, his eyes closed. There was a visible knot in his jaw. I was shivering, unable to escape from circular thoughts of losing everything. This was a waking nightmare. Part of my mind whispered that it wasn't real. This couldn't be happening to us. I was still shocked that his parents had been willing to lend us so much money with very few questions asked and no immediate demand for repayment. Should we sell the house? I asked. Try to go somewhere she can't find us? Where would that be? And what would we do for work? You could do construction or something. Maybe I could find a job as a server or an entry-level... He laughed. You're kidding, right? You can't just rock up and get a job as a server. You need experience. Same for construction, even more so. And it's not like we can do this without ID. We can't just disappear. She'd find us. Besides, is that how you want to live the rest of our lives? Running from her? Hiding? I started crying, huge, gulping sobs. I felt as if all I'd done for the past few weeks was cry. I'd cried more in the past year than I'd cried in my entire adult life, probably more than I had since I was a little girl. Now, I cried until there was nothing left. After I calmed myself, Nathan placed his hand on my leg. It's my fault, he said. I'm so sorry I did this to you. I'll find a way to fix it. It's not your fault. Not all of it. The gun is nothing. I'm the one who did this. I'm the one who's complicit. We're in this together. All of it. Dealing with your brother, the gun, the money we borrowed from your parents, helping Kelsey bury Jenny's body. All of it. He took his hand off my leg and put his arm around me. He pulled me closer, resting his head against mine. We sat that way for a long time. The room was growing darker as the sun sank behind the foothills. I moved away from Nathan. I wonder if we should just face up to it. Face up to what? Call her bluff. You didn't kill anyone. Maybe we need to talk to a lawyer and find out what kind of prison term you would actually be facing for concealing a body, and me for knowing about the gun, for giving it to her. He laughed bitterly. We can't afford a lawyer. They offer free consultations. Maybe, but do we want to tell some lawyer what we've done without paying a retainer? What kind of protection do we have in that situation? We could just call her bluff, I said. Does she really want to go to prison? That's not a risk I want to take. I'm not spending years of my life in prison, and I'm not leaving you. I might as well be dead. Don't say that. Neither one of us spoke. We'd run smack into a brick wall. Again. 62. Nathan. Now Kelsey was emailing me 7 or 8 times every day, giving me so much anxiety I woke in the night sweating, my heart racing. I had to get her to back off. It was 3 days still before I could pick up the gun I'd purchased. I also needed to figure out where I was going to lure her and how the hell I was going to get her to whatever place I selected. If my story wasn't rock solid, she would laugh in my face, reminding me she was the one in charge. I sent her a message telling her I wanted to meet. There's no reason to meet. Either you have the money to drop off or you don't. What's the status? We need to talk first. She wrote back that there was nothing to talk about. I replied that she wouldn't be getting any money unless she was willing to meet for a short conversation. As I'd expected, she informed me that I was not the one in charge. I'm aware of that, but this conversation is necessary before I can give you any more money. There are some things you need to understand. I hoped that was enough of a teaser to make her interested in meeting. I was hoping she would think it was something she didn't know, and once she had further information, she might have increased leverage for blackmail. The fact that she refused to meet me or Avery made the challenge of luring her someplace where I would be able to kill her extremely difficult. Close to impossible. Every time I had these thoughts, they were followed by a few moments of shock. What had happened to my life in such a short time that I was methodically plotting murder? Maybe I could tell her Jenny's grave had been disturbed, but then I needed an explanation for going in the middle of the night, because her likely response would be that I should take care of it myself. It wasn't her problem. I had to find a way. Out there, a gunshot, muffled by the 50-foot pine and redwood trees surrounding Jenny's grave, would sound like nothing but a firecracker to the nearby houses. Another email appeared. What do I need to understand? We need to meet. I'm not putting this in writing. She replied immediately. Then I guess I don't need to understand after all. I stared at the screen. Did I risk it? Maybe I was way past that. I'd put too much in these emails already. No one in law enforcement would understand my point of view. They hadn't been there. They didn't know Jenny and the things she'd done. They didn't know how I'd adored Avery with my entire being ever since the moment she first smiled at me. That blind madness of teenage love drove me to do anything her best friend asked of me. I began typing. You may think we're rolling in money, but even people who have a lot of money don't have it sitting around in cash. It takes time to liquidate assets. Is that right? Your big brother says you don't have a lot of assets. I felt as if someone had punched me in the gut. Why are you talking to Luke about my financial situation? Did you tell him about this? Do I sound stupid? I'm not sharing this with him. Besides, he has enough money, more than enough. So you don't need to worry. Your ego is safe with me. Rage surged through my veins and I didn't know where to channel it. Kelsey, so what do I need to understand? Nathan, I told you. Kelsey, that's it? Nathan, yes. You're going to have to wait a few days, and you need to stop harassing me. I haven't forgotten, and 10 emails a day won't make it happen faster. Kelsey, I'm tired of waiting. All I've been doing is waiting. I've been waiting for 15 years. Nathan, have you? Kelsey, how much longer? Nathan, 1 week. Kelsey, that's too long. Nathan, you're asking for a lot of money. I have to sell some stock and it takes time. So you have to wait. You don't have any other choice. I closed my emails and shoved my phone in my pocket. I couldn't deal with her anymore right now. That night, I lay in bed, looking at my phone, checking what the phase of the moon would be 1 week from now. More moonlight was better because I might not need a flashlight. A wavering beam of light shooting out from among the trees could attract attention. I still didn't have a clue how I'd get her to meet me there. No matter what I said about Jenny's burial spot, Kelsey wouldn't trust me. I had 1 week to come up with the most intriguing, compelling lie of my life. One that would override all her caution and distrust. One that would make her follow me without any hesitation whatsoever, almost demanding I take her there. When I picked up the gun 3 days later, I still didn't have an airtight story for luring Kelsey to Jenny's grave. Placing my phone on the nightstand just after 10 o'clock, I closed my eyes. I tried to relax my mind. I couldn't force it. I had to get some rest and allow my subconscious to do its job. I allowed my thoughts to move back through the years to that night, digging that hole in the ground. In the darkness, it had felt like a bottomless pit. And now, it felt as if that pit had opened up in front of my feet. I was about to fall in. This isn't good. Avery's voice jolted me out of my vivid memory. What? I opened my eyes. She stood near the window, holding the cord for the blinds in her hand, but the slats were still wide open. Kelsey is out there, sitting in her car. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I've seen her car. She's in front of the Bailey's house. Doing what? Just sitting there. I heard a sharp intake of breath. What happened? I sat up, pushing the covers off my legs. She's holding the gun. She just turned so the streetlight is hitting her hands. What is she doing? She's trying to scare us, that's all. I explained it to her. She knows she has to wait. She doesn't like it, so she's acting out. Close the blinds. Avery yanked the cord and the blinds slapped closed. She turned toward me. How do you know that? Maybe it's something else. Maybe she doesn't care what we're thinking. Maybe she's sitting there because she's getting familiar with our yard and our house and the neighborhood, watching to see what time people turn out their lights. Why? Because she knows she can't get any more money from us. She probably has a good idea of how much we can manage to scrape together. She knows this is it, and now she's going to kill us before we can go to the police ourselves. Come to bed. You're imagining the worst outcome because of all the stress. You need to rest. She looked at me as if I'd said the most idiotic thing she'd ever heard. Then she moved slowly toward the bed, slid in beside me, and turned out the light. We didn't say any more about it, but all my thoughts of how I would lure Kelsey to that long-neglected burial spot were gone. All I could think now was, Avery was right. 63. Avery. Now, once Nathan fell asleep, I crept out of bed, careful not to jostle the mattress or move the covers any more than necessary. I walked to the window and pulled the cord to allow a slender opening in the blinds. She was still out there, a baseball cap pulled over her tangled mass of hair so that it billowed around her shoulders more than usual. One hand gripped the steering wheel, the sleeve of her hoodie pulled over her fingers with an opening for her thumb. It was a cool evening, and I imagined it wasn't comfortable sitting in a parked car. She'd shifted her position so I could no longer see the gun resting on her lap, but knowing it was there was enough to make my chest tight with fear. She might as well have been standing in my bedroom, aiming the weapon at my heart. I don't know how long I stood watching her. It felt as if my feet were glued to the floor. My fingers grew stiff and then developed cramps from lifting one slat of the blinds ever so slightly. She couldn't know I was watching her watch me, although she wasn't actively watching. She wasn't able to see our window unless she twisted awkwardly to the left. She wanted me to see her, to notice the gun, to be immobilized by fear. Or maybe I'd been closer to the truth earlier. She wasn't thinking about my state of mind at all. She was taking a pulse of our neighborhood and planning our deaths. Then I saw her phone screen light up. She was tapping out a message. A few seconds later, my phone vibrated on the nightstand. I eased the blind back into place, crossed the room, and picked up my phone, tapping the alert for her latest email. Call in sick tomorrow. Don't tell Nathan. I wrote back asking why. She didn't respond. For another hour, I stood at the window, exhausted but still waiting for her response, knowing it would never arrive. In the morning, I decided not to tell Nathan. I wasn't sure if that was a mistake, but my irrational fear that she seemed to know everything I did or said, her directive not to tell him, her presence outside our house long into the night, holding that gun, made me terrified to cross her. I dressed for work and drank 3 cups of coffee to try to rid myself of the utter exhaustion that made it difficult to remain standing or to think about what I wanted to eat, if I wanted to eat at all. I ushered Nathan out the door, telling him I was running late and still needed to pack my lunch. He wasn't gone 10 minutes before the doorbell rang. I stood behind the front door, wondering if I would be staring at the barrel of a gun when I opened it. I couldn't understand why she was coming to our house. Nathan said he'd been absolutely clear with her that it would take a week to get the money. He'd assured me that even though she didn't like it, she seemed to understand the reality of trying to gather that much cash. He was confident we wouldn't hear from her until the following week. He hadn't seemed disturbed by the fact she was sitting outside our house cradling Luke's gun. Before I opened the door, I tapped the recording app on my phone. I wasn't sure what a record of my conversation with Kelsey would provide me, but it made me feel more secure for some reason. What I should have done was call Nathan so he could hear what was happening, so he would know if she seriously threatened me. But there was no time to do that because I'd have to explain why I was home and why I hadn't told him about her newest demand. Knowing him, he wouldn't be willing to sit and listen to our exchange over the phone. He'd be out of his office and in the car racing home, and I couldn't predict what Kelsey would do if he showed up when she'd told me not to tell him anything. I opened the door just wide enough so she could see my face. For half a second, it felt as if my heart had stopped beating. I thought I'd moved beyond the place where she could shock me. I thought I understood. I thought so many things. But this... A woman stood too close to my front door. Her long, dark curls were pulled back in a low ponytail, and the baseball cap was pulled down tightly on her head. But the woman smiling at me, dressed for action in a hoodie, t-shirt, jeans, and good running shoes, was not Kelsey Ward. 64. Kelsey, 15 years ago. I was sitting on my bedroom floor painting my toenails. My mom was watching the news and making dinner. My door was closed, and I had music playing with my headphones on. I dabbed a tiny bit of red on my left baby toenail to test it. Red wasn't my mood, so I grabbed the polish remover and a piece of toilet paper off the foil-covered cookie sheet I was using in case the polish tipped over. I wiped off the red. Maybe dark sparkly blue. There was a whoosh of air. I looked up to see my bedroom door was open. My mom was standing there, doing charades that told me to take off my headphones. I stopped the music. It's already dinner time? I thought I had time to... Jenny Cooper is missing. It was on the news. I'd imagined someone telling me Jenny was missing 1,000 times, but this was nothing like it had been inside my head. My whole body started buzzing. I felt like my mom could see something in my face, in my eyes. Maybe she could see my nerves buzzing right through my skin. "Did you hear me?" She tucked her hair behind her ears, but it didn't stay. "Missing? Where? Like, how long? Do they think she was kidnapped?" I let my voice rise, trying to make it sound like I was slowly realizing what she said, that I was shocked. "She never came home last night, but her family didn't realize it until this morning." "That's so scary." She nodded, holding the doorframe, looking over my head. "It is scary, and it could be..." She was quiet again, still looking over my head. I turned to see what she was staring at, but nothing was there. Finally, she looked right at me, tiny lines between her eyebrows as she frowned. "If her brother tells them she locked you up, the police will want to talk to you. Even if he doesn't tell them, they might talk to the kids at your school. Why would Trevor... I don't know, but they could think..." I waited for her to finish. "Think what? That I'd kill her or something?" I laughed. I sounded hysterical. I wondered if she noticed. I shouldn't have said that. "No, of course not. No one said she's dead. Have kids said anything about her being dead?" I shook my head. "I don't know what they might think. Do you have any idea about where she could be?" "No, why would I?" She shrugged. "I didn't do anything. I don't even talk to her. You're the one who said you wanted to kill her. Maybe the police will want to talk to you." Her head jerked slightly, as if I'd slapped her face. I wasn't sure if she was upset that I thought she could do something like that, or she was scared that I might think she had. Maybe she was worried I would tell the police what she'd said about killing Jenny. "I didn't mean it." "It sounded like you did," I said. "I was upset, very upset. You'll see if you become a mother someday. When your child is hurt, the pain is indescribable." I felt bad for saying that to her, but I still wondered. She'd totally sounded like she meant it. Her voice had been different that night, deeper than normal. What I'd like to do, right now, when all the lights are out and no one can see anyone or anything, is kill that girl for what she did to you. The words had stuck in my head. I could still hear her voice. And that night when she wasn't home, the same night that a loud ringing started in my ears. "She's missing," my mom said. "No one said anything about her being dead. All they know is that she didn't come home last night. But usually, I just wanted you to know, dinner will be ready in 15 minutes, so hurry up with your toenails." She left my room before I could say anything more, and still her words and her voice came back to me. Maybe her voice had only sounded deeper that night because she'd been smoking a cigarette, not because some demon had taken over her mind. What I'd like to do is kill that girl for what she did to you. But I knew she hadn't done it, didn't I? The police did talk to me, and I didn't tell them anything. I didn't tell them about Nathan. I didn't tell them what my mom had said or about her being missing. And to my shock, Trevor didn't tell them about Jenny locking me in the closet. Maybe he didn't think it mattered, since she'd done so many cruel things to so many kids. And it was a while ago. I was just one more on the list. Maybe Trevor knew about worse things, or maybe he pointed the police in another direction, to something or someone I knew nothing about. Maybe Jenny hung out with people who did drugs or other stuff. I didn't know because the police definitely didn't share any info with me, or with Avery or Nathan, because we talked about it. No one knew anything. But Jenny was never found. They searched for months. Finally, they said she might be a runaway, since there was no evidence of abduction, no evidence of death. Her parents did not like that at all. They hired a private investigator. The investigator also talked to us, but the results were the same. No one knew anything. No one could find her. 65. Avery. Now the woman on my doorstep did have the same long, wildly curly hair as Kelsey, although not quite as dark when I saw her this close in the morning sunlight. She had the same small, slender build, and her pixie face mirrored Kelsey as I remembered her. They looked so much alike I recognized her immediately, even after all this time. Deborah Ward, Kelsey's mother. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Deborah asked. "What do you want?" "I'd like to come inside. We have some things to talk about." "We don't have anything to talk about." I looked over her shoulder at the deserted street. I saw the car that had been parked in front of our house, the car that had followed me that morning I was late for work because I'd become obsessed with chasing it. "We need to talk about all the stalling and games going on with you and your husband. You two keep betting on the belief that I won't go to the police. You're pushing your luck. You've always thought the rules didn't apply to you. I never thought that. All you kids did. Your parents' money could protect you and bail you out of anything and everything. That's not... None of that matters now. I'm tired of the games. You know what you owe me to keep everything to myself for another 15 years. She smiled. "This is all you?" "But Kelsey, she came to my office. She was with Luke. Deborah laughed as if we were chatting at a backyard barbecue and I'd just told a funny story. "Kelsey and I aren't close anymore. I don't know what she's up to." The smile disappeared. Her mouth became rigid and her eyes cold. I never should have let her go to that school. She turned into someone else, someone I couldn't recognize. Being around all that money, wanting it and not having it, being shunned the way she was, it did something to her heart. Deborah's eyes were glassy, but they cleared quickly, returning to the cold stare she'd had a fraction of a moment earlier. "You sent all those emails? And, yes, Avery, keep up." "But Kelsey is chasing after that horrible man. All she wants is the hot boy and his money. But let's stick to the subject, the money you owe." My mind spun, trying to adapt to the actual person behind the emails. Kelsey had appeared at Nathan's Little League practice and pulled that charade at my office because she was trying to work her way into Luke's life through Nathan and me. It had nothing to do with blackmailing us because she didn't know a thing about her mother's extortion. When she'd raised her hand like a gun pointed at me outside the restaurant that day, she was just Kelsey being Kelsey. I felt disoriented as I tried to find the words to respond. "We're working on getting it, but we don't have it yet. Nathan told you that." She took a step closer to the door. "Do you want your neighbors to see me standing on your front porch, or are you going to invite me in?" I didn't care if my neighbors saw her. They had no idea who she was. Inviting her inside our house was the worst idea in the world. "Why are you here?" She rolled her eyes. "I need to come inside." She shoved her shoulder against the door. The edge of the door slammed against my collarbone. I winced. "That's nothing," she said. "Open the door so I can get inside before this turns into a scene you don't want your neighbors to see." Without waiting for me to respond, she kicked the bottom of the door. It slammed against me, hitting me in the face. "Ow!" I pulled my head back, putting my hand over my cheek and brow bone where the door had hit me, feeling for a gouge or blood. Deborah shoved the door again, and I fell back, my hand still over the side of my face. She was inside the house. She closed the door behind her and turned the deadbolt. "I don't want you here," I said. "There's nothing to talk about." She walked through the entryway and into the living room. I turned and followed her, utterly helpless. She stood in the center of the living room, turning slowly. "This is even nicer than it looks from the outside. Your house is in need of some upkeep in the front." She crossed the room, walked around the coffee table, and flopped onto the couch with her legs splayed across the cushions. "Love your couch. It's very comfortable, and such a beautiful color. I bet it cost a fortune. What do you want?" "There's been a change of plans." "What change?" "Why don't you sit down so we can talk?" I couldn't stop staring at her. The resemblance to Kelsey was fading, but my mind was having trouble catching up with the idea that she was the person I'd been communicating with, running scared from, giving money to all this time. "I'm fine where I am." She sat up and crossed her legs. She moved her purse closer to her side and patted it firmly. I was sure her gesture was meant to remind me that Luke's gun was inside. "Of course, you know that Nathan buried Jenny's body. You've always known." I didn't say anything. She laughed. "So, you and Nathan both have a reason to pay for my silence, and both of you are." She cackled like a witch in a children's movie. "It's been so much fun watching both of you scramble and make excuses about how hard it is to get money." She stroked the fabric of the couch. "It must be incredibly difficult for you. It really tugs at my heart." She sighed and stretched her arms across the back of the couch. "Anyway, now that you know what's really going on, you can see why I'm here." "No, I can't see why you're here. So you pretended to be Kelsey. Why?" She shrugged. "I'm a private person. I didn't think it would come to this, and I preferred you not know." She smiled. "Do you know why I had to come here and meet you face to face? You're trying to extort money from both of us. Good for you. But that should make you realize how difficult it is for us to get such huge amounts of cash. It's almost impossible, despite what you think about our situation. You're being completely unrealistic to think that we can come up with so much." "That's not my problem. I'm tired of the constant requests for more time. I'm starting to get concerned that you're planning to sell your house and hide your assets. Maybe go somewhere I can't find you. Who knows what you're up to? So I'm going to stay here until you both pay me." "No, absolutely not." She laughed, carrying on for so long I wondered if she was insane. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. "It's not your choice, Avery. I'm staying. I have a bag on the front porch. I'd like you to bring it inside because it's not safe for me to walk out the front door." She gave me a knowing smile. "It's a large house. There's plenty of room for me. Once you come up with the money you owe me, I'll be happy to move out. Until then, we're housemates." 66. Nathan now. By the time I left work, I was getting worried about Avery. I'd sent her several text messages to ask how she was doing and hadn't heard back. She might be busy, tied up with back-to-back meetings, or on a deadline, but even when she was under pressure, she usually found time to respond with a heart or a thumb, even two small XXs. As the garage door lifted open before me and I saw Avery's car sitting in its space, my worry eased. At the same time, I felt a prick of annoyance. Why hadn't she responded to my messages if she was already home? I went out through the open garage door. I entered the code to close it and walked around to the front door. Inside, The house felt strangely empty. Maybe because there was an air of absolute quiet. There were no sounds of Avery cooking dinner, no music playing, nothing to indicate she was anywhere in the house. I closed the front door and crossed the entryway, looking down the hallway to the French doors that opened to the backyard. I didn't see her working in the garden, but I couldn't see the entire yard from where I stood. I walked slowly down the hallway. I still didn't see her. I pressed down on the door handle and stepped outside onto the patio. I froze, still holding the handle. To my right, reclined on one of the cushioned lounge chairs, was a woman I didn't recognize at first. She was holding a glass of white wine. When she saw me, she raised the glass toward me. "Cheers, Nathan. Welcome home." I stared, unsettled by her resemblance to Kelsey. Then the gears clicked into place. Kelsey's mother. I'd only met her a few times years ago, but the resemblance, especially their distinctive hair, left an impression. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "That's not a very nice greeting." "Why are you here? Does Avery know? You can't just walk into our backyard and make yourself comfortable." She took a sip of wine. "Avery is the one who gave me this delicious Chardonnay. You have very nice taste." "What are you doing here?" "You haven't figured it out?" "I thought you were smarter than that." She sipped her wine, our wine. "You haven't been dealing with Kelsey." "Last year," she laughed. "Never. It was always me." A wave of vertigo passed through me. "Where's Avery?" My heart rate accelerated as if I'd just run several miles. I stumbled back into the house. She sounded unbalanced. Had she killed Avery? I shouted Avery's name, running first into the kitchen, then the office. Both rooms were empty. My voice sounded almost shrill, filled with panic. I ran down the hallway, past the guest room, past the room that we hoped would belong to our child one day. "Avery! Where are you? Answer me!" Our bedroom door was closed. I flung it open and almost fell into the room. The blinds were closed. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim light. Avery was on the bed, flat on her back. Her pillows were on the floor, and her eyes were closed. Was she dead? I didn't think. I rushed to the bed. She opened her eyes. I thought she killed you," I cried. "Why didn't you answer? Why didn't you text?" I knelt on the floor, laying the top half of my body over hers, pulling her close. She came into my arms softly, as if there wasn't a solid bone anywhere inside her. I'm sorry I didn't answer right away," she whispered. "I'm not feeling... I was lightheaded and I had to lie down. I didn't mean to scare you." I felt a sob building in my chest. I swallowed, trying to keep it down. What's Deborah doing here? It was her. It was never Kelsey. Why? I don't know. She thinks being friends with us, with me, ruined Kelsey or something. All the money, the privilege, whatever. She's planning to stay here until we give her the money. No. I moved away from her and pushed myself to my feet. She's not staying here. Why did you let her in? I didn't let her in. She emailed and told me to call in sick because she had things she had to tell me. I didn't feel like I had a choice, and Why didn't you tell me? I was scared. She told me not to, and I was scared after watching her sit out front in her car holding the gun all night. She came over, and when I answered the door and saw it was Deborah, I was stunned. Then she slammed the door into my face. Avery turned on the bedside lamp. There was a bruise on her right cheekbone. What the hell? So you can see I didn't let her in. She forced her way in. She's been hanging out here all day. She helped herself to leftovers for her lunch. She watched TV. She took that nice bottle of Chardonnay that your parents gave us and put it in the fridge. A little while ago, she opened it and poured herself a glass. This can't. What was I supposed to do? She really hurt me. I can see that. I touched her cheek gently with the tip of my finger. Are you okay? Physically, yes. We can't live like this, I said. I know. I'm going to talk to her, I said. Avery laughed. Sure, because that's worked so well before. I turned and walked out of the room, headed toward the patio. Then I made a detour. If Deborah was going to open my parents' expensive wine, I was at least going to enjoy a glass myself. I went to the kitchen, filled a glass for myself, one for Avery, and went outside. I pulled a chair away from the patio table and sat down. I took a sip of wine. A moment later, Avery came out to the patio, carrying the glass of wine I'd poured for her. Despite everything that was happening, I couldn't help thinking that she'd sensed where I'd gone, and that I'd decided we should enjoy our own wine. It settled me, knowing that Avery and I were more in sync with each other than we'd been in a long time. You can't stay here, I said. I'm already here, Nathan. You have to leave. I do not. I explained the situation to Avery, and I'm sure she's told you. In fact, now that you're both here, I should tell you what's going to happen. What's going to happen is that you're going to leave because I told you we'd have the money for you next week. Sitting in our house is not going to magically make it appear faster. I don't know what kind of life you've had the past few years, but you seem woefully ignorant about how financial transactions work. I understand how everything works, Deborah said. I also understand you're stalling. But the upside is you've given me time to think, and being inside your house has given me a new idea. I've looked up the value of this house, and you can easily get a second mortgage. So, I'll be staying here until you've accomplished that. I know it will take some time, but I can be patient, as you know. The next payment will be $200,000. She raised her glass toward us, smiled, and took a sip. That's not happening, I said. You take some time to think about it, Deborah said. I have all the time in the world. Avery, still standing near the open door, took a large swallow of wine, turned and went into the house without speaking. I got up and followed her. She was headed down the hall to our bedroom. Inside our room, Avery closed the door and locked it. We went to the 2 chairs arranged near a small table in the corner. We sat there for several minutes, sipping our wine. It felt as if I were sipping gold coins. We'd been saving this for a special occasion. We couldn't afford wine like this right now, and in less than an hour, I expected the bottle would be empty. Wasted on a woman who was poised to destroy our lives, and wasted on us, mindlessly drinking it to numb the fear that had kept us immobilized. I don't know what to do, Avery said. I don't know if my idea of trying to run away is really viable, or if we should just give up and face the consequences of whatever she does. Obviously, there's no more money, and we're not getting a second mortgage. We probably wouldn't even qualify. She sipped her wine, closing her eyes. I hadn't wanted to tell her. I wasn't sure how she was going to respond. This would be the biggest risk of my life, but it was the only choice I had. Trying to run away was a non-starter. Disappearing in the digital age, unless you were willing to live a very bare-bones existence, was impossible. I was unwilling to spend my life in prison for something I'd done as a stupid kid to help a friend. Her daughter. Did she know that? Something I'd done in a moment of panic, digging myself deeper through inertia. I knew all the things I should have done. When the police were looking for Jenny, I should have pointed them to Kelsey. I should have admitted what I'd done. I should have faced the consequences then, but I didn't want to shame my family. I didn't want them to be disappointed in me. I didn't want to lose Avery. All of that, stacked up against the death of a girl who lived to make others suffer, hadn't seemed so terrible at the time. And even in the years after, I managed to justify it to myself. At some point during the day, I'd had a flash of brilliance. At least it felt like brilliance to me. Maybe it was a flash of my darker nature permanently taking over. I didn't know. I could no longer remember what I'd been doing, or even what I was thinking leading up to it. But I'd come up with an idea for how I would lure Kelsey into the woods. Now, I'd be luring Deborah. I had to make her believe that I had a friend on the planning commission with inside information about a new housing development that would be granted an easement into the Greenbelt. I would tell her there was a huge risk that Jenny Cooper's bones would be discovered when they began constructing a rugged park with trails among the trees where she'd been buried. I would tell Deborah that Jenny's remains had to be moved. I would insist that she needed to help me, or she wasn't going to get any more money. Now that she was asking for such an astronomical sum, I was more confident I might be able to pull it off. The gun store owner had shown me how to keep my new handgun secure, how to load and unload it, and had even given me a few pointers at the indoor target practice adjoining his shop. I hadn't shown it to Avery yet, but it was in the bottom drawer of my nightstand, ready for me to take back control of our lives. With a determination I didn't really feel, I put the wine glass to my lips and swallowed the remainder of the contents. I put the glass on the table and turned to Avery. There's only one thing we can do. I took a slow, deep breath. If we really want to get our lives back. There's nothing. We've talked in circles about it. The two choices are disappearing or prison, Avery said. Do you want our lives back? She gave a slight nod. We have to kill her. She didn't speak. She didn't blink. She hardly seemed to breathe. 67. Avery. Now I felt as if I were living inside a movie, playing a part. There were certain lines I was expected to say right now, but I'd forgotten them. What does a woman say when her husband suggests committing murder? Part of me felt disconnected, watching my brain to see how it would respond, but it wasn't coming up with any words. My entire body was numb. Nathan stared at me, waiting for an answer. Maybe he wanted me to ask how on earth we would manage to do what he'd suggested. The numb feeling began to fade, and my mind whirled with questions. So many questions, I still didn't know what to say. I opened my mouth but couldn't speak. It was possible he wasn't serious. If I told him I agreed that was the path we should take, it would change our relationship forever. He would know I was the kind of person who could consider such a thing. But he would never joke about something like that, would he? I could tell from the expression on his face he wasn't joking, but it was so far beyond anything we'd ever talked about in the entire time we'd known each other, it felt unreal. He'd only said it because he was desperate. He was just saying words, not truly considering the reality of it. Did Nathan really think that was who we were? People who committed murder? I wondered if he thought I'd easily agree with his suggestion. It made me wonder what he thought about my character. That's a horrible idea, I whispered. We shouldn't be talking about this. Don't say anything else. We don't know where she is. He nodded. Let's go for a walk. Why? So we can talk. There's nothing to talk about. I finished my wine. Are you planning to just hide out in our bedroom? For how long? This is unsustainable. Fine, we'll go for a walk, if she'll let us. He stood. She's probably still on the patio. Let's go. He went out of the bedroom, and a moment later I heard the front door open. I followed him, glancing toward the patio, but I didn't see Deborah. We walked as quickly as we could to the end of our street, turned the corner, and continued at a rapid pace until we were well away from our house. After another block or two, we slowed. We're not doing something like that. I couldn't say the word. I didn't want to say anything about it. Someone might be behind us or overhear us through an open window. She's destroying our lives. He took my hand in his. Now, there are 3 choices. We can list them over and over again until we run out of breath, but nothing is going to change. Tomorrow, she'll expect us to go to the bank and begin the process of getting a second mortgage on the house. Where is this going to end? And like you said the other night, what's to stop her from killing us once she's bled us dry? We continued walking for nearly an hour. Neither one of us said another word. Avery, 14 years ago. What I was seeing couldn't be real. They were far enough away that I had to squint, and that made me think I was imagining things. It was so quick. I narrowed my eyes, straining to make out details, trying to be sure. Then I blinked and they were gone. So that also made me doubt. Things with Kelsey and me were not the same, but we were still friends. At least, I thought we were, although I had the feeling she was pretending. She did seem stronger, but in a way that I couldn't put my finger on. After the police questioned everyone, we didn't talk about Jenny going missing. It seemed better that way, safer. We also didn't talk about the gun I'd given her. I'd told her she had to get rid of it. She said she had, but I worried about that gun. I worried Luke would somehow figure out I was the one who had taken it. I worried his family would report it stolen. If they'd already done so, I never heard about it. Maybe he'd lied about it to his father. I didn't know. I didn't want to know. I worried, but I didn't really want to know. Once they stopped looking for Jenny, I felt better, and the gun and everything that happened with Kelsey started to fade to the back of my mind. Her family never stopped looking, of course, but it wasn't on the news anymore. There weren't any more organized search parties. A lot of the flyers that had been put up were gone, torn down, or damaged by weather. Although I wasn't sure about everything I'd just seen, I did know I'd seen Kelsey. I was sure of it. Her long, curly, dark hair was impossible to miss. She was 3 blocks from the entrance to the high school, standing in front of a pizza place. I knew it was her. I didn't have to squint to be sure about that. The reason I'd squinted was to try to figure out who she was kissing. Her back was to me, and the guy's hands were tucked into the pockets of her jeans, her hair spilling over his arms. He was pulling her hips as close to his as they would go. The reason I couldn't stop staring and squinting was because the guy looked like Luke. It was a Friday afternoon, so it was possible he was home for the weekend. He didn't come home every weekend, but he was around often enough. I wanted to walk closer, but I didn't want them to see me, especially if it was him. I moved to the cluster of trees at the corner of the lawn at the main entrance to our school. I cupped my hands around my eyes because that made me feel like I could focus better, even though I knew that wasn't true. I was sure the guy was Luke. I could tell by his height and the muscles in his arms wrapped around Kelsey's back. It wasn't that I doubted who I was seeing. I couldn't believe she was letting him kiss her, that she was absolutely kissing him back. She knew what he'd done to me. Why was she making out with him? I wanted to grab her hair and yank her out of his arms. Instead, I turned and started running. My backpack slammed against my hips, but I kept running, going faster and faster. I had to get out of there. After a few blocks, I stopped to catch my breath. Now that I had time to think, now that I wasn't looking at them, I wondered if I had it wrong. Maybe he was doing the same thing to her that he'd done to me. Maybe I should have gone to help her. But he wouldn't do that right in plain sight where anyone could see. Would he? And it didn't look like she was trying to get away from him. Wouldn't she have grabbed at his wrists, trying to pull his hands out of her pockets? I was so confused. Tears filled my eyes, making it hard to see. As I turned the corner, I blinked away my tears. I walked the rest of the way home as fast as I could. When she came over to do her homework at my house, I would ask her. Sometimes I wondered why we still did our homework together. Maybe it had been a habit for so long, now that we were seniors, it felt important to keep doing it, as if we had to finish our high school years with the ritual that had kept us going all this time. It would cause too much drama if one of us said we weren't going to study together. What if our grades slipped? It was almost 5 o'clock before Kelsey rang the doorbell. We didn't usually study together on Fridays, but we both had term papers due on Monday. I stared at her lips. They looked puffy and a little raw. Even the skin around them was red. "What are you staring at?" Kelsey asked. Without answering, I turned and started up the stairs. In my room, there was a bowl of microwave popcorn and 2 sodas. She ignored the popcorn, picked up a can of soda, and opened it. "Do you have a boyfriend?" I asked. "Who wants to know?" "I do." "I need to leave at 10 to 6, so we should get to work," she said. I opened my folder. "Okay, but I'm just curious. Do you have a boyfriend?" She shrugged. Not sure if he's a boyfriend. You're doing stuff with Luke Reed? She smiled. He's so hot. I always told you that. Did you forget what he did to me? He didn't do anything. He messed up a little, but he didn't. Messed up? No, he's a predator. Don't be dramatic. He's not a predator, she giggled. Who even says that? She took a sip of her soda. You know what he did. Why would you go out with him or spend any time with him at all? I thought you were my friend. How can you be with a guy who did that to me? He was just messing with you. He didn't attack you. You made it sound like he raped you, and he didn't. You shouldn't be going around saying that. It's not fair to him because it was nothing like that. I didn't say he did. I said he did stuff I didn't want him to do. I told him not to, and he wouldn't stop. Well, everything worked out, and nothing happened. That's what you said. Something did happen. It wasn't any worse because I stood up for myself. That doesn't change what really happened is you lost your chance. You could have had the hot brother. But whatever, you picked Nathan. She slurped her soda. I pick Luke. That's a horrible thing to say. He attacked me. He threatened me with a gun. Don't you see how awful that is? He's a creep. He definitely is a predator. He could have killed me. She laughed. Be serious. He never would have gone that far, and you know it. Not with his parents and all those other people around, and his brother looking for you. Why would you be with someone who hurt me like that? It was a game, Avery. He didn't even what? Never mind. What were you going to say? It's nothing. You need to forget the whole thing. He could do the same thing to you. Have you thought about that? He won't. He's a hot guy and we're into each other. Very hot. You should admit that to yourself. You probably have. You just can't say it out loud. And me being with him has nothing to do with you. I'm not hurting you. Being with him is telling him that what he did to me was okay. He knows we're friends, so he thinks you're okay with what he did. She laughed. Trust me, he's forgotten all about you. She put her soda can on my desk. We're running out of time. I think you should leave. I can't be in the same room as you. She laughed. Okay, sure, whatever. She picked up her backpack and was out of my bedroom before I could say anything else. I went to my window. A minute later, I saw her step off our front porch, walk down our pathway, and turn onto the sidewalk. She walked away like she wasn't in a hurry at all. She didn't look back. 69. Kelsey. Now, lying on a lounge chair in my black bikini, the water of Luke's swimming pool glistening in front of me made me feel as if I'd won the grand prize. I deserved it. That was what Avery always used to say when she was trying to run my life. I deserved good things. Luke was inside mixing cocktails in his massive state-of-the-art kitchen that he admitted he rarely used, but hinted maybe I would enjoy taking for a spin soon. Getting here hadn't been easy at first, and I wasn't sure how hard it would be to stay. So far, Luke was utterly devoted to me, which made me optimistic. We'd had a good thing in high school, and I think he'd always appreciated my freedom and flexibility. Whenever he came home from college, I was available, in every sense of the word. Then, we lost touch. He went to graduate school on the other side of the country, and I was working my ass off helping my mom clean houses. Mostly during those years after high school, I was numb. I'd been abandoned by Avery when she went floating off to college on her parents' money. Although I knew that wasn't the whole reason everything had fallen apart between us. My mom had warned me for years that the kids at my school were dangerous. Focus on your schoolwork, Kelsey. Prove yourself that way. Maybe you'll get a scholarship and you can go to a good college and have a life that's different from mine. My mom was delusional, though. There aren't any scholarships that pay for all 4 years of college and your room and board, unless you're in sports. At the time, I didn't know that either. I half believed my mom, so I worked hard at school. I ended up with nothing but a fancy sash across the shoulders of my graduation gown and a few $1,000, which would pay for almost nothing when it came to college. I took a few classes at a community college while I worked. Now, the only thing I wanted after all these years was some comfort. Comfort and security, and a man who made me feel good. I wanted the luxury that had been dangled in front of me, never within reach, for all those years. I was done with cleaning up other people's messes. Luke came out to the patio. He handed the drink to me and clicked his glass against mine, kissed me like he wanted to swallow me whole, then sat in the lounge chair beside me. I sipped my drink. "This is amazing." Luke grinned. "Thanks." He put his hand on my thigh. "It's called a Black Manhattan." "Ooh, classy." I took another sip. Luke started talking about one of the board members at his company and her suggestions for expansion. I made the appropriate listening sounds, sipped my drink, letting the sunshine and the crystal blue water lull me into a state of bliss. When Luke and I showed up at Nathan's t-ball game, Nathan acted like he was having a stroke. Not quite as bad as when I'd popped up during his practice, but I could see him sweating even from where we sat. I guess he didn't want me back in his life after everything that happened in high school, but that wasn't his call. I wondered if Nathan had told Avery that I'd hooked up with Luke again. If she knew, she probably wondered how much I'd told Luke about the past, about Jenny. I was sure that's why Nathan was so sweaty at his Little League game, a total panic attack, wondering what I might have said to his brother. It pleased me to imagine Avery's fear, to think about her living through fear like I'd felt when I was locked in that closet. Avery and Nathan never understood what that had been like for me. Not really. They were outraged that I'd missed the audition. Their focus had been on the injustice of it. Maybe I hadn't explained it clearly. It was possible I hadn't explained it at all. That fear wasn't like any normal fear. It was an unrelenting terror, a feeling of shame and helplessness that was almost impossible to put into words. Imagining Avery experiencing something like that every time Luke and I showed up at a family dinner felt like I'd come full circle. Of course, Avery wasn't the one who had inflicted that fear upon me. She didn't lure me to the basement, pretending to be a friend. She didn't put me in the closet. She didn't lock the door. She didn't leave me alone in the dark without food or anything else, not knowing when or if anyone would ever come for me. But in the years since then, I'd come to see that Avery had set me up. Her friendship made me vulnerable to that situation. If I hadn't believed all the things she told me, if I hadn't believed that being her friend would make me part of the group, that it would make me feel like I belonged at that school and could fit in with those kids, my night of terror never would have happened. Until Avery came along and infected my mind with things I couldn't have, never in 1,000 years would I have considered auditioning for the lead in the school musical. Not ever. My life would have continued on an entirely different path. I became a different person in that closet, swallowed by darkness. I took another sip of my drink. I remembered exactly how I felt, like a different person was living inside me. I knew, the darkness surrounding me had seeped into my body and would live in my heart from that point forward. I remembered how I liked that feeling. I liked the darkness. It felt comforting. It made me feel safe. It still did. I started following Avery to figure out how to reconnect with Luke, but I had fun with it. Seeing her panic when I held my finger like a gun that day was hilarious. When I got the idea to show up at her work pretending I was a new client, she looked absolutely terrified. Her reaction was so intense, I almost wondered if something else was going on with her. She looked like she wanted to kill me. But I felt like an absolute genius. Who needed college? I had to get close to her and Nathan because I thought that would be the way back to Luke. I figured even though Avery thought Luke was a predator, she had to have some kind of connection to him since he was her brother-in-law. I thought Luke might have forgotten all about me. He was probably married. If he wasn't, he probably had a smart, gorgeous woman he'd met in graduate school or at the company he'd helped fund and then made millions from. It turned out I was wrong about everything. I didn't need Avery and Nathan to get back into Luke's life. One night, when I was sitting on the curb down the street from their house, smoking a cigarette and trying to dodge my bad high school memories, I saw Luke step out their front door. Luckily for me, I was already wearing workout clothes. I squashed my cigarette, popped in a breath mint, and pretended I'd been jogging on their street. The minute he saw me, I knew I didn't need them at all. I could tell he remembered me as much as I remembered him. Best of all, I could tell by the look he gave me that we still had a connection. Maybe it was that comforting darkness inside both of us that drew us together and made us feel safe. Avery. Now there had to be another way to get Deborah out of our lives. I knew I was delusional for thinking this, but what Nathan had suggested was too awful. I'd spent weeks thinking about how to release ourselves from what I'd believed was Kelsey's iron grip, but I still couldn't give up. Knowing it was her mother who had blackmailed and tormented us didn't change anything. Cold-blooded murder was not the solution. I knew Nathan knew this. My husband wasn't a killer. What he'd done for Kelsey all those years ago, he'd done for her, for me, because he adored me and he knew how much I cared about her. The pressure he'd been under for so long ignited into a full-blown inferno by Deborah's threats that he'd endured for over a year, far longer than I had, made him lose his mind. We were not going to kill her. Not caring what the consequences might be for my career, but also feeling somewhat safe because my problems at work had mostly dissolved for now, I called in sick again. Karma must have been on my side. Maybe in my absence, Camilla felt the gaps in what I brought to our team. Without me there, perhaps Camilla had had time to think about the pettiness of the complaints that had been lodged against me. Whatever it was, she expressed genuine concern for my health and told me to take as much time as I needed until I was fully healthy. I spent the morning working in the garden. It was the best place for my mind to run free in its search for a new way forward. Knowing we were dealing with Deborah instead of Kelsey might give me new ideas. It was a very different situation now. Digging in the dirt kept my hands busy and reminded me the world was still a beautiful place. For a while, I simply let my mind drift. Deborah sat on the patio, sipping coffee and watching me. Strangely enough, her presence didn't cause me any stress. I was beyond that. She could do whatever she wanted. I needed to think about how to handle her. Having her watch me didn't affect the ability of my imagination to fly above the trees with the songbirds who were keeping me centered and sane. Finally, she must have grown tired of watching me pull weeds and drop them into a bucket. I wasn't aware that she'd left, she was so quiet about it, but when I stood to empty the bucket into the yard waste bin, she was gone. In the early afternoon, I made myself a grilled cheese sandwich. The house was silent. I could tell from the mess in the kitchen sink that Deborah had heated up some leftover spaghetti and meatballs. She'd been sleeping and making herself at home in our guest room, and when I went down the hallway to get some hand lotion from our bathroom, the guest room door was closed. After eating my grilled cheese sandwich, I took a shower. Despite having given my mind to the problem of Deborah and her outrageously impossible demand, I was as helpless as I'd been when the day began, the week began, the month began. Now, standing under the water, letting it run through my hair, I knew what I should do. I blew my hair dry and brushed it up into a ponytail, giving myself the appearance of someone casual and relaxed about her life. I put on a pair of capri pants, a summery top, and did my makeup as if I were going out to lunch with a friend. I sat in one of the armchairs in our bedroom and played a game on my phone, then surfed social media. After a while, I put my phone down. Nathan's suggestion, his cool insistence that it was the only way out, began to eat at my mind again. Considering our bedroom with new eyes, I wondered how far he'd gone toward executing his plan. He'd clearly been thinking about it for a while. He was settled that this was our course of action. That meant I bolted out of the chair and began furiously searching our room, starting with the closet, moving to our shared dresser, and then to his nightstand. And there, I found it. A black, very serious-looking handgun. It wasn't even in a box. It was just lying there, covered by an old t-shirt, waiting for him. I took it out, turned it over in my hands, trying to decide what I should do with it. I carried it back to the chair, placed it on my lap, and sat there for a long time. By mid-afternoon, I figured Deborah had had enough time to wonder what I was up to, what I might do next. By now, she might be wondering why Nathan and I hadn't immediately gone to the bank to start the process for a second mortgage. Maybe she was concerned that we weren't going to meet her demand. Maybe now, she was open to a conversation. When I left my bedroom, the guest room door was open. All the better. I didn't have to plead with her to talk to me. She was seated in the living room. Her phone was on the couch beside her. A mug of tea sat on the coffee table. She was staring out the front window. "It's a bit early still, but would you like a glass of wine?" I asked. "Is it as good as the bottle I opened yesterday?" "No," she sighed. "I'll try it." I went into the kitchen and took out the bottle of white wine I'd put in the fridge earlier. I tried not to think about all the wine we'd been drinking. It wasn't as if it was impacting our budget, but it meant that any future celebrations over the next few months would not include a glass of wine for Nathan and me. Of course, I assumed we would have future celebrations. I assumed we'd have a life. I placed one of the glasses on a coaster in front of Deborah. I sat in the chair facing her and took a sip from my own glass. "Kelsey and I were such close friends in high school," I said. "Even though I know what went wrong with us, it's still hard to see how we got here. She was closer to me than a sister." Deborah gulped her wine, then smirked. "That's a lie." "What's a lie?" "That you were close. She was my best friend. She was your feel-good project. You made her want things she could never have. Worse, you made her believe she could actually have those things. You turned her into a greedy, soulless mannequin. You ruined her." "That's not true," I said. "I don't want to talk about that. It's ancient history. I've lost her and I've accepted that." "It's hard for me to understand why you hate us so much. It seems as if What I don't understand, if we're going to talk about things that are impossible to figure out, is why you've protected your husband all these years. A cold-blooded killer?" It was clear that Kelsey had told her everything. I should have known that based on her threats, on the fact that she'd approached Nathan a year ago, knowing he was the more vulnerable of the two of us. I wondered if Kelsey had told her everything that happened before Deborah decided she was a soulless mannequin, or after. Maybe that had been the deciding factor. "He's not a killer. It was an..." "Are you sure about that?" 100%. I took a sip of wine. He wasn't a killer, yet, but it seemed as if that was where he was headed. "You're giving me all your money to keep him out of prison. What's wrong with you?" "He didn't kill her, he just..." I sipped my wine, avoiding her gaze for a moment. "And Jenny was horrible to Kelsey. I don't know how much she told you, but it was incredibly traumatic." The look on her face was one of pure hatred. I'd never seen anything like it. I couldn't be sure if that look was for Jenny, Nathan, or me. Probably for all of us. "She could have died in that closet. If Jenny's brother hadn't found her, Jenny was a monster," I said. Deborah shoved her fingers into the front pocket of her jeans. She pulled out the key fob for her car. "I need my other bag out of the car. Go get it for me." She tossed the fob at me. It fell near my feet. "I'm not your personal assistant. If you want it, you get it." "You're no longer in charge here, Avery." "Why do I have to keep explaining that? I thought you were a smart girl." "I'm not going outside so you can lock me out of the house. Go get my bag, or you'll regret it." Her words were so cold, and the way she'd changed the conversation so abruptly. I'd been a fool for thinking I could play on my friendship with her daughter. We were so far past that, it was ludicrous. Defeated, I bent down and picked up the key fob. I went outside and got her bag from the trunk of her car. When I returned to the house, I placed the bag near the end of the couch. I went into the kitchen and filled a glass with water. I stood at the counter, gazing out the back window. A moment later, my phone buzzed with a text message. "Nathan, why are you home already? I got an alert from the security camera that you went out the front door." "What's going on?" I texted back and told him what I'd done. I didn't tell him I'd failed. "Nathan, it's not possible to talk her out of anything. I thought we already agreed on a plan." We hadn't agreed on anything. He assumed I'd agreed. "Avery, there has to be another way." He didn't respond. I shoved my phone into my pocket and took a few more sips of water. A moment later, Deborah wandered into the kitchen, carrying her glass. "I'm ready for a refill." I gestured toward the fridge. "Help yourself." She opened the fridge, took out the bottle, and gave herself a healthy pour. "Does Kelsey know you're doing this?" She laughed. "I told you, that girl turned into someone I don't recognize." I was her best friend. My voice was barely a whisper. "Don't you remember?" "Correction. You pretended to be her friend for 3 years. Then you and Nathan went off to college, and she never heard from you again. Not to mention everything that happened with Jenny. You made her think I killed that girl. What kind of person does that?" "I didn't make her think that." "Well, someone did, and you're the likely candidate. I couldn't enjoy one spontaneous night out with a man without my daughter thinking it meant I was committing murder. But that's beside the point now." "That's not how it happened," I said. "Did you know your daughter hooked up with the man who assaulted me? Do you have any idea what that did to me?" "Of course I know, and yet you don't seem to have a problem inviting him to your house for dinner." I felt my entire body clench. I longed for my glass of wine, unfinished in the living room. At the same time, even though I knew it might soothe my rage at what she'd said about Luke, it was better if I kept a clear head. It was a waste of energy to talk to Deborah about Luke. I should have known that. Kelsey hadn't cared when I'd told her 15 years ago what he'd done to me. Why would her mother? In their minds, it was nothing. Maybe it was my fault. I'd made it look like nothing by allowing him to continue being part of my life. I'd made the wrong choice when I agreed to keep his secret. It never should have been a secret. I should have told everyone, but I was too young and too uncertain. I was afraid of how people would react. And if I'd ever thought about telling anyone, hearing how Kelsey responded when I finally told her had squashed that impulse permanently. "This is taking too long." Deborah pushed the wine glass to the center of the breakfast bar. "I'm so tired of your excuses, both of you." She slid off the bar stool and walked to the counter near the refrigerator. "I've been thinking, I could have a lot more than whatever cash you can manage to scrape off this house. I can have the whole house. Then I'll have everything I want. I can clean my own home from now on." She gave me a grin that was downright terrifying. She looked like she wanted to devour everything that belonged to me. She turned slightly. "I only need one of you to get what I want, and that person is Nathan." Before I could even absorb what she was saying, she snatched the butcher knife out of the block, turned, and lunged toward me. She shoved me against the counter. I cried out as the bone in my forearm slammed into the granite, feeling as if it was being crushed. She grabbed my other arm and yanked it behind my back, forcing it into an unnatural angle. I heard a pop from somewhere in my elbow. I screamed, gasping for breath as pain shot through my collarbone and shoulder. She laughed and pressed her body into mine with even greater force, pinning me against the counter edge. She brought the knife up close to my throat. 71. Nathan. Now Avery's belief that she could talk to Deborah and play on her sympathy for her the long-dead friendship with Kelsey, or whatever she was trying to do, was not going to work. There were so many ways it could go wrong. I wondered if she still didn't recognize who she was dealing with. I couldn't stay at work, imagining what might be happening at home. Deborah was escalating her demands at a terrifying speed, and Avery was not going to stop her. I thought Avery and I were on the same page, that there was only one way out. I shouldn't have taken her silence as agreement. After texting my manager that my house had a water leak, I hurried out of the office, down to my car, and gunned it out of the parking garage. I drove home, pushing the speed limit, careened into our driveway as the garage door was opening, and pulled in beside Avery's car. As the garage door closed behind me, I sighed with relief that it was still early enough in the day that all our neighbors were still at work. I didn't need curious inquiries about why I'd burned rubber turning into our driveway. With the cost of homes in our neighborhood, every couple was dual income. The place was a ghost town on weekdays. I entered the house through the side door into the garage, walked past the office, and entered the kitchen. In the doorway, I stopped short, as if I'd crashed into a plexiglass wall. Avery's hips and stomach were pressed against the kitchen counter. Deborah was behind her with one arm wrapped around Avery's body, pinning her arms to her sides. She held a butcher knife in her right hand, the blade at Avery's neck. My voice bellowed through the kitchen. "Let go of her!" Deborah acted as if she'd expected my outburst, because she didn't startle. She hardly moved at all and said nothing. "Please let me go," Avery said. "Please, we can figure things out. We can go to the bank tomorrow. I already explained the new plan," Deborah said. "What new plan is that?" The tremor in my voice exposed my terror. I didn't want Deborah to know how scared I was, although she definitely knew. So who was I fooling? That knife was so close to Avery's throat. If Deborah even coughed, there was a chance she would make a gash in Avery's flesh. "Please," Avery whimpered. I took a few steps closer. "Back up," Deborah said. I thought about the gun in my nightstand. There was no way I could get to it and return to the kitchen before Deborah did something. Unless she didn't have the nerve. It seemed as if she was working up to it. I couldn't be sure. It was hard to gauge her mood. I was paralyzed. I didn't want to leave Avery. Could I manage to grab Deborah and take possession of the knife without hurting Avery? It looked impossible. I held up my phone. "I'm calling the police. She'll be dead before they get here. And then what will you do?" I was shocked by my calm. My tone sounded as if I were rational, casually discussing travel logistics. My heart hammered my bones, and I could feel sweat pooling on my neck and down my spine. "I'll be gone," Deborah said. "They'll find you, and you'll miss out on your 200 grand. Isn't that why you're camping out here?" She glared at me. I wished I knew what had happened that caused her to grab the knife, but obviously I couldn't ask that question now. It looked impulsive. After all, she still had Luke's gun. If she'd been planning to kill Avery, she would have thought it out more carefully. It was possible she didn't like the situation she was in any more than Avery or I did. But if she backed down, she was scared of what we would do to her now. "Put down the knife and we can figure out," Deborah shouted over me. "Stop talking!" Part of me wanted to challenge her, to ask her point blank if she was going to cut Avery's throat. I honestly didn't think she had it in her, and I think she knew that as well. But it felt as if there was an iron ball in my gut. I couldn't ask that question because she was too unpredictable. Maybe she did have it in her. The woman I'd loved my entire life, the only woman I had ever loved at all, could be dead, lying in a pool of blood within seconds if I made one wrong move. "Put your phone back in your pocket," Deborah said. I followed her instructions. The best thing was to buy some time so I could think about a way to get closer, to get the knife out of her hand. I outweighed her by about 50 pounds and had 7 or 8 inches on her. All I needed to do was get close. I took another step. "I need you to back up," Deborah said. I remained where I was. "I said back up." I didn't know if it was good that she was losing her cool, or bad. If she had the cold-hearted nerve to kill Avery, wouldn't she have done it in one quick swipe of the knife? Avery stared at me with a look of absolute helplessness and pleading. I tried to think. On the counter in front of me was a large glass filled with white wine. Beside it was a bottle of olive oil with a metal spout. If I swept them off the counter, would it create enough shock that Deborah would lose her focus? I was only 4 or 5 strides away from her now, but if I miscalculated, the noise and the mess might cause her to move erratically, slashing Avery's throat. There was no other option. I didn't have all afternoon to stand here and think of a way to get that knife away from her. I needed to do something to change the situation. I put one hand on the counter, leaned forward slightly, and swept my arm across the surface, sending the olive oil and wine glass crashing onto the tile floor. I didn't hesitate for even half a second to see how Deborah responded as I heard the glass shatter. With more confidence than I felt, I rushed toward her, grabbed the wrist that was holding the knife, and twisted her arm out and away from Avery. There was a popping sound from somewhere in Deborah's shoulder. She screamed. The knife fell out of her hand and clattered onto the floor. She screamed again. "That hurt! You don't know what you're doing! You're wrong about everything!" She was crying, great gulping sobs. She fell against the counter, clutching her shoulder. Avery lunged across the space between the center island and the cooktop and yanked open the drawer. She pulled out a gun. It looked like the gun I'd just bought. I stared, unsure whether I was seeing correctly. How had she... Deborah screamed. "Nathan, you don't know. You were wrong about everything. The shot was deafening. My head throbbed and buzzed as I watched Deborah slump to the floor, blood seeping across the front of her pale green shirt. "Why did you—" "That was our plan," Avery said. "Wasn't that our plan?" "Not here. Not in the house. What if someone heard? How will we—" "No one's home on our street or anywhere in this area. You know that." She lowered her hand, still holding the gun. "This wasn't— How will we get her out of here? How will we clean up? It wasn't supposed to be like this," I said. "She was going to kill me. She would have cut my throat." "Not anymore." My ears were still ringing. I couldn't think. "You don't know that. You said this was what we needed to do, and everything was going sideways so fast. How did you find that gun?" She looked at me as if I were dense. "It was right there, in the drawer." She placed the gun on the counter. "We just need to adjust our plan a little. This is better. We don't need to convince her to go into the woods. She probably would have refused. She might have run. Anything." I went around the center island and pulled out a bar stool. I sat down, leaning my head and shoulders on the counter, trying to think. Was this the plan? Was this what I'd wanted? Seeing Deborah's body on the floor made me wonder. "She was destroying us," Avery said. "She wanted everything." I sat up. What was she trying to say? I don't know. She told me she only needed one of us. She decided she would take our house and keep you around until it could be signed over to her or something. I don't know how she thought that would work. And then she grabbed the knife. "Not that. I meant before you shot her. Why did she say I was wrong about everything?" "I don't know, but we can't think about that now." 72. Avery. Now, Nathan and I didn't talk much once we accepted the reality of what I'd done. The panic and adrenaline shooting through my body prevented me from thinking. I couldn't seem to move, clutching the gun as if I still needed it. I didn't know if Nathan believed me when I told him I thought Deborah was about to kill me. I don't think he did, because once he'd forced her to drop the knife, we were safe. He was certain she could no longer hurt me or him. But he was wrong. Besides, this whole thing had been his idea. I didn't understand why he was upset with me. It was terrible that it happened in our house, that we would have to take care of her body and clean up all that blood, but the way he wanted to do it would not have worked. Deborah never would have gone along with it. She would have realized what we were planning, no matter how good he thought his story was to lure her into the woods. Finally, I placed the gun back in the drawer for the time being. Then we started working together, as if we had planned it this way after all, as if we knew what each of us had to do next without discussing it. Nathan got a plastic tarp and rope from the garage, and I took 2 sheets from the linen closet. We wrapped her body, first in the sheets, then in the tarp, and secured it with the rope. While I gathered rags and cleaning products, Nathan brought a shovel, pick, and 2 pairs of work gloves from the garage to the back patio. We sat in the living room, not speaking, waiting for time to pass. At 1:30 in the morning, when we were confident even the latest of any neighboring night owls would be asleep, we went out to our garden. We moved the bench and decorative rocks under the trellis. Working silently, Nathan using the pick, me with the shovel, we dug the deepest hole I'd ever seen. Using the ropes, we lowered Deborah's body into the hole, filled it with dirt, and replaced the decorative rocks. We moved the bench back where it had been. The entire time, I thought of nothing but the task in front of me. I didn't think about her being dead. I didn't think about the blackmail or whether I felt free or about Kelsey. I didn't think about what I'd done. I simply drove the shovel into the ground and lifted up scoops of dirt, then repeated the process in reverse. Nathan drove Deborah's car to a shopping center 10 miles away, and I followed in my car. When we returned home, we worked together cleaning the kitchen until it was spotless. We took showers, stuffed our clothes and the rags and gloves into a garbage bag for disposal, and collapsed onto our bed. We stared at the ceiling, still not speaking. There was nothing to say. It was almost sunrise. We were fairly confident she had no connection to us, but at the same time, we were scared. It seemed unlikely that Deborah would have told a friend or neighbor she was committing a felony. No one goes around bragging about committing blackmail. She'd been clear that she and Kelsey were estranged. Still, at some point, Deborah would be reported missing. Her cell phone turned out to be a burner phone without a passcode. Her phone was the thing we'd been the most worried about. Once a police investigation began, they would look at her cell phone data and discover she'd been in our home. They would also find the email account she'd set up in Kelsey's name, filled with messages that would destroy Nathan and me. With a burner phone, we were safe from all that. Our plan had been to drive somewhere with her phone to show her leaving our property, then come up with a story to explain her presence there, but we hadn't gotten to that yet. Finding out she'd used an unidentifiable phone to contact us was the only piece of luck the two of us had experienced in a very long time. As we went through her belongings, packing them up so Nathan could drive them to a dumpster where he would be rid of them, we found Luke's gun. I stashed it at the back of our closet to deal with later. We also found the diary Kelsey had tried to threaten me with. I burned it, placing a large piece of foil on the ground beneath it to keep from damaging the flagstone. Lying on the bed, watching our room grow lighter as the sun spread through our neighborhood, I wondered if this was finally a chance to start over. 73. Avery, 15 years ago. I ran all the way to Kelsey's apartment building. I was a good runner, but still, I was panting when I got there. Maybe because I didn't know what she was going to say, or maybe because I was carrying Luke's gun in the pocket of my hoodie. It was heavy, and it made it hard to keep my balance. I had to hold on to it so it wouldn't fall out. What if I accidentally shot myself? I didn't think that could happen because the safety catch was on, but I didn't know very much about guns or safety catches. How did I know what might happen if I dropped it? Maybe the safety would get jolted loose. I could end up dead. At Kelsey's apartment building, I waited at the bottom of the stairs until my heart stopped pounding, until I could breathe like a normal person. Then, I climbed to the second floor and knocked on her door. I was relieved when Kelsey answered. I didn't want to talk to her mom. I needed Kelsey, right that minute. "Come outside, I need to talk to you," I said. "Why?" "Please, just come with me. It's really important." "Tell me what it is," Kelsey said. "I can't, not here. Your neighbors might hear us." I turned and started walking back down the stairs. I knew she would follow me. Her curiosity would win. A moment later, I heard her footsteps behind me. When we reached the ground, I walked toward the carport area. I stopped near a post and waited for her to catch up. "What's the big secret?" Kelsey asked. "It's so terrible. I don't even know how I'm going to tell you. I guess I'll just..." Nathan was so upset over what Jenny did to you. He couldn't stop thinking that you might have died in that closet. Nathan? I know it seems like he doesn't notice you much, but he thinks you're really cool. He's not that great around girls, you know that. She stared at me. It was the truth, sort of. I wasn't sure if she believed that, but it was the truth. He just wanted to scare her, like she scared you. He was actually having nightmares about you, and how awful that must have been for you. He's such a sensitive guy. He really cares about people, and it made him so mad that no one did anything, that she wasn't punished. They couldn't do anything because I didn't tell them, Kelsey said. Whatever. They should have noticed you didn't show up for the audition, right? The head of the theater knew you were on the audition list. Why didn't she do anything? Why didn't she ask what happened? And it wasn't just what Jenny did to you. She's done a lot of bad things, and no one ever does anything about it. Anyway, he just wanted to scare her. So he took Luke's gun from my bedroom. He told Jenny to meet him in the Greenbelt, in the middle of the woods. And he acted like he might shoot her, trying to scare her. But then, the gun went off. He shot her? Is she dead? I choked back a sob. I couldn't believe I was saying this. I couldn't believe it had happened, that someone we knew was actually dead. The gun just went off. I grabbed her arms, shaking her slightly. Yes, she's dead, but it was an accident. He didn't mean to do it, and he was so scared. He just dropped the gun and started running. I can't believe that she's dead. You need to help, I said. What do you mean I need to help? Help what? You need to go to his house and make him go back and bury her. What? No, we have to call the police. I shook her harder. We can't. We cannot call the police. Nathan would go to prison for the rest of his life. No one would believe it was an accident. Do you? Of course. I think you should call. No, we can't. He can't go to prison for something he did for you. It's not fair. And it was an accident. He just wanted to scare her like she scared you. Don't you remember how you felt? Didn't she deserve some of that? You know she did. So you have to take the gun and go to his house. I let go of her arms and pulled the gun out of my pocket. Tell him to bury her and the gun, but you can't tell him you know he did it. What? She backed away from me. What are you talking about? Tell him you found her and you're scared you'll be arrested, because that doesn't make any sense. It's confusing, I know. But if he thinks you know he shot her, he'll be so scared he might turn himself in. He'll be worried you might tell on him, so he'll do it himself. If you say you found her dead and act like you don't know he shot her, he'll believe you. But he has to bury her, so if you ask him to help you, he will. I think. I'm pretty sure he will. I'm not doing that. She turned and started walking away from me. Wait, please. Kelsey, please. I'm your best friend. I've been your best friend forever. And he did this for you, so you owe him. He needs your help. He's so scared. I don't owe him shit. She kept walking. I ran after her. I grabbed her hair, yanking her toward me. She screeched as she tried to untwist my fingers from the strands of her hair. Ow! Let go of me! I pulled her up close to me, my fist wound through her long curls. I put my mouth close to her ear. You have to help him. He didn't mean to shoot her, but now it's too late, and he's terrified of what will happen. He doesn't want anyone to know. If he knows you know, he'll freak out, and he won't be able to dig the hole. You need to keep him calm. Get him to do it. Bury Jenny and get rid of the gun, in case they find her or something. Please, I'm your best friend. Both of us are your friends. She continued twisting her fingers around mine, trying to break free. I wasn't letting go until she agreed. You do it, Kelsey said. Why can't you get him to bury her? He's your boyfriend. This has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you. He wanted to make her feel as scared as you were. He told you he did it, so why can't you get him to do it? I'm not, because he did it for you. Don't you get that? She laughed. This is stupid. I don't get why you're making it so complicated. He knows he did it. And what if he changes his mind and tells the cops I did it? He won't. It's our secret. All three of us. Forever. Tell him you found her there, and you're scared people will think you killed her, that you're not strong enough to dig the hole. She tore herself away from me, squealing at the pain as hairs pulled out of her scalp. No! You can do all those things without that crazy story. He's your boyfriend. If he's so scared, make him fix it. I started crying. We've been like sisters all these years. I'd do anything for you. Why won't you do this for me? I gasped for air, wiping tears off my face. He won't listen to me. And I thought, if you talked to him, if you made it sound like you were scared, if you realized someone already found her, he would do it. He's paralyzed and I can't get him to listen to me. I was wailing now, and it wasn't fake. It's his brother's gun. He would be... Okay, fine. Be quiet. Someone will hear you. She glanced up toward the apartment building, the dark balconies, the windows that still had light glowing behind the blinds. I told her where to go. It's that place we always hang out. I don't know why. It doesn't matter now. That's where she is. And you have to make Nathan believe you. She sighed. I gave her a hug, squeezing her tight, not wanting to let go in case she changed her mind. Do you promise? Yes. Her voice was soft. Say it. I promise, she said. When she was gone, I sat on the curb for a while, catching my breath, trying not to overthink everything. I hoped it would all work out, but I needed to do more than that. I needed to believe it would work out. Hope wasn't good enough. 74. Avery. Now. The tension between Nathan and me after Deborah died on our kitchen floor was so thick, it felt as if we were wrapped in dense, sticky cobwebs. The webs seemed to fill our house, making it hard to move, hard to accomplish the simplest tasks. We didn't talk about what had happened until Sunday night during dinner, when we were poised to return to our so-called normal life. I had a plan, Nathan said. There was no context, no lead-up to his comment. I had it all worked out. She would have been safely buried in the woods, far away from us. Now we have to live with... He waved his arm wildly toward the door leading to our backyard, where Deborah's body lay under the bench, the trellis giving the illusion of protecting her grave. We can't ever sell this house. Do you realize that? I always thought we'd stay here forever. There is no forever, he said. If we have a child and they go to sell it one day, what then? I can't think about that. I cut a small piece of chicken and put it in my mouth, chewing slowly. And I feel terrible that you have to live with knowing you're the one who killed her, he said. It was going to happen one way or another, and I can handle it. I put down my fork and took a sip of water. I looked at him, holding his gaze and smiling gently. I'll do anything for the people I love. And I love you, Nathan. I paused for a shaky breath. You're my everything. I've loved you since I was 16 years old. We went through a terrible time, but we're going to be okay. The expression on his face was one I'd never seen before, one I couldn't begin to describe, but it filled my heart with an aching tenderness. There were still things he didn't know about me. A terrible secret lingered in our marriage, but it would have to stay that way. On the night she died, I met Jenny in the woods with Luke's gun tucked into the pocket of my puffy jacket. Finally, stealing Luke's gun had a purpose. I would use it to scare Jenny. I wanted to see her lose control of her body the way Kelsey had when Jenny left her alone in that closet for over 24 hours. I wanted to see Jenny scared out of her mind. I wanted her to know what it felt like to think, to know it was an actual possibility she might die. I wanted her to feel something like Kelsey had during those lonely, endless hours surrounded by total darkness inside the basement closet. But Jenny wasn't scared. I pulled out the gun and pointed it at her, willing my hand not to shake. She laughed. The harsh sound of her voice was like a coyote howling at the moon. "What are you doing?" "Showing you what it's like to be scared out of your mind. You're vicious. She laughed again. "Scared of what? You don't have the guts to shoot me." I tightened my hand on the gun. It was steady now as my anger grew to epic proportions. Maybe if I fired the gun into the trees, then she'd be scared. Maybe. I nudged my thumb over the safety lock and flicked it off. She took a step toward me. "Stop playing around. What you did to Kelsey was, are you still upset about that? It was ages ago. She's fine. You stole the part from her." She laughed again. "Don't delude yourself. Now, why are we really here? So you can point that thing at me and pretend you're tough? You're weak, like your boyfriend." She moved closer, grinning, the moonlight making it look like her teeth were bared. "You had a chance to be with Luke." "What are you talking about?" "He told me all about it, how he wanted to get with you, but you were too—" "That's not what happened," I shouted. "But you picked Nathan?" Jenny snickered. "I guess you realized you really aren't all that." "Nathan's the best you can do. You could never hold on to a guy like Luke. One time with you, and he would have been bored anyway." She laughed, shrieking up at the star-filled sky. "You didn't have a clue that it was just a game." What?" Jenny giggled. "You think you're such a goddess. You're so far above everyone else, so generous and kind to the poor, shunned housecleaner's daughter. You needed to come down a few steps. So I told Luke to bring you down. Maybe he didn't bring you down far enough." She smirked. I pressed the trigger. The explosion blasted through my skull, making everything deathly silent for a moment, and then a sharp tone forced its way into my ears. "A game? She—" I went to where she'd slumped to the ground. Blood was coming out of her neck. I turned away, sick at what I saw, horrified by what I'd done. That sharp sound continued to drill into my ears. A game? Jenny told Luke to assault me? What kind of person? Still, I felt sick and horrified at the shadow of her body lying motionless on the ground, looking like part of the earth in the darkness. Jenny had turned Luke's assault into something it wasn't, making it seem like I was someone I wasn't. I'd asked her to meet me in the woods for Kelsey's sake. I brought the gun with me for Kelsey, and I pointed it at her, wanting to scare her to death for Kelsey. But after the things she said to me, I shot her for my sake. Taking someone's life felt awful, but my finger had reacted to the rage pumping through my body, unable to absorb the ugly words she'd spat at me. It felt like my body had decided for me, hurting the person who had tried so hard to hurt me and the people I loved. Later, when Kelsey told me the same thing, that it was all a game, I asked her what she meant. She wouldn't say, but I finally figured it out. It took a while. Until one night I woke at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I knew. I just knew, as if I'd known all along. Luke had told Kelsey he assaulted me and humiliated me and terrified me, all for fun. I made Kelsey believe that Nathan shot Jenny. I knew eventually she'd believe my wild story about Nathan leaving Jenny's body, running in fear. Kelsey had been in the theater program. Of course she'd be able to put on a show that convinced him she'd found Jenny's body. She would interpret his reaction and everything he said as a cover for his fear of being caught, his terror over what he'd done. Nathan believed her, as I knew he would. He wasn't good at dealing with a woman's tears. It never once, even for half a second, passed through either of their minds that I was the final person who had been bullied and shamed by Jenny Cooper, that I was the one who'd pulled the trigger in a moment of blinding fury. Nathan and Kelsey were my best friends, the kind of friends who last a lifetime. At least, that's what I thought about Kelsey then. They were the center of my world, and I was their queen. They admired me and loved me, so they believed me, and I was their queen. I took care of them, but they needed to take care of me, too. In the end, they did. Epilogue. Avery. Nathan destroyed my security and peace of mind when he put us into debt that nearly choked the life out of our marriage. Maybe carrying that crushing debt would have been less painful if he'd told me he was being blackmailed. I think it would have been, but I understood why he hadn't. Deborah's threats, delivered under the mask of her daughter's name, were terrifying. The risk of testing her, defying her demand that he keep it a secret from me, was too great. But even when I believed the debt was due to a sketchy investment scheme, his devastating mistake never choked out my love for him. That was forever. He'd insisted that nothing lasted forever. He was wrong. That enormous debt, and what I'd thought was his betrayal of my trust, hiding it from me, had made me ill for months. It felt as if he'd carelessly come very close to destroying our chance to have a child, to create the family we'd dreamed of, to make this house we'd bought into a home that nurtured and protected another life, maybe two. Thanks to Deborah, I now had a way out, a way to reclaim our financial security and put us back on track, to make our lives better than they'd ever been. I was absolutely confident that by next spring, I would be pregnant. One of the changes brought about through our marriage counseling was that I was now responsible for managing our finances. Dr. Hess told us it would help restore trust. It would give me a sense of empowerment as I did the hands-on work to pay down our debt, to ensure we were living within our budget. Nathan had left me feeling weak and gutted. Being solely responsible for our finances would give me feelings of strength and control, and it was something I enjoyed. Also thanks to Deborah, this time I was eager to meet Luke for a cup of coffee, because this time I wasn't begging him for anything. I wasn't there as a supplicant, needing something only he could give. This time, he needed something from me. He just didn't know it yet. I'd treated myself to a large iced latte, so refreshing on a hot summer afternoon. I'd bought an iced tea for Luke. It was sitting on the table across from me. If he was late, the ice would start to melt, and he would find his drink watery and unpleasant. He arrived 5 minutes after our scheduled time. As he let the door fall closed behind him, he glanced in my direction. I pointed to the drink already on the table. He came toward me, pulled out the chair, and sat down. Maybe I didn't want iced tea, I shrugged. He dumped 3 packets of sugar into the tea, stirred it, and took a sip. What's the occasion now? You finally got up your courage to ask for the loan you need? Or is the problem that you don't want a loan? You want an outright gift? If you finally decided to leave my brother, you lost your chance. He slurped his tea. I'm with Kelsey now. I suggest you keep your voice down. He laughed. Worried someone will hear about your financial mess? It's for your protection. He laughed, loud and hard. I pulled a sheet of paper out of my purse and placed it on the table facing him. It was a high-resolution photograph of his handgun. Also shown in the image was my left hand with my distinctive wedding and engagement rings, and a tablet showing a news article dated a few days earlier, making it clear the photograph of the gun hadn't been taken years ago. He started to grab the paper, but I still had my fingers on the edge, and I quickly pulled it away from him. I folded it and put it back in my purse. You, he said. Yes. You've had it all this time? I went through hell worrying. That's not important. What's important is that Kelsey Ward murdered Jenny Cooper with your gun. What? She used your gun. I don't believe that. Any of that. Kelsey isn't a... It doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what the police would believe. Because I know where Jenny's body is buried, and I have your gun. That's all they need. You never reported it stolen. Nathan told me you never reported it because you probably worried your dad would be angry that you didn't take proper care of it. So you lied to him that you were too busy to go shooting. And then you moved out of the house. And then enough time passed that your father stopped paying attention to it until you had a chance to take the paperwork out of his desk and you could tell him you sold it. You can't prove... You're not listening. I don't have to prove anything. A bullet from this gun is inside Jenny's remains. All I have to do is tell the police where she's buried and give them your gun." "What do you want?" His voice was cold. There were a lot of secrets, but people keep secrets to protect themselves. He would never ask Kelsey if she'd shot Jenny. He would expose the fact that the gun was his. She already knew, obviously, but he didn't know that. I had secrets. I would never tell Nathan I was blackmailing his brother. He still wouldn't want the money. I'd never told him what Luke did to me, and I never told him I killed Jenny. That's why I had to kill Deborah. She was about to tell him, and I couldn't risk that. I wanted the man I loved and our child to be safe inside our beautiful home. Maybe sometimes secrets keep everything secure. "I've decided this is worth $5,000 a month for the rest of your life," I said. "You can also consider it payback for what you did to me in your bedroom 15 years ago. I know you can afford it. You'll hardly notice it's gone." It will be our little secret. The end.